화이팅! 플러스기야 화이팅! T1 화이팅!
Hello and welcome to the regional qualifiers for Worlds 2024 here at the LCK. I'm Valdez, with me is Chronicler. And today, Chronicler, we're going to decide one team that gets to go straight to Worlds if they win this best of 5. And they get to be our third seed from the LCK. How are you doing today, Chronicler?
I'm doing wonderful. It's rainy outside, but we're inside because, well, normally we are because we love playing video games. But today is a big day. One of these teams is going to get the easy way out. They don't have to worry anymore. They don't have to deal with what most likely will be a KT with plot armor fully dialed up in that next round. Although, you know, it could be being careful, we know. I don't think anyone feels qualified to make that statement. But what matters is that if you win here today, you're completely fine. You're going to make it to Worlds, you're going to be able to go to Europe, and it's going to be wonderful. And if you lose here, yes, you still have an extra life. But again, it's going to be a very, very different game. And so many stories over the last couple of years have started here. The 2021 Worlds run that Our Life went on, DRX, which kind of feels self-explanatory.
Yeah, that's the thing. A lot of the DRX players are on current KT, 3 of them, that is. So we'll see how they do in the last chance qualifier here, as this is the seeding method and the championship points. So Life Esports with that upset victory against Genji in 5 games just last week. They get the first seed from LCK. Genji, who won MSI and were the big favorites, will be our second seed from the LCK. Today we'll decide who gets the third seed, and whoever does lose today, as you did mention, they get a second life. KT and BNK Fearix do not get a second life. They will have to win tomorrow to have a chance. They will have to win 2 best of 5s to make it into Worlds through the 4th seed decider, which will happen on Saturday.
And obviously, there are a lot of really cool possible outcomes that we are going to have. But it's important to note that we've had crazy things happen in this regional qualifier many a time. So no team, I think, really is feeling too confident coming in. Obviously, after the upset that we had in the finals, I think both Genji and Hanwha Life, we still feel very confident. But there's a pretty big gap between those teams and these. I think the gap from seed 1 and 2 to 3, 4 is definitely going to be huge. On paper, T1 and DK, these 2 teams should also be ahead of the curve, but again, it always feels scary to say. In between these 2, ever since 2021, DK just has not been able to get wins. The one win that they did get, not even in the best of 5, was when Faker wasn't there.
Yeah.
So things are really rough coming into the series today in terms of head-to-head.
Yeah, I would say the mental advantage definitely goes to T1. It does feel like DK do struggle a lot against T1. It's kind of funny, though, DK have not missed Worlds since they became a team in the LCK. They qualified, they promoted in 2019, and since then they have made Worlds every single year. So will they do it today, or will they have to try to do it on Saturday? That remains to be seen, but it does feel like DK, Dalwon Kia, D plus Kia, whatever you expect from this team, they always seem to be there. Now today we are going to have the matchup of Worlds Finals MVP top laners. T1 getting it, or rather Zeus getting it with T1 in 2023, and Kingen getting it with DRX in 2022. Which team will lead their team to victory and to the big stage tonight?
And the big game hunter, we haven't really seen. I don't think Kingen was the problem when we saw the games in playoffs previously, but he also didn't really step up in the way that we've seen this player do many a time. They still have an extra life if they lose here today, so maybe this game still isn't big enough. And that's what he's looking for. If you're looking for some cope on Zeus' side, definitely has really stepped it up, I think, compared to his form in summer. I expect that to be the case here today as well. As mentioned, Showmaker on a 15-match losing streak, and I think Showmaker also in playoffs, not really the performance that a player of his caliber was looking to have.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot to talk about in terms of what happened in playoffs. You know, these 2 teams did face off as well, and T1 was able to get the better of them there, so that just happened very recently, and I say just, a couple of weeks ago, but it's still going to be on their minds as T1 will walk out onto the stage here. They're certainly the favorites, I would say, coming into this one based on what we've seen in playoffs, based on the records we've seen between these two teams and everything we've talked about so far. But, it's one best of 5. It's a new day. 14-16 is continuing to brew. Teams are beginning to figure out more and more about the meta. And we just saw, an entire best of 5 go to 5 games in the finals of LCK between Hamalife Esports and Gen G. So these teams were watching that as well. They're going to have their reads on the current meta, and we'll see what they bring out.
So do note, as we see Moham still there. When it comes to laning phase, definitely not having the performance that Kellen has, but he does look very happy. I imagine lunch today was feeling great.
He does look so content.
He does, yeah. And that matters because this team, we've seen them at their best. Be one of the few teams that could stand up to Gen G. Still having, I think, the most one-sided game that we've seen Gen G suffer in the entirety of the year. But they're a team that often feels like they're still looking for an identity, and you see it every now and then. You see glimpses of it, and you can almost touch it, but then it doesn't string together in a series. It doesn't string together in multiple games, and it's going to have to if they want to upset T1 here today.
So we're going to take a look at the two players here, the key player matchup between Zeus and King. And in the top lane, note these are stats from the playoffs only. And, I mean, they do have pretty good stats across the board. I will say that Kingen, towards the end of DK's run was feeling a little bit unhappy, perhaps frustrated with the way things were going. He was playing Nasus, he was getting bullied a lot. It seemed like DK as a team couldn't quite figure out what to do with their top laner in the meta. Whereas I feel like Zeus, there were games where actually they were winning through him and making it through the playoffs through this player. So I feel like Kingen has to come in here with a fresh mindset and really kind of erase those memories from playoffs and get it done in this best of 5.
We'll also see how both teams have taken the lessons, as you mentioned, from the best of 5 in the finals. And obviously also T1 playing against Hamalife the day beforehand. And how have they been able to apply them? Ziggs definitely still feels like the premier bot laner on the patch. I think we've seen both teams have varying results. We've seen prioritizations like aiming getting put on things like the Seraphine. T1 prioritizing Ziggs and then looking okay, but never really reaching the heights that we have seen from both Gen G and Hanwha Live. And in individual form, these two mid laners have also struggled. I think Faker a lot more pronounced than Showmaker. I think Showmaker has been kind of the same level with a couple of jumps up, but in spring, Faker was still absolutely cracking heads, and we have not seen that form throughout the entirety of summer. Didn't really re-emerge in playoffs either, so I imagine both of them feeling a lot of pressure as we make it to this best of 5. And again, both these two teams, they still have an extra life if they do end up losing here today. But that final best of 5 is always going to be a tough one.
I mean, that's the thing. Like, if you lose this one, yes, you do get a second life, but it's not a feel-good second life. It's like, oh crap, we lost to T1 slash DK, right? Now we got to go up against a really hot team that just came off of a best of 5 win against their opponent, right? It's not going to feel good if you lose today. And yes, you do get that second chance, but you could easily see some upsets even if the team that loses tonight is the favorite on paper. So it's definitely going to get interesting. It's always really fun to do the regional qualifiers. I like the format that we have now where it's less of a gauntlet and more of a, hey, get it done, win a best of 5. Otherwise, you're going home. T1 with the side selection will select blue. Not too surprising.
And we are about to head into the draft for game number 1 here. DK versus T1 again. T1, I think, should be expected to be the pretty heavy favorites here. We have seen this team, even though they weren't able to step up to Hanwha, dispatch of DK repeatedly, both in best of 3 and in best of 5s throughout the entirety of this year. And I don't really expect that to be any different here today. But after the Hanwha victory, upsets are possible, except, if you're Ox. In that case, I guess it's not an upset, as this is a very clear signal towards the Ziggs priority. And also, interestingly enough, I'm kind of wondering if T1 is going to feel obliged to still end up going for that Ziggs with the Jhin already being taken away. And then outside of that, small and no surprise, Nasus I do think has justifiably dropped in priority for the other teams. but it is something that Showmaker pulled out first and definitely loves to play. So
Yeah.
not too big of a surprise in that regard. This has to be a Rumble ban, one would imagine. Normally, leaving Maokai open seems like it is a little bit crazy, but
Oh,
so
my
they're gonna pick Rumble.
God.
Then the trade is
please.
Maokai.
You're not allowed to do that.
Well, you get Ziggs. You get Maokai Ziggs, right?
It doesn't matter.
I don't know. I think Maokai Ziggs. I mean, it's a gamble that they're taking.
True. I mean, yeah.
I don't envy Kingen. Don't get me wrong. I don't think he's going to have a very good time.
Yeah, I'm hamming it up a bit because, you know, Rumble is extremely overpowered. He was the permaban. But if you're going to leave him open, as Chronicler's mentioning, you got to get something for it. And they are going to get something for it. They get the 6 and the Corki. They are going to give up the Rumble, which I would say is, you know, now you have Rumble Maokai on the table.
But
and maybe even a Blitzcrank.
Does Owner want to play Maokai? That's the funniest part is I think both these junglers look the best when they're on aggressive picks.
Yeah.
And they're both like, oh, yeah, Yone Maokai would be...
You go like Yone Sejuani if you really didn't want to play.
That would be
Maokai?
the owner. That would be the owner special. I think the Sejuani into Maokai matchup is really rough, but Lucid has been fine on Maokai. Like compared to Spring, it's obviously a huge glow up, but it's still not where I think it needs to be to get full value out of the champion. But Sejuani, it works really well with what Owner likes to play. You have double melee flank, a lot of power. This would be quite a different look, really leaning heavily into the wombo combo. I do think, though, MF into Ziggs, we've not seen that work out because either you get lane swapped against or you can just neutralize the lane with the Ziggs. And a lot of the value that MF generates does come from that. And I imagine Lilia and or Maokai are going to get picture banned, right? And if you pick Maokai here, you ban Lilia, I think DK are going to be feeling pretty good about the draft thus far, outside of that Rumble matchup, and we'll see what Kingen can find to deal with that.
Yeah, I mean, there are ways. I feel like, you know, he is the most powerful pick on the patch, but there are ways to try to handle it, so it is an interesting look. I think that Zephyr and DK have cooked up this kind of draft specifically to deal with T1, and we'll see if this gambit does pay off here in game number 1. You know, we saw Homolife Esports win a couple of games on red side in the finals. They had to do that, right? So DK, knowing they're coming into the red side here for game 1, they had to bring in something a little bit new, a little bit risky. And so far, we kind of like what we're seeing. I think the Jin ban as well. That has been a very common pick by Viper into the Zig, so they take that off the board too.
Has also been something that Guma has looked really good on in recent games. Lilia, to me, feels like a must ban. It does mean that the support pool is pretty much wide open. Very often we see a lot of support bans that come through. I imagine DK are just going to slam the Leone here. Although, given that they already know who they're playing into on top side, they can also just pick Kingen's champion here on R4 and then give Moam the counter pick. Leaving open the Lilia is kind of crazy to me, given how, one, that pick is insanely strong. I feel like it has a good matchup in the Maokai because you get to outpace him and still have a lot of value. And then also Lilia MF and Rumble as a three-man unit. The amount of setup that you'll have for the Yone is kind of crazy. At least the Sejuani's taken away, which is something that we did really want to see.
I wonder how Moham's Blitzcrank is looking too. I mean, like you mentioned, I think Leona probably just the go-to. It's left available. A lot of top lane and jungle bans.
Good into MF as well.
It's good into MF. You know, it just feels like the go-to, but we've seen a lot of Maokai and Blitzcrank. Thought it deserved a mention, but Leona does feel like the go-to pick here. And so Moham, we've seen a lot of this alongside of Israel.
Lilia Braum? Maybe it's kind of I'm looking at the boards. The downside, obviously, of the Braum is that really good into Leona, but it does take away from the engage potential. Rel's the more offensively oriented choice, or it's Alistair. Really, I know Keria has been pretty happy to lean into more creative picks, but we'll see. That would definitely do it as the Nocturne comes through here. Definitely something that Owner has played a ton of before. And they are really leaning into just full-on dive. And there's the Bard as well. Keria, without a shadow of a doubt, I imagine, going to be playing his own skin on that one. What is Kingen going to pick here into this amount of dive and backline threat? Just counter dive?
Yeah, I mean, with Camille instead, maybe thinking about the Vladimir. It's a lot of AP, but certainly could do a number to a lot of guys that are wanting to clump up onto your Ziggs or Corki. So they're just going to go for the Camille, which, you know, we've seen a lot alongside of the Ziggs as well.
The Vladimir with WMAX has actually, and Grass has actually been really picked up by a lot of players, including King. And so I wouldn't be surprised if we end up seeing it. I do think trying to play it into Rumble is not going to go that well. Maybe save that for a matchup where you don't get completely roasted. It's really interesting because I was kind of expecting him to lean into some more counter dive. There are a lot of champions that you can play. But the problem is, can you play them in the Rumble, right? And the answer is probably maybe not.
I mean, you can play AD Cannon in a 1v1 into Rumble, but then you don't have quite the threats in the counter dive.
Yeah, you don't.
So it's kind of like an awkward pick, and Cannon has definitely fallen off a bit in the meta.
When looking at this, it kind of feels to me like the opposite, right? As that's Birdle, right?
I believe. Yeah, Hoya Birdle.
Love
and
that.
Duck Dom.
Coming to cheer on their old team.
Oh, we know this guy, a champion of the LCK, multi-time Delight, of course. He's, you know, he's on his day off. He's like, oh, I already qualified. First seed, by the way.
But if I look at this, outside of the Rumble, I'm like, it feels more like T1 was the one on red side. Like, this is not what you expect from a blue side drop. Very aggressive, very into T1 style. But I think D+ their comp looks a lot easier, looks a lot more straightforward. We'll see if that's enough to get them a winner in game 1.
I agree with you, Chronicler. I think D+ Kia came into this first game very prepared, and we'll see if it works out for them on the Rift. As we're ready, let's hop onto it for game 1.
생성까지 30초 남았습니다.
Alrighty, here we go. Game number 1 to decide who is going to be our 3rd seed into Worlds from the LCK. I would say that most people believe that T1, the favorites, should go on.
For sure.
But we'll see how it goes here in game 1. Could certainly turn the tides. You know, How Life Esports got that upset win in game 1 in a game that did not look winnable. I was watching that from the audience. I was like, no, there's no way this Molder's too far ahead. And then they just proved us all wrong. So we'll see if DK can, you know, as the underdogs come in here and get a big win up against T1, as they are going to start off with a lane swap, unsurprisingly.
Do have, right from the get-go, there we go, I was about to say, Carrier playing his own skin, and also Mohan playing the barrel skin. With the old logo, we have lane swap coming through here, so aiming will be playing towards the top half of the map. I think getting the Camille to like past the first few levels is going to make a big difference, and Ziggs does kind of, as we've talked about many times with his passive, mitigate some of the guaranteed play loss that you're going to have, which means that we will just have 2v2 laning in mid. Showmaker going for the Conqueror, which you've seen more and more on Corki. As Corki, I feel like, has kind of, in many ways, taken the role that Tristana used to, where you're playing something that is both oppressive early in lane and then scales into a really strong mid to late game carry. Obviously, Tristana better at taking turrets, and Corki, I think, especially in his current form, a little bit harder to deal with in the lane. No big surprises as of right now.
Yeah. Another part of the draft from the side of DK was banning the Tristana in the first round of bans, also the Azir. So that was 2 targeted bans towards Faker, and they take the Corki away because they know that Rumble has to be the first pick. So that really does kind of, you know, Faker, who has been struggling a bit with champion pool issues, really kind of chunks it down to, okay, well, he's going to play Yone, or we're not really sure, right? Maybe like an Nasus if they didn't ban it. So definitely something that is part of the strategy here for DK to get Faker onto Yone, and we'll see how he does prepare, or rather play in this game, as we are going to have a couple of TPs coming in from D+ Kia as they look to end the lane swap here and pick up this big wave.
This is always a bit of a risky move, and I think DK did the right precautions, right? Making sure that Moam's there, also having King in, but that TP is going to cost them pretty heavily. We'll see if they can get the interrupt. Doesn't look like it's going to be the case. Now, the upside is that Zeus TP'd to the wave from the brush, so I think King should be able to catch most of it, and there's obviously not really a dive opportunity. Pre-6, Nocturne dive. Generally not going to be too threatening, and Owner is on the opposite side of the map. This is going to be like 3-4 minions lost, and Zeus will get a free back off, so it is still, in that regard, a pretty decent win, but DK, going into the lane swap, knew that they were going to fall behind slightly in gold, but you got through the early levels for your Camille, and then you also... yeah.
Yeah, he went up there for a melee minion, and he didn't even get it. Now he's going to get it, but that's going to be Faker's flash now gone.
And that's with a Maokai on the enemy team, right? If he doesn't get a W up, like Lucid can look for something here if they want to risk it, as long as the Q3 is not available. We'll see if they actually want to commit. Showmaker doesn't have that much damage yet, but as I was saying, I do think Faker on the Yone hasn't really had the impact we've seen from the other Yones. Obviously, we did come just off of a Chovy and Zeka match, who, as far as Yones go, are both pretty good. But it's interesting to see. Showmaker, I think, has been by far the most important member on this roster, where he, to me, is the single biggest indicator of DK winning or not. Like, if Showmaker's having a good game, if he's able to maintain parity levels in farm, if he's able to make plays on the map, DK just look completely different from the teams that Marauders do. I know what we also have the aiming go kill, but Ziggs, as strong as he is, I think quite that is all.
Yeah, Guma in a lot of trouble here. He does have the magical journey, but following is Moham, and guess who's here? It's Lucid. The jump scare from the jungle. It will be Moham who does pick up the first blood. Guma not even bothering to use his flash, but that is a fantastic start for this bottom lane of DK.
Very nicely set up there. If Guma would have gone for the cleanse flash instantly, could have survived that, but the moment he got knocked back, wasn't really going to be a way for him to live with Lucid in the position that he was in. This is one of the big pieces of criticism that has often been levied towards Lucid on his non-AD junglers, right? Early impact, actually making something happen on the map. And all set up by Moham. Good look here early on for the DK bot lane.
Yeah. Taking a look at the top lane, we did mention multiple times that if you are going to go for this gambit and give over the Rumble, that King's not going to have a fun time. I think he knew it. They saved R5 quote-unquote counterpick for him. I mean, it was counterpick, basically, because he picked it after the Rumble, but Rumble doesn't really have any counters, so good luck. But he picks the Camille. It does very well with the team. It can frontline, it can set up the Ziggs, and you have a lot of threat in the late game. You have a lot of pick potential in your composition as well. And so I like the pick at the end of the day. He doesn't have to farm too much in order to be a big threat later on. He is still Camille, and he can still press his R button. And now they've gone for what looks to be like another swap. Aiming's just in the top lane. And the bottom lane is free for Guma to just hit with 3 grubs.
Yeah, not too sure about that one. We go back to happier times here for DK again. Set up, Moham just hits level 4, gets the E, and then that cleanse unfortunately does not do a whole lot. And then here, even with the stun, Lucid with the flash ensures that you lock him down. A kill goes over to Moham, which isn't ideal, but still going to be very happy with that as it takes Guma out of the equation, which is also why he is behind Guma in CS. As we might have another 3v3 here. Faker is on his way.
King getting in there as well, and he's going to take a bunch of damage. Avoids the fear by flashing, but it doesn't seem like that's what DK wanted to go for. It looks like they didn't have a lot of vision to know exactly how many people were there. But yeah, they try to punish. It does not work out. It's going to get the flash out of King already.
And Camille Flash, obviously good offensively. I think she is one of the champions that will have a lot of safety. What is bigger, though, is that these waves are getting continuously dropped by DK. Like, T1 is the one that is continuously, and as a result now, even though they're behind at first blood, ends up being up in gold, is because they just keep getting these wave shoved into turrets. No one on DK can catch them, so they catch a plate here, half the wave there, half the wave here. And it's led to the situation where even though DK should be adding gold, as of right now they are not. Whereas T1, I feel like with the timings again, Zeus is going to catch this wave just as it comes up to the turret. We'll have to see. Now, level 6 spikes are obviously absolutely monstrous here for T1. And I imagine that DK wants to try and refrain from fighting for objectives in a 5v5 unless you are fully set up with everyone there because of the mobility on T1, the ability to turn off the vision very, very easily and the amount of dive that's there.
It's an interesting highlight on the XE as King is just going to hookshot away, but yeah, that's Rumble. Owner is here as well, probably just highlighting the fact that Owner is above level 6, and this is where you want your Nocturne to be, right? As they're looking for a play here on a Moham, the Eclipse is up. He's also just going to flash. A lot of very safe flashing in this game. Faker did it. We saw Moham did it. I mean, Faker's probably going to die, so he had to do it. Here comes an Equalizer. As Kingen continuously getting pushed out. Keria and Owner here. But we got Moham and Lucid here as well. Lucid just waiting.
Guma's on his way.
His ult out if they do decide to go for the dive. Here comes the Nocturne, avoided with the Camille ult and the Maokai ult coming out as well. Looking for Owner. As a ton of damage over the top from the Ziggs. Owner in a lot of trouble. Will avoid a bunch of the early damage, but eventually does go down. Zeus getting pretty low himself, and the counter dive comes out. The cleanse here from Guma, but the follow-up from Lucid, and they're gonna get Zeus as well, but the stun comes in. Lucid and Moham super low, but there's nothing that T1 can do about it.
And these are the types of fights that I don't think DK normally should be able to win this early on. T1 attempts to set up a dive with full knowledge in front of DK, and this is a Camille, like even without flash, she has so much built-in escapes with the E, with the ultimate, and the reality is, like, your CC is pretty lackluster, right? Outside of a Bard Binding or a Fear, you don't really have that much going on, and they overchase. Aiming immediately gets the TP in, is able to assist, and then the extended fight here from DK, with Lucid still being very healthy. And I thought this Bard Binding maybe was going to turn it. If Guma like picks up a double here, then you could be like, okay, fair enough, you know, a bit of an overchase. But instead, colossal win for DK. Made even funnier by the fact that they still are barely ahead in gold. I imagine because of the fact that when aiming TP'd, Faker was just getting the plate. So by the end of it, T1 still have the gold lead.
Yeah, it's almost like they have kind of stumbled into gold leads in this game, and I would say that is mostly due to DK's macro not exactly being clean. So
it really isn't, Valdez.
Yeah, I'm trying to be a little bit nice, but yeah, it's kind of obvious in the beginning of this first game, as kind of everywhere, but that's fine. You know, at the end of the day, it's still a relatively early game, but T1 kind of get out scot-free. And they will get the first Drake on top of it. Cloud and then Ocean up next.
Also have aiming going for the tier and the early Seraphs. And let's be fair, going for Archangels in this scenario is pretty okay. Trying to stay alive desperately. And they have Locket as well. And we saw actually the value of that Locket in the previous fight from Lucid. Ended up being a pretty big difference maker, I do think, in keeping those very low health bars for DK alive. Herald's going to spawn in 2 minutes. Very late Drakes, also outside of Chemtech, a lot of high value Drakes. And DK, in my opinion, any fights that they're winning before they have access to Triforce, like, you're going to be super happy about, right? Like, both Showmaker and King are going to spike insanely hard once that item is available. To see if that can finally get them the gold lead that they have been looking for in these fights.
They've been trying very hard to get the gold lead in this game. They have a Ziggs, and they have managed to take 2 plates total. There is still a minute and a half, so a chance for aiming to get more, but it doesn't really look like T1 are leaving these plates very open either, so at the end of the day, feels like you have a Ziggs. He's going to be delayed on his damage because he has to build defensively. He's also not getting the early gold because, well, they kind of just dropped the ball on that. So they're not getting the early plates. The Ziggs eventually will still be a big threat in this game, especially with the Camille and the Maokai.
Oh.
But not quite what you were looking for.
That's a lot of people. King might have to flash again.
Trying to bait him in is Zeus. And yeah, nice dodge on the Bard ult, but here comes the Nocturne. Very difficult to get away from this one. The Fear is coming in, but he does avoid a little bit of the damage, but not the Fear, and now the Equalizer will come down, and Kingen is just dead. DK not able to turn this, and T1, they've got everybody in this one, as Faker comes over, a double kill for the Rumble, and now Zeus is off to the races.
Attempted turn there for DK ends up backfiring immensely as the heavy investment of resources on T1 is going to get them 2 kills. Both Kingen and Moam end up going down. Showmaker will be able to get like a plate or 2, but not really what you're going to be looking for. And the worst case scenario is that the kills went over to the Rumble. Like the kill that Kingen got earlier actually kind of was, you know, eventually Camille's going to become a really big sideline threat. You'll have enough resistances, enough bulk that you can maybe look for a 1v1. Now, not so much. Zeus is going to go back and turn into a very scary toaster. The only upside for DK is that they're probably going to be able to turn this into Herald, as it was a very heavy investment towards the bot side of the map from T1.
Yeah, and that can still be very useful with your Ziggs. You know, you throw that in. King in a lot of trouble here. He is not going to respect the lack of vision, and he just gets punched to death by the Rumble. 3 kills already for Zeus. And we talked about this top lane matchup. Moham now in a bit of trouble. Faker keeping him around. Peria wants to do so as well. Here comes Owner. Not having the paranoia, but he's just going to flash on in as, oh, so low is Moham, but the lock-in comes in. It doesn't matter. The Q will land the final blow. And that is another kill on the board here for T1.
And a lot of this snowballs as well from the fact that you get the kill in bot side. That means that DK is going to have to play a lot more respectful, as we are still attempting a catch here. Lucid has ult, but I don't know what it can do.
Right. He's going to land the stun here on Zeus, who is in a lot of trouble, actually. That's a big shutdown that just got given over to Showmaker. At the end of the day, a lot of TPs and map movements that do get used to the topside aiming. Has to TP into mid. Oh, the satchel! Guma has to flash, and he's trying to turn it here onto aiming, but he's not quite able to. Heal comes in from the Bard as Guma will use that speed boost to just run away with the Strup. But man, that was getting spicy.
It's a chaotic game, Valdez. There's a lot of stuff happening, and it's over forces on either side. Should be able to get this turret with the satchel, as there it goes. No plates, but still, mid lane turret is always going to feel like a big win, as Kingen is still a Camille. So like, despite the fact that his life has been very unfortunate, you can still do stuff like this.
Yeah, he's just going to throw an ult in, and you can't get out of that one, as Kingen, he does get very, very low, but he did his job, and there's not much that Carrier can do up here on the top side. So a turret, a couple of turrets go to DK. And you know what? They finally get that gold lead they were looking for. It looks like they should lose the second dragon, but at least they're kind of in the driver's seat for now.
What happened here?
Oh. Yeah.
They, you know when they took out the being able to hook
like
the
6
Scuttlecraft
years ago?
After like 2018 was all Camille jungle.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I don't know about that one, King. Well, I do know it was that though. No. Very big mistake.
I mean, if he has vision, he knows 100%.
Well, then if Rumble is in another lane.
Okay, sure.
But like even then, like it's a big cooldown. It's a lot of what allows you to be in the sideline in the first place. Anyway, big mistake from Kingen. Immediately kind of course corrected by DK, as they're able to get a really nice catch towards the top side of the map. And Kingen also showcasing again that I do think that even though obviously the laning phase was a bit of a disaster, the Camille will always have value because you have Ziggs, Maokai, and Corki. As they'll still be able to get it. So well, someone has to catch this top wave. We'll see if anyone is going to be able to. Faker has just been pushing uncontested.
Yeah, I don't think there's any reason for him to stop. They did show a lot of people down on bottom side. He is going to stop now just to do grubs. And Guma's going to get hit by the satchel again. And this time he doesn't have flash. He's in a lot of trouble. The magical journey will not save him. That is another shutdown given over to DK. This time it's given to the Ziggs, who is casually 2-0-3.
And with MF, if you have your BT... Oh, possible collapse.
Yeah, they're trying to turn, actually, onto Zeus. That's a ton of damage. He has to flash away, but now trying to get on top of aiming, who is left all alone. He satchels over the wall. It's beautiful, but that is a Yone who can do even better than the Ziggs can.
Kingen's on the way.
Trying to turn here on a Faker. There's the Solar Flare. They should be able to trade this one back. Lucid tanking up a ton. He gets the root. He flashes away. He lives. It's a double kill for Showmaker. And just incredible back and forth action in this first game.
It is a complete back and forth here, Valdez. And in the end, it's DK that gets the better hand of T1 in the consecutive series of fights. 5-0 for Showmaker.
All right.
And it starts off with, again,
this can't happen 4 times.
Guma, like you can feel impervious with the map because with BT you're so tanky. But that can't, as you're saying, that can't happen twice. Like, you need to be more respectful of the Ziggs. And then here we see immediately a lot of damage comes down. Zeus ends up getting taken out of the fight right from the get-go. And then aiming, yes, he ends up going down, but flashes the ultimate, gets the satchel over the wall, buys so much time. And then here, I know it's just Maokai, but that doesn't matter. He's able to stall for Kingen to arrive. Showmaker and the gang dispatch of him. Lucid with the flash stays alive. And yes, mid lane turret ends up going down, but I think DK are going to take that trade anytime. And now we see, I haven't talked about it yet, the Mountain Soul is going to come through. And if you are playing the dive composition in this equation, you need to keep stacking those dragons. And with the gold lead, I don't think DK is going to let you get more of those for free. It's now, Showmaker's CS numbers have been one of the big things. A lot of it is obviously the way that DK play, right? The fact that they give a lot of the resources to aiming. But him being up 50 CS, that's significant. That is a Corki that is only going to get stronger from here on out, is going to hit his 2-item power spike very soon. I think DK, as long as they can manage this next fight with, again, a very clean Maokai performance thus far, they should be able to, if they can get the setup, things are looking up for them.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned setup. They have that in spades, right? They've got a lot. They've got Maokai Leona. They have the Camille. And there are just a lot of ways to set up Corki and Ziggs for success, which is why when we came into this game, you said it very well, Chronicler. You're like, this looks like a red side draft from T1 because they kind of gave so much over to DK, and it's very aggressive. It feels a bit risky. Here comes Lucid, who is very tanky, so that doesn't really do much. He does have to throw out his Nature's Grasp.
That's a big win.
Yeah.
Obviously, DK can choose to give this up. It's only Soul Point, but still, I think Soul Point, particularly against a team that's as happy to pull the trigger on Baron, like T1, is still a big risk. Kingen, unfortunately, is Camille, and the recent Camille builds that we've seen obviously go for Starex second, which means that you don't have the pushing power that you used to back when. Just go for Tiamat. His spell shield, but he's going to get McKills there by Carrier, just to make sure. And now I think T1 actually should be feeling pretty good. That is no ult on Lucid, although we are halfway through that being available. No ult on Moham, and Zeus does have the TP. They have lost control though, and one of the big things that we mentioned is like you need vision. You need a way to get onto the enemy backline and dive them. As a
they're doing
I guess
Baron. They're just gonna go do Baron, but there's vision on the Baron, so they're gonna clear that out, and they're gonna maybe start it here in a little bit.
Well, they have to, right?
Yeah. But at the end of the day, it looks like a pull-off of the Dragon. A lot of damage on this Baron already. T1, they just say, okay, we're going to set up the T1 Baron, but Magical Journey comes over. They are going to get out of the pit.
So they did get the TP out of Showmaker, but I feel like they could have stayed on it a little bit longer, especially with Bard. The ability to make an escape is a lot easier than otherwise it would be. Yeah, I think they have to stick around here. They have to continuously look for this, right? Crucially, though, Showmaker is still sticking around, and aiming does have TP. Or rather, Showmaker went for a back, has his rapid fire cannon. They don't have vision right now, and you got to know this is happening. Lucid, I don't think is going to make it here in time. And they've realized now, but I think it's too late.
Yeah, aiming just going to turn back around, and especially with the paranoia, you don't have any chance of making it into the pit. T1, they take the Baron. Not even necessarily a sneak. They shouted it to the sky. They were like, we are doing the Baron. We are going to take it, deny all the vision. And DK were like, oh, it should be fine. We can take this Dragon. But no, T1 just going to take it down. And DK, yes, they get one Mountain Drake, but this feels very good for T1.
DK's macro, unfortunately, strikes again with that one Veldus.
This hasn't been the cleanest game of League of Legends from either side.
No, it hasn't been, but one team is sitting on Baron and the other isn't, so I still think they're going to be feeling good. Oh, the wave flare obviously is great here for DK. Outside of the Camille, you have Corki and the Ziggs, so in that way, I do think you're going to feel fine. I also don't know how much T1 is actually going to get out of this, because their siege is not great. Like, their effective range is so small that unless you're actually diving the turret, which it's, again, I think DK should be very tough. with the amount of defensive tools that they have. But it is going to buy you map control with this Rebel Baron power play for at least the next 2 minutes.
Yeah. It's like the Baron is good, of course. You know, you get a lot of it, you get the gold, you're feeling good, but also it doesn't feel like this is a composition that can use it the best. I feel like if they were like 3, 4, 5,000 gold ahead, then you can really use it for pressure and you can get some really significant dives off as they're trying to get aiming here. See if this works out. And now he's just gonna get a little bit of help from Moham and be totally fine. As Faker takes a lot of damage here, Kingen alone on the top side. Here comes Moham to try to save him in the magical journey just to get them out of there. And that dive, that mini dive from T1, not going to be too successful. And they're just going to have to back away, even though they still do have that Baron buff.
When the Baron doesn't even get your red buff on the enemy team, you're not going to be feeling too hot. It's, again, I think one of the big issues that this T1 comp has is that to actually siege turrets, you need to fully commit, because the longest range that you have is a map. Outside of that, your turret taking potential just stands or falls with you getting a dive. And it looks like they're actually not going to be able to get anything out of this Baron. Well, they're able to take away the objective, right? They're still able to trade, and the game is going to be basically be even. But I'm always going to be favoring DK's comp when it gets to late, just because of it's so straightforward.
Especially because Cloud Drakes really help, or rather, Mountain Drakes really help against T1's comp. So at the end of the day, when we first looked at it, it looks like the Baron was better, but at the end of the day, getting the one Mountain Drake, sitting back, not falling too far behind in terms of gold.
It is a DK.
Is that better?
So it might just end up going to like 45 minutes nonetheless. In which case, getting the Mountain Drakes probably worth. I don't know, Velvis. This game is... it's a little silly.
It is. And, you know, you take a look at the itemization here from aiming once again. He goes for the arm guard. Makes a lot of sense because you're going to get ulted by Bard. You're going to get dove by Yone. You're going to be taking a ton of damage. Obviously, Paranoia is the big one. The Nocturne's going to be aiming for you and you alone. Maybe the Corki at times. So the arm guard's big, and it looks like he might even finish the Zhonya's. But it does mean that he's not building as much damage as you possibly could, which means that for this mid to late game, you're not going to be doing Bomba damage. But if we do go late game, then the Ziggs will just live forever as he has a Maokai and tons of peel and 6 items.
Also want to highlight, Observer's doing a good job of that, and the big thing of why I think aiming can also afford to go for this build, more so than you otherwise would, is that Kingen is actually like close to item parity. He's sitting on 2 items, has a Sterex, he's actually ahead in levels despite everything that happened early, and eventually this Camille is going to be a massive nuisance as a... that is a very cute back animation. And not a whole lot is happening on the map. Now though, we are going to get the dragon, and again, this time there are a good amount of wards. I think there's flank wards absolutely necessary. We need to get like a big flank from Faker or Zeus where they get backline axes combined with Owner's ultimate, because otherwise if DK can just front to back, have aiming very far in the back, and then Lucid presses are, Kingen can lock anyone down really with his ultimate, and then aiming just throws a bomb on top. And there's not a whole lot that T1 can do unless they immediately take out Showmaker and or aiming at the beginning of a fight.
Yeah. There's a nice teleport ward behind them, but guess what? It just got cleared out by the, what's that, the Void Scuttle.
Thank you, Krabby.
And that's very powerful for getting position around the objective and denying flank teleports. We've seen a lot less of that in recent times in League of Legends once that was added. And especially as teams just get better and better about clearing all the wards. So you don't have the flank ward. T1 are just going to have to go straight up here as, not the blast cone to save you, as it is going to knock out Kingen. But now Faker's 1v1. They're trying to collapse here onto Kingen with the Paranoia, but he gets away from the fear. Should be okay, but the equalizer's pretty huge. The flash away from Faker, who is now in a bit of trouble. Everybody going to get rooted down as there is no more Yone, and a massive Jinx bomb over the top is going to push T1 away. It's not a clean fight. Nothing in this game has been clean, as a lot of members here on the side of DK are also quite low, but they're going to stick onto the Baron, or rather the Dragon anyway.
Owner has flash. Just might as well carry up. We'll see if they can able to contest this.
They're trying to take the fight here. RDK. Oh, the satchel to deny the magical journey. He's not able to get away. And Owner, I mean, he still could sacrifice his life to try to get in there. Oh, no, it's it goes to MF as they're not able to check all the boxes. And without their jungler, Guma just steals away the dragon.
I knew Guma was good at stealing objectives, but with a map, that's something else. And this is so funny because you can't blast going out yourself, but you can't blast going out to Camille. So with him leaving the X-Tech ultimatum, Keria is able to stay alive. And even though they don't actually kill King, and I do think a lot of his damage is what ends up being missing here, and is why we do see that T1 is still able to substantially trade, and crucially they got Lucid. I think Lucid tried to hold his flash a little bit too long. If he flashes earlier, they should just be able to secure this. And then we take another look, as you highlighted already, Valdez. Beautifully done there on the satchel. And then with King and TPing in, you're like, okay, well, this is definitely gone. But he doesn't actually go for the hook shot connect, which means that Guma just gets the ult with impunity. And now it's soul point for T1, despite everything that happened.
They get soul points. Now, there is a big issue on the enemy team. It is Showmaker with 7 kills.
Yeah.
You mentioned that, you know, he's got to really show up for DK to play, you know, play well and find wins as a team. Seems like he has shown up, and he also went for an arm guard. He used all of that extra money, and he said, you know what, arm guard's pretty good. And I just think about stopwatch and the fact that that was in the game for so long.
I know, isn't it fun?
It's so funny. It's so strong stasis. And now DK, they're just gonna, okay, we're gonna group up in top and just push.
Get the inner.
Yeah.
Okay, and T1 is kind of calling their bluff and looking to push on mid.
Keria almost, no, he's just actually dead, not almost. He is just dead.
They gotta start Nash.
8-0.
Like, especially with the positions that they got right now, like, Guma is gonna get the mid inner, and Owner is still here, so steal is a possibility, but so much of their setup does come from this Bard.
They don't see Camille. They don't know where he is. They have a suspicion. And the setup, as you mentioned, it's just the turn from the side of DK. They try to get in, but the arm guard is there for Showmaker. And this fight, a massive ult comes in from Faker. And he's just going to get super low, as will Owner. Owner barely getting away. But at the end of the day, T1, they stop the Baron take. And the turn is, again, not very clean. King looking for more, and he will actually take down Owner. And that is pretty huge to take out the jungler.
That alone might actually be enough for them to get the Dragon, right? Or the Baron, right? There'll be a 10-second window where we can TP in the Ziggs. As we take a look at this play, Keria just straight up underestimated. This is a level 17 7-0 Corki. Can't just walk up like that. And it ends up being the turn here that is, I think, what ends up saving the game, right? Very nice stopwatch, but then Faker, crucially, this time does get aiming as well as the Corki. There is enough damage. They still don't win the fight decisively, and as it, again, turns out, King is able to get this crucial pick. But if they don't land that 2-man ultimate, that's going to be the end. I just don't think it's enough, because again, Owner is just about to get to life, and everyone on DK is on this Baron.
Oh, they're going to delay it, though. They might be, not just the dragon, or rather the damage is just way too much. And now here comes the combo. The turn comes in on a Guma. It's not very clean. They should just take the Baron as they finally do take it down. In goes Owner, but he's okay. Now Showmaker doesn't have a flash. He's being burned down quite a bit here. They're looking to turn as there goes Faker into the backline, takes out Showmaker. And an angle here for Guma, pretty good. Moana probably going to go down, and that he does. And DK, they get away with only 2 Baron buffs.
Can really feel the pressure in this one, Valdez.
Yeah.
Oh, that's tragic, because that field flash actually ends up killing Showmaker, because he's forced to just walk over the entirety of a Rumble ultimate. Ends up going down. Both King and Moam end up flashing and then just kind of die. And now DK have a negative Rebel Baron power play. So this was all great. This is lovely. You know, Keria obviously is going to attempt to stall. Then Kingen goes in, because he doesn't want Juma to steal out again. I think the E was okay, but you can just E into the wall and leave that B.
MF ain't stealing the Baron against Smite.
Well, no, I know. And then here...
Yeah.
If he flashes over that wall, they can't chase. Like, Showmaker's healthy enough.
Mountain Soul on the cards.
Yeah, they're
He
gonna
won.
get it.
Just gonna get it for free. There's nothing that Lucy can do, even though he approaches the dragon. It's Mountain Soul for the dive teams, and now you've got that extra little boost of survivability as you're going deep on some of these dives, and most importantly, you denied it from DK.
It's an Elder Flip game, Fel. That's like...
It just has to be.
We have just been missing the obvious truth that this is just a Challengers
It's just
game.
Challengers.
It's just Challengers, baby! I don't know why it took me this long to figure out. Is DK still a minute left?
Yes, our regional qualifiers first match. It's just Challengers. So they still have Baron, and they're trying to get the inhibitor. They're going to get it. Unless T1... No, it's gone. Okay. That is 6.
And so, on the flip side, I think if DK got Mountain Soul, that's game over. Because I think T1 just won't have the necessary damage to chew through it. On the flip side, though, DK still have a Camille, still have a Ziggs, and they definitely are going to need to buy some Shred, right? Void Staff definitely needs to come through.
Yeah, there are people here, Kingen. Your whole team was on the bottom side of the map, and he is going to give up the red buff. And they're still on the bottom side.
They're going to keep pushing?
I don't think you're going to get...
Well, they won't. No. Oh, they still the Baron power. Recalls, everything's fine. It's Moham showing off Barrel Skin there. Free
Double lock
now. Double lock it. Well, they are playing into pure dive, but you do get so much less value. The one thing this does allow you to do is have Moham go in and have Lucid play more peel or Showmaker and aiming and still get coverage of the entire fight, but
also, I mean, Locket's just so strong. What else are you building? Let's be real.
I don't know.
He already had his other support item, which is Warmox. There aren't any other items in the game at the moment. No, I mean, I'm joking, but at the end of the day, it's somewhat
Lucid
true.
is just standing there menacingly.
You know what's interesting is Aiming's build. You know, he was trying to move towards the Zhonya's. He didn't finish it. He got his death cap first. Now he finished the Zhonya's, but he's really delaying his penetration. But it just doesn't matter because he's so incredibly fed alongside of Showmaker that now he just picks up the Blighting Jewel and will eventually have probably a Void Stab. Could go Crypt Bloom into this comp. I wouldn't be too against it, but he's trying to really chunk through some of the Mountain Soul and Double Mountain Dragon resistances that T1 will have. Might want to get that Void Snap.
One of the big things is for either team is being able to gain access to the Baron, just because it will allow you to set up for the Elder. I think that, as we have seen, the Baron buff in this game, it's better for DK, but they had the really unfortunate fight immediately afterwards. For T1, it'll obviously help you push in, but both teams have such good ways of starting fights that Elder is basically the ultimate objective, because if you can guarantee a fight, then the buff that allows you to win basically any fight. If you played well, obviously going to be insanely high in value, as we are just setting up traps everywhere now. Kingen is just going to stand here, watch this bot lane push in, and it's really big that right now, if you look at the vision control, very heavily in favor of T1. Are currently sitting on control of the pit, although there is still a ward there, as Kingen still hiding in the fog, and they're trying, I imagine, to get as big of a wave here towards the bot side of the map as Zeus does know.
Here's the timing.
This is very, very dangerous, right? Because there is a Nocturne in this game. Kingen knows this as well, and yeah, he needs to run, and he will. But this does give the opportunity to DK to then retake control, as we can see, of the Baron pit, and hopefully set up for that, as Carrier really embodying the Bard with just walking in front of your enemies. This time he doesn't die, so that's a big win.
Yeah, not going to challenge the Corki this time. Good. To be fair, he didn't really challenge him last time. He was just around the Corki, and then Corki said, "You're going to die."
Well, I don't know. Maybe
and
he was challenging, but he just wasn't. He wasn't winning.
No, Not going to win against that guy, who, by the way, after using the arm guard, did finish his Zhonya's on Corki.
Yeah, IE for Showmaker now.
Yeah.
As you mentioned, the Zhonya's as well, and yet T1's just going to start it. They at the very least want to force a summoner, but DK actually holding off for now.
Yeah. I mean, at the end of the day, you do have a lot of control with the Bard and a lot of ways to kind of control space and control the timer. Showmaker just kind of going to start this one up as we're just highlighting the fact that they have not cleared out the wards. So T1 know 100% that this has started.
Oh, now they know.
Yeah. And that's the delay. As Bard going to do Bard things, trying to get the Scuttle Crab, but it does go to T1. Kane's still pushing in bot. Zeus does have his TP as well, so just a classic Camille angle here. But yeah, no kill on the Baron just yet.
What this does mean is that with that bot side inhibitor is going to respawn in 10 seconds. That's actually huge, because getting bot side prio makes it so much easier for DK to just get to that Dragon Pit without any issue. And now we're getting into the territory where I imagine that DK are actually going to pull off and focus on Elder. I think Elder is by far the better objective for these two teams as of right now. But look, Keria has already made his way over and has actually set up a good amount of vision. Banana Brush control still here for T1. Sweepers are readily available for DK, so they should be able to retake control here. But this fight is going to decide the game, Valdez.
It should.
Everything's up.
This game has been very back and forth. I would agree. I think this one should decide it. There's another cheeky ward from Keria that was placed around the pit. We'll see if DK can sweep that one out this time.
And there's no void stuff. Do note that here on aiming.
Yeah. That is going to be pretty big. As a bit of poke damage is coming in. He is using his satchel and also Solar Flare.
Oh, that's a big cooldown.
That felt like the perfect time for T1 to go in, but they don't really have control. I mean, down Satchel and down Solar Flare could have been a nice angle, but...
Big thing here is that I think that Kingen continuously gets this shove as Moham has the flash. Kingen in the 1v1, obviously insanely strong, but he can't overpush because of this!
I mean, that is a very long dive, and he's got hook shots still, so now you're down Paranoia. They are going to get mid-control, but now DK going to just start up the objective. See if T1 can answer this one. The last cone denied, and Kingen gonna have to TP back into this fight. The poke not really doing much from Amy just yet.
The bot wave. Is he gonna just push for the inhib?
I mean, he can always threaten an end, and potential for T1 to not get away if they stop the backs, but we do have Rumble Zeus. He is gonna back now, as this is a very tense moment in this game.
Are we just flipping it?
We're just flipping it, I guess. I mean, Baker trying to find the angle, and it's just going to come down to Guma Yusi again! It's going to take down the objective, and they're TPing. They're trying to end the game. They say, enough with your Elder Dragon, but Zeus,
there's no way!
Stasis, and he might just be able to defend the base by himself. Down he will go, but T1, they still have Elder Dragon. Aiming's going to go down. Down will go Kingen eventually. His owner will take him out with the Paranoia, and that might just do it as T1 and Guma, they take the objective and they look to push mid.
This is 42 minutes in. No one that can clear waves is going to be alive anytime soon. Zeus can TP in. I'm pretty sure this is just going to be it. There's an Elder buff, and it goes to Guma of all people.
And it was a total flip. There were like 8 people around that Drake.
Oh, DK. That's going to be it for game 1, Valdez. What a suitable ending to this first messy game.
Absolutely. This is exactly the way that game 1 had to end. After what we witnessed for 42.5 minutes, T1, the favorites, they will take the game off of an Elder flip, and it's just challengers, baby, once again, with the way that this one was playing out. TK, they had a lot of angles, they had a lot of ways to potentially surge ahead in this game, but it was not quite enough as T1, they get into that Elder pit, and they win the flip, and they handle the stopping of the backs, the attempt of the game, and nicely done by Zeus at the very end. Just put his body on the line, get that stasis in with the Flame Spitter, and just say no.
What's telling for me is that DK didn't feel confident to go for a fight. Like, I think you should just be ready to take your 5v5 at that point. There's no ultimate for Owner. Your front to back is amazing. So if Kingen pushes out that wave and then gets over to the fight and you just 5v5, I don't think you need to take that flip. But DK, they do have a lot of structure damage. They're like, we can make it happen. They could not. And that's just down to a 42-minute game, but I've seen DK lose these before, Valdez, and I think T1 are going to be feeling pretty good about their chances because the bounce back after this one is going to have to be big.
It definitely will have to be. T1 off to a good start here, 1-0 in this best of 5. We'll be right back after the break.
나 뒤잡았다 일단. 토끼 쪽 볼래 이거? 파우대 파우대.
볼 수 있어, 볼 수 있어.
미포딜.
토끼 내가 맞다. 가야 돼.
갈게.
내 라인 없긴 하거든. 내가 막으면 가야 돼. 내가 막을게. 따라올게.
미던명.
좋은데? 기파 나오대.
나 괜찮지? 다 잡았어. 괜찮아. 미포
갈게.
그냥 카멜 노텔이야.
잡았어.
끝났다.
카멜 노텔이야.
아 나이스.
3 series, 2 slots for Worlds, 4 teams vying for them, and if game 1 is like the rest of them, I cannot wait, as it is T1 taking the Elder Drake on a flip and taking it over D+ here in our first match of the Worlds Qualifier. Degon here alongside Ox and Wolf to break that one down as best as they can break that one down.
Yeah, I mean, you said you wanted to see more of this. You know, you're hoping that the rest of the series is like this. I'm kind of hoping maybe it's a little bit more macro-oriented. I'm hoping for a little bit more advantages to get snowballed. D+ had a massive lead. They had a Corki that was 5-0. They had a Ziggs that was online. They had a Camille in their composition, and yet still couldn't get control over objectives. So I think there's some nerves here between these two teams, obviously, because this is for Worlds. If you win this best of 5, you get to go directly as the 3rd seed. The draft here for T1, they got the Rumble, but with Ziggs open, you're going to have to deal with that lane swap. Didn't inspire a ton of confidence because of its low range, but they were able to consistently pick targets.
Yeah, I think they went with a route where they knew they were going to get outranged. They knew the enemy team had really high power carries, so they fully lent into this dive threat. I do think that the bot lane didn't fit fantastically with this, though. You know, the MF didn't get too many great angles to ult, and I understand the pick potential of the bar, the follow-up, but it felt like the top side had a lot more in sync. I will say that I feel like, you know, a stronger team, maybe like HLE or Gen G, I think would have run over with this D+ draft. But I think the main issue for me for D+ was this Camille that came in towards the end. It obviously was stronger in the side lane, but there was a point early on where it was just so far behind. Clearly, they made a good trade, I think, to give the Rumble over, and they got like a lot in return, but Camille was not a suitable answer into that.
Yeah, definitely not. And in the early game, D+ did have more kills, but we checked the gold, and T1 are constantly finding ways to take leads early. A couple kills come back towards T1's way, and they decide, okay, well, 20 minutes, time to flip a Baron.
Well, T1 is known for starting Barons, you know, when they have just a little bit of extra vision control and trying to rush it down and catch their opponents off guard. D+ were able to identify it the first time. Ziggs ultimate comes through. We get a teleporter out of Showmaker, and I think D+ were like, cool, we trade a teleport for this. Let's go back and get Dragon. Surely they won't start it a second time.
Yeah, the thing is, you know, they burn the TP from Showmaker, and then he fully channels the recall. I think, honestly, in a situation like this, sending one member down to Soul the Dragon is fine, but the problem is Showmaker burnt his TP, Camille would kill it so slow because Camille's behind, but they just fully commit to other sides of the map. They just think, okay, we stopped them Baroning. There's no way they just immediately started again, but T1 are so good at kind of burning resources that you need to defend off a Baron, and they will just immediately do it again if they see a window. And I think this was kind of the point in the game where it was really slipping away from T1, and this really brought them back into it. Even though they didn't get a lot off the back of that Baron, it helped stabilize when it started to feel like the game was getting rough.
Yeah, it didn't give D+ the opportunity to snowball their lead or to push further advantages with their Camille composition, so they also got that teleporter out of Showmaker as well. So feeling really good about how that call actually let them get another chance at a game that felt surely lost.
Yeah. Then from there, next 20 minutes, we're starting to see some nerves. Engage is not going the right way. Ult's being thrown on out. And it just leads to an Elder Dragon flip here. Already Nocturne is ulted. There's no Leona ult. And it comes down to a big play here by Guma.
And this was... I mean, I don't feel like you can really calculate this. The auto comes in and secures it when both junglers go for the smite. And you see the backdoor attempt from D+, which we've seen Elder for Nexus trades before, but this literally just comes down to T1 secured the Elder and they win. It's that simple, you know? It could have gone either way, and T1 managed to find the angle this time.
Now, obviously, there were some angles here for D+, because they have teleport on Ziggs, they have teleport on Corki, Kingen is playing the Camille, so they have a lot of power to push if they can delay backs from T1, for example, but they didn't fully index into stopping backs, nor did they fully index into control of the Elder, so I feel like they took 2 half measures there, and because they didn't get the Elder, they weren't able to use that double teleport win con, yet they've been able to push T1 off the Baron and then stop backs. Like, there were a lot of angles there, but they just couldn't actually communicate it to each other in an effective manner.
Yeah, you're starting to feel the gravity and the weight of Worlds qualifiers. Again, both these squads will have a secondary opportunity if they lose, but you don't want to be in that spot. You really don't want to have to all of a sudden have all the pressure there, as D+ will take the blue side. But both these teams kind of were, again, just not being decisive with the killer instinct here, which is why we get to this Elder Dragon.
This is not the best we've seen from either of these teams, and I think both will be kind of coming off that game one like, okay, this is definitely a winnable series, but there's also a lot we did wrong, so it's both winnable and losable. It goes both ways, so I think they'll kind of be reevaluating. It's obviously D+ on blue side now, so I think it doesn't feel as bad losing this game one to T1 as they had side selection going into the series, but with that lead they had, they really should have closed this game out.
And I'm really curious about what T1's draft is going to look like here on the red side. They had a draft that was fairly weak in that first game. We weren't super sold on it. It is a very T1 draft. Like, we see Owner pull out the Nocturne so much in these best of fives. It's a pick that he's really commonly gone to in these high pressure situations. But now that D+ actually has that threat of first pick, I'm concerned about what this draft's going to look like here for T1, and they do need to bring this back to a 2-0 lead.
Well, 2 wins away from Worlds are T1. Will they be able to do it? Let's find out as we send it back on over to Valdez and Chronicler.
Thank you, Spacers, for that wonderful breakdown. As yes, T1 getting one step closer to making it to Worlds as the 3rd seed from LCK. They just got to win 2 more games. We'll see if they can do it. Definitely a very messy first game. I think both teams kind of shaking off the nerves. Some shot calling, not exactly precise. But hopefully now moving into game 2, things will calm down a bit and we'll see some straightforward League of Legends. Or maybe we'll just get whatever that was in game 1.
Yeah, I'm obviously a colossal fan of challengers. I feel like we should probably not be referencing it in the last 2 seeds that we sent to Worlds. in an ideal world, but we are going to cast a series that we get Valdez. And I think it is very obvious. Both teams still don't feel, and I think what Ox was saying is definitely a nice way of putting it, but it is true. I think DK at their best played its style of compositions where they do have the confidence to go just for fights when they can definitely take them. And then on the flip side, T1, this is their style of compositions, you know, the very aggressive, a lot of playmaking potential, not necessarily the classic front to back. But we need to see DK, I think in particular, step up because we've seen them lose games like this so many times and then it's just followed by an immediate collapse. So I think them getting this game insanely important. Otherwise, I wouldn't be surprised if T1 just ends up getting a very smooth trajectory to that Worlds ticket here and the 3rd seed.
Yeah, absolutely. So far we're seeing the bans here, the Vi Smolder staying the same for T1, even on the red side. So you would expect the 3rd ban to be Rumble, but we also did see Rumble in the first game, and it did win. Not because it was Rumble, I would say, but it definitely did help. As Jin also going to be banned away once again from Gumayusi. Now, do you take away the Rumble, or do you leave it open like DK did in game 1? No, just going to take it off the board. And now you get a choice of Maokai or Ziggs.
You pick Ziggs. I do think, particularly with the Jhin ban, if you don't ban Jhin, even though aiming, I don't think, is a great Jhin player, he was actually, I think, one of the highlights of the previous game. I feel like his mastery of the Ziggs had really skyrocketed compared to when we saw it last time. Build was, I think, a little on the safe side, but it was understandable, right?
Yeah.
Ox didn't even mention it when you know. That's what you know, that build was...
Would have had a whole segment about it if it wasn't okay.
Absolutely. And with the Jhin ban, I do think that you're also kind of wasting that if you don't prioritize the Ziggs yourself. So this should be Maokai to come through. But again, I think Lucid actually did have a really good first game on it. We'll see if Owner is going to go towards it or not, as the Corki does come through. And Owner will pick it up. It's not the best look for T1. Again, I want to reiterate, I think that Maokai is one of the strongest junglers, if not the strongest jungler on the patch. But both these two junglers look the best when they are the one playing aggression. We'll see what Lucid is going to pick up here into this Maokai, which is a pick that definitely has its weaknesses early on. And what is Showmaker going to pick into this Corki? Because he was monstrously fed and wasn't really able to deliver on it. Tristana does make a lot of sense. We've seen it countless times. This matchup disappeared for a little bit after the nerfs, but it's just still here, Valdez. Is it Nidalee? Is that where we're going?
I mean, it's so strong alongside of the Ziggs as well.
I like that a lot more.
And they're going to go for the Ivern here, so incredible amounts of control. And Ivern is just a very strong jungler in the current meta. I feel like DK are feeling pretty happy with what they're getting so far, although T1, a lot of target bans on both sides, so a lot of very strong picks are going to both teams at the moment.
Is it MF again? Guma did not have a standout game, even with him taking, two of the peak objectives. It's going to be the Jax to come through here. We did see Jax really sharply rise in priority throughout the entirety of the playoffs. Kingen also played Camille last game, so you both caught out that opportunity to set up even further dive, while also having the opportunity to then ban away some of the expected counter picks. But it's interesting to see him so sharply rise in prio compared to where he was at the beginning of the playoffs, where he wasn't really looked at. And the MF, I do think MF Maokai is a really strong combo, so makes a lot of sense to take that away.
Yeah, I don't mind that ban. I think that, Guma obviously played pretty well on the MF. I think the highlight of his game, though, in Game 1 was stealing 2 objectives.
Yeah.
And absolutely. MF does have some really nice burst damage, so we're going to take that off the board. Obviously, it's the next best option into the Ziggs, I suppose. The Leona going to be taken away as well. The one thing that worries me is that this ups the chances of Anila just by the fact that AD carries are being banned, and so far for T1, it hasn't been the best look.
Did they ban Senna? You can go and... Oh, the Ashe, okay.
Oh,
go.
I remember that pick.
Yeah, I do think Ashe is quite weak. I would have liked a Senna or maybe a Kai'Sa ban more. But not going to be the case. It's going to be the Ashe instead. Guma is smiling.
Uh-oh.
And we all know what that means.
Just playing Sivir.
Oh, God, no. that sounds like the worst time, Valdez.
Hey, run forward with
okay.
the... Oh, they're saving final pick as well.
The Guma counter pick. Don't know yet what he is going to pull out, but obviously are a lot of different picks that he can go toward. Man has a very deep champion pool.
Yeah. And, I mean...
Oh, I like that.
Yeah, I think the Poppy...
Gragas is another that I wouldn't mind. I think the only downside to Gragas is that if you look at what T1 have so far, there's a lot of mobility, right? Generally, you'd like to pick it into stationary targets. That I like a whole lot less. Particularly, I think Kingen's Gragas actually is really, really good.
Kingen also seems to hate it based on his 0 reaction.
Yeah. And I know he's a bit of a stoic. He's always trying to not let the game get to him and try to remain calm throughout everything. Nautilus, he's going to come through here. Nautilus has definitely dropped in priority. It makes sense, as
I called it.
but should it be Sivir?
So the thing is, you can deal with the bombs in the 1v1. Also, you've got Jax, Maokai, and Alistar. You really enable your engage a little bit more with that, and it can scale really well as well. It's not meta, but in terms of what the champion does, it feels like it kind of goes well It can clear waves pretty well as well. You can try to deny Ziggs some push. There weren't a lot of great options, Chronicler.
No, I do agree. I'm just... Sivir to me is a champion like Xayah where I'm like, I think the lack of lethal tempo is really rough for her, right? With how short her attack range is. Trying to play that, even though I do think you will get a ton of value of the spell shield into particularly things like Tristana, which obviously is going to massively outrange her, and the Ziggs, whose effective range is really big, is a bit rough. We'll see though. Guma definitely, if there was a, you know, a POG, it would be Guma for that last game. Just because the steals that he got. Game 1 was very chaotic. We'll see if we're going to get that here again. DK definitely the better in the early skirmishes, but T1 better in macro. And DK with some very questionable decisions later on. We'll see if they can bounce back from that tough loss. Because history says that the chances aren't looking too hot, Veldes.
As you mentioned, Game 2 going to be extremely important for DK. We'll see, though, if T1 can put an end to their dreams or the beginning of them right here in Game 2. As we're ready, let's hop into the rift for game number 2.
미니언 생성까지 30초 남았습니다.
And we're starting off with a little bit of action here. Gonna force him to start with the Valkyrie. Good choice by Faker to not skill up anything. Pretty common from our pro players. And that is going to weaken his level 1, though, which makes things a little bit easier for the Tristana.
Yeah, big win for Showmaker. The thing that was nerfed the most, obviously, for Tristana was her early game. We see that mid to late game. Still an absolute menace in the side lane. As it looks like T1, this time around, going to be the one that opts for a lane swap. And that might actually be one of the reasons why DK went for the Cassante instead of things like the Gragas, like the Poppy. I do think Poppy is still very hard to dive, but Gragas definitely will struggle more than something like a Cassante will. We do have Owner trying to get a sneaky steal here on the part of the map where it's obviously not really supposed to. As Kingen, yeah, does now spot. Prior to this, I don't think they really were 100% certain, although we have Carrier Shogun mid, so Kingen definitely should have known. Is going to take some damage. Lucid will trade, and Owner is on vision. Should not be allowed to do this, so it's good that Moham is going to try and bully him out here. Owner does have Smite, though. I think he should be able to get this. Would be really big.
Yeah. It's a level 1 Nautilus. Like, you get hooked, and then he just kind of smacks you and doesn't really do anything. So Owner gets in, gets the Wolves, gets the blue buff, and gets out pretty much scot-free.
Yeah. That's a big win here. Early on, it's going to be a triple buff for Owner. Not really a whole lot of opportunity. Lucid can obviously try to do like a drive-by steal. Ivern is really good at getting these quick steals because with your passive and the smite, you get the objective instantly. But I actually really like the pathing here from Owner to ensure that that can't happen. Now, can Kingen catch this wave? He does it level 2, which obviously really huge. Does mean he gains access to both his W and his E.
Yeah.
There are more people coming, though, and Lucid's on his way. But Carrier's still level 1. I don't think they can really do anything about Kingen. And Lucid, oh, he was looking. Can he actually get the steal? That would be huge, but I think with so many people in the area, should be able to. And it looks like instead, he is going to do the crossover steal. Has not been spotted. We see the question mark ping.
I think they have an idea.
They should, but
like they
I don't
saw
know if they
him?
can do anything about it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he's in the jungle. Carrier's still level 1, though, so... Well, this is going to run this way. And Owner's just doing the blue buff, so... at the end of the day, Carrier sees him, but it doesn't really look like they're going to punish him at all.
Yeah, actually a really good adaptation there from Lucid, because Owner really liked his early pathing. Lucid adapts, and they don't get the dive on top side either. And T1 also had to invest a TP towards bot lane because they didn't actually have anyone there. Now, Owner and Lucid are going to run into each other, but this is a Sivir with no mana. And it's red buff, Ivern versus Matt. There, no one is No one is killing anyone.
Yeah, their immune to dying up there. Zeus in a lot of trouble, actually. That satchel once again aiming at
Level up.
so good. The level up really helps him, and he gets away. As now Carrier trying to get in and punish aiming. Not going to be able to do so. But he does unlock his Hex Flash, I guess. But yeah, nicely done by Zeus to, he gets satcheled back. He's in a bit of a rough spot, but he's able to survive anyway.
Actually ends up being huge, as we do have very nice here, the jungle graphic, showcasing really what transpired. Bit of a yakety sack situation there with both junglers running around trying to steal each other's camps. And in the end, Owner still is going to be ahead, depending on whether or not Lucid can get this Gromp. I don't think he should be allowed to. With Carrier showing in mid, though, that might be the opportunity that he needs, and that should still be favorable as, possible punish onto Guma.
It was another excellent satchel angle. I feel like if nothing else, aiming has become a satchel master.
Yeah.
Generally you want to hold on to that and be a little bit passive with it if you're in danger, but if you're not, then obviously you can find these really awesome satchel engage angles of a sort, or just follow up on great engages from your Leona/Nautilus in this game.
Doing a highlight that Lucid, very proactive on the early map, and was able to get the summoners of Guma just now. Is Moham, no flash.
Yeah, he's in a bit of trouble here. 3-on-1. I mean, aiming is there, but he can't really help him out too much. There's the shield from the Ivern, and another satchel, but it's a flash forward. Here comes Showmaker, the collapse coming in. Guma in a lot of trouble. Carrier desperate to try to save him, and Guma will be able to get away. Carrier getting extremely low. The ult comes in, and Showmaker nearly picking up the double, but will only get the single for his bowling tries, as once again we're starting off chaotic in this game number 2.
Right from the get-go, a lot of summoners being blown across the board. I think you take that trade if you're DK. You got a kill onto your Tristana, whereas for T1 it's on Maokai. So that's going to feel great.
Yeah, but they didn't win the game when their Corki was 8-0 in the last one, Chronicler.
I have no retort to that, Val.
Maybe they should get kills on their...
Get kills on what, like on Lucid? The Ivan power Ivan does spike really hard on like 2 items, but in a very different way, right? As I'm not even gonna actually talk about the Tristana because I feel like everyone that's watched LCK knows Tristana with grubs. It's very good. It really adds a lot of.
How about Ziggs with grubs?
Also very good. This time, though, it is DK that is able to take these early grubs, and T1 is going to immediately answer. As are we actually swapping so that our Ziggs can get max plates? Because I love that. Very happy about it. And only Zeus is going towards the top half of the map. There isn't really a response from T1 yet. It's going to take a while to get this bot lane wave shoved in. So they can definitely go for a dive here with Lucid there as well. And yeah, he has realized that this is the case. And they should be able to pick up first turbo out of the back of this.
So you get your 3 grubs.
Yep.
You immediately pressure top lane with your Ziggs.
The wave still wasn't pushed in bot either, so you're not giving up anything there just yet.
You already got 2 plates in bot with a swap.
King should just already be backing at this point and just run back to bot lane.
Yeah, also give all that plate gold over the Ziggs, but instead they will just split it.
They're going to just keep going.
And I mean, a strong Cassante in a mid game against a Jax also going to feel pretty good, so I don't even mind.
Kingen is actually in the game this time around.
It feels pretty good to get him some gold, I would say.
Are they seriously going to just get the inner at 8 minutes?
Well, it's really up to T1, I guess, as everybody's here. In goes Zeus, who is level 6, but now Kingen just going to get the knockback. That's another satchel that brings him back in. The all-out comes in, and Zeus is just dead. And yes, they do have the Maokai, but the Nature's Grasp a little bit late. They will deny the turret from going down with the death of Zeus at least, but... Yeah,
that is still worth for T1, because, well, if they can actually deny it, which I thought that DK were going to back, but it looks like they're just happy straight up...
Well, they get the TP as well.
Yeah, getting another summoner out of them. Definitely a risky call there by DK. Very ballsy to just be like, no, we're going to get the inner. Because now Guma did get like a bunch of waves shoved in. As we go all the way back to this bot side skirmish. Actually crucial is that Moham doesn't get the Q on the wall there. Could have actually been a much bigger threat in this fight if that didn't happen. And what's really big here is that Showmaker doesn't get the reset, right? Guma staying alive there actually is really big because otherwise Showmaker would have had enough damage, extra Ws. And yep, actually really close there, as you already called out, Veldis. If he gets that explosion onto Guma as well, could be a double for Showmaker. We take another look here, and Zeus, early ultimate comes out, they bait out the counter-strike, and then the mid-leap strike knockback from aiming. And if Owner isn't there, like, that turret is 100% going down. And still a ton invested, but I think T1 don't feel as bad about it because, again, 3 plates on bottom, and Gumayushi was not sharing any experience, which is why he now has a level lead. And despite all of that, still has a gold lead here because a lot of the gold did go over to King. And Kingen really is the biggest winner because that's a 900 gold lead on the Cassante.
Yeah, and guess what? You don't have to stop there. You've still got over 4 minutes to just get more plates and maybe even more turrets. They don't get the inner and top, but just going to group up in mid, take down another plate. I feel like they're going to look maybe for the top inner after all of this, but I feel like they could have just grouped bot as well. Maybe just take down those plates instead.
I would like that a lot more. You do have to really invest heavily into going this deep into enemy territory. They do have TP, so they can actually make a quick pivot if they'd want to, but it looks like they are very determined at making this work.
Satchel comes in, that one to disengage, and yeah, as you mentioned, I mean, it's a big committal, and T1 is ready for it. Faker and Zeus do not have their TPs, but they can just walk on over and just save it. Just feel like a little bit of an obsession from DK to take out this inner, and it doesn't really feel like it's going to happen. Also, we've got this this lane going on, Kingen versus Guma. Cassante versus Sivir in the bottom lane. As now we get engaged here. Moham in a lot of trouble. He might just die. The TP is coming in. As down goes Moham. Flash away from the root. And a TP from Guma. As they were thinking about maybe trying to turn that if DK stuck around, but it did not happen.
Should be the Grubs though, and I would really wish that DK would just turn and play for Grubs or that bot side turret instead, because they keep trying, and like it's actually their gold lead is dwindling because they are so hell-bent on trying to get this top inner.
Aiming used his satchel to poke, so he can't save Moham here.
Yeah, and you see as well the identification from T1. Lucid does force the flash out of the Jax because if he does get hit by the root, he will end up going down. And the Grubs still go over. So I think DK needs to kind of chill, okay? DK, you got the outer. There is a 3-plate bot lane turret and a dragon spawning very soon. Imagine Lucid also has gotten a good amount of gold, so after these Grubs, I imagine we'll be looking to get a base in. We have Luden's done, we have the Blade done as well, and again, a really tanky Cassante. So there should be an opportunity here for DK to get themselves an early Drake. It's the exact same 2 dragons that we had last time. A lot of powerful Drakes here as Owner.
He's going pretty deep for this one. He does have a lot of support, but that is a decently fed Tristana with 1 item.
That's
the
an ult,
work
though.
already finished. And yes, does get the ult out of the Nautilus, I believe. And just going to stop this, but it's kind of funny that T1 are getting so many plates themselves. Like that big swap on the map this entire game. They already have 4 plates in the bottom lane up against the Ziggs. And Guma's up 27 CS onto aiming.
Moham doing his best to deny as much vision as possible. We now have Guma and aiming just trading waves in mid. As hook comes through. No ult, obviously, but just poke alone is still going to be good. And both Faker rather has his TP. Kingen does not have his teleport available, so T1 can actually play quite aggressive here.
Yeah, they're definitely doing so, but at the end of the day, Owner's going to use his ult. Doesn't get much.
I think if Kingen can keep a close eye on Faker.
Oh, the flash from Keria. He wants to punish Moham here, who's just going to flash away himself, and that's Unbreakable Will now gone from Keria. So trying to make a big play doesn't really amount to too much yet again. And DK have control over the river for now.
As Lucid standing still, I imagine microing Daisy, which is a very, very draining task.
Very difficult,
Which
yes.
is why we don't often see it from LCK junglers, unfortunately. Essence Reaver, done here for Guma. This turret obviously should go down. Aiming is backing, and then I imagine TPing in.
Yeah. I mean, they're not going to get all the plates. I mean, they might be able to. 10 seconds? A wave? Showmaker really wants it. But you know, you could have just
Oh.
grouped down there as a team.
Oh, can he do it?
Oh! He did it! 13:59. Got that final plate.
That
Well
was a
done,
photo
guys.
finish, Valdez.
I didn't think it was going to happen.
10 plates.
I didn't think it was possible.
I didn't think they were going to do it.
11.
Oh, not even close, says aiming. We should trust him. After that, well, okay, that offensive satchel was a bit much. And also, given... In Ziggs, it's really hard to dive into the enemy team, okay?
Mountain Soul again.
It's just the same.
Is our rift broken?
Well, it's not Chemtech, so I'm not going to complain.
Maybe we should refund it for a different rift. Maybe going into game 3. A lot to see about the refund policy. Aiming is, he's very good at using a satchel. His angles have been amazing, but he keeps on using it very aggressively. So we'll see if that comes back to bite him again.
Killing Mo, well, it didn't bite him, it bit Mohawk,
Yeah.
unfortunately.
Who is framing an extension of himself.
Obviously. As any AD carry sees their support, you know? I guess for T1 it's the other way around. Also for everyone that lanes with Barrel. Is Kingen actually going for Sunfire, and we haven't talked about this yet. T1 is going to be a full AD team. Showmaker gets the buffer very nicely. But they have some magic damage, right? They have some true damage with Corki, but Kingen is going to buy only armor items, and he is eventually going to be nigh unkillable, particularly when you add the Iron on top of it as well. And you see already the fact that you are winning in side lane. Obviously, Zayas will eventually be able to do a lot more, but if Xante stays ahead, that's going to be very late in the game.
Kuma, I was worried for him a little bit. He used his ult for just safety's sake, and then he was running directly at the Xante. DK is going to take down the Rift Herald. We saw the power of this before with the Ziggs in game number 1. They took down mid-tier 1, basically with just the Rift Herald and the Ziggs, so they'll look to do that once again. Lucid just waits a little, gets the smite in. And all things considered, you know, the first fights we had were definitely still pretty chaotic, but at this moment in time, it felt like both teams were just trying to trade objectives and not really fighting all too much.
Look at the wave clear, Valdez. And just sitting there, clearing waves.
I mean, at the end of the day, we were going to get into situations like this where Jin's banned away, MF's banned away, Ashe banned away. Smolder, I guess, still counts as an AD carry. And you're going to have to dig deep for some weird choices to try to deal with Ziggs. And it was only a matter of time until we saw Sivir again.
Guma, I think that right there is like, is why he was happy to play Sivir. It's like, I'm not getting satcheled into hooked, into murdered again. I'm done with this. I don't wanna deal with it. And it also actually is one of the things that allows you to go TP here, right? As opposed to, and I think into this team you wouldn't go cleanse, but if you're playing into like Sejuani or in a lot of other bot lane matchups, cleanse is basically a given, and then you're playing with basically a teleport down, which makes map play a lot harder. So I do think that the Sivir in that way does end up working out. My main issue is just how is she going to do damage in the late game team fights? Because that's something that...
That's fine, that's Corki's job.
Yeah, I guess. As a mid lane, we are dropping the Herald. That worked out great last game, right?
Yes.
Valdez?
Yes.
Dodge comes through. Not going to be too
What is
crazy.
that satchel about? What are we doing with that one? That's fine. Didn't look like they were going to be able to commit to taking it down anyway, so... Just say Rift Herald.
This is a very different game. The pace is a lot lower.
Yeah, they got their nerves out. They fought it out. It was gruesome. It was back and forth. It was crazy. And now we're just kind of taking a little nap. Just waiting, you know?
It's the after dinner
Everybody's
nap.
farming up.
Yeah, I'm just... After how last game ended, I'm worried that what I think what we will get is a cool 5v5 at some point. Inevitably. When you have, you know, the Ivern composition, and then the Maokai and the Alice. But maybe we never get that again, and it's just both teams making macro calls, and then like some team just gets Baron. for free and then nothing happens. I don't know, the last game felt like a fever dream, Vel. That's like
Yeah.
between the Elder for Nexus, but in a bad way, and the Guma getting to objective. One of them made sense, but the other one was a little bit egregious.
Yeah. It did happen though, and that's where we end up in this one. It kind of makes the whiplash a little bit more severe.
This is
right?
a lot more classic. And DK, I think for them, slowing down the pace of the game, definitely a good thing. It should allow them to set up a very early or a second Drake rather. Actually, Drakes have been very low pace here. Been a lot more focused towards I think that top lane, like 5 minutes of we are going to get the inner, really delayed the dragon taking, and also the inner is still there, Velda. It's not been taken as of right now. TP coming in from Showmaker. Those have 2 items here. Faker, crucially, doesn't have his transformation just yet, so Showmaker should be a whole lot stronger in this fight. Same for Kingen.
And at the end of the day, this is going to be the power that this comp offers you. You set up some brushes, you've got a Ziggs, and you move forward, and you take objectives, you take turrets. And that they did.
Are we not playing for Dragon?
파랑 팀의 포탑이 파괴되었습니다.
Oh, well,
the deep TP.
Okay. But they see it coming a mile away. Can't ult him away. So Zeus gonna zone them out, I guess. Lucid could try to get in there, but now he's getting engaged on, thrown over the wall by the Alistair, and trying to flash over. His owner gets himself into an awkward spot. Kingen on the flank into 3, and he's just so tanky. They're trying to take him down, and they might be able to. They finally do. Kingen going a little bit too deep, as Owner will have to pay the price, but I think T1 should get out of this one ahead, as finally Owner will go down. And now Zeus getting kind of caught there by the Satchel once again, aiming so good with those. A double kill going over to Showmaker. Carry a side, the flash is so good. And Indy goes once again, Guma on the chase. And now Faker trying to punish him. Will take out Showmaker. Will not be able to take down aiming, but at the end of the day, looks like just barely T1 take the win in the team fight, and they get the Drake.
There's the chaos that we were expecting, Veldes. A lot of stuff happening there. And I think we really need to take a good look at the replay to really get a feel for everything that was happening. There were some skill shots that
just
were being made.
Soak it in.
So Lucid is trying to contest, ends up flashing over the wall, making it out thanks to the shield as hold on.
Yeah, we're not done. Faker's just, I guess he's just gonna go down. Yeah, take it out. That is the secured kill going over to Kingen. The shutdown.
It's another situation as well of Showmaker just, if he was like 2 seconds earlier on the reset that he got onto Owner and he can rejoin the fight a little bit earlier, I think that it's actually playable. But that's not what ended up happening. So TP comes in, DK definitely want to take the fight. Really nice start from Carrier, but then Moam does a really good job of actually denying access. And then Kingen at this point, insanely tanky. But crucially, Owner and Carrier both are really, really beefy. And Showmaker actually, as you can see here, needs a good amount of time, meaning that they lack that damage to immediately kill Zeus. And then this is where things get a little bit crazy. Zeus ends up going down. And then everyone here is very, very low. Showmaker finds the flash, but then jumps, trying to get out. I imagine Faker flashes, misses the rocket, still ends up getting out alive until this happens. He just Okay, so
it's just, well, it was fine until the Valkyrie forward. I think you TP in, you secure the turret, you know, you take that down, you Valkyrie away, you're fine, but
didn't need to happen. There's a lot of that here, Veldes, and when all's said and done, the gold's basically even. T1 are up a dragon. What does it mean? I don't know. I'm kind of losing my mind.
Yeah. Well, when you're losing your minds, we can go back to old reliable. Let's discuss some Ziggs builds, because this time it's all about the damage. There is not a defensive item in sight. He has gone Leandri's second as well, which is just more damage than Horizon Focus almost all the time.
Full marks, right? For
yeah. And
not even finishing a Seraphs, but instead going for
No
an
need.
early Void or Crypt Bloom.
There's just no way that this comp ever has threat onto him if he positions correctly.
He
right?
doesn't satchel forward.
Yeah, so if you go Leandri's into Void Staff, then the Maokai even feels a little bit squishy. And you've already got so much upfront damage from the Petristana in the AD department that if T1 do not blow up those carries, they will take over the game. Especially with a build like that.
Next Drake is spawning already in about a minute, as we do see damage dealt by aiming, courtesy of the build, I do imagine, and also him being, as you mentioned, very, very hard to touch. Looking at the spikes, Faker has now hit that 2.5 spike, got his full stacks on the Jack of all trade. King and I imagine going for the Jack shows next, already has a ton of armor, 220, so once he finishes Jaxos, gets that extra MR going, gonna be even harder to get through. Guma will be building towards armor penetration, so it'll be a little bit better. Jax also, as this game progresses, now 2 items hit for Zeus, is gonna become a big problem for DK if he can get backline access, because you can actually poke him down, but in the immediate fight, so much of your damage is going to come from Showmaker, right, who obviously is going to have a really hard time into the Jax, and aiming needs some time to whittle him down. The AoE reduction on Counter-Strike, I think, particularly very valuable, combined with the ultimate, giving you even more resistances, as every time I see that satchel go forward for damage, I get a little bit scared, Valdez.
Yeah.
They do have a prio, though, towards the river here. Should be aware that Zeus is on a flank, but they have learned from last time.
Just do Baron
here. Well, DK have learned. They're not actually investing everyone. This Carrier is on a bit of an awkward spot. TP coming in. They are looking for the fight here.
Ooh, nice Bramble Smash there from Owner. And now you've got the flank TP. The Satchel going to be used onto him, but it doesn't matter because Moham's already dead. Just gets caught by the Maokai. Down will go Daisy. And that's going to take some power away from the Ivern. But T1, they get Boham, who did have his flash, didn't find a way to use that in the last one. And everybody just group around the Sivir and attack one target. You've got enough damage.
There's still a Ziggs, so T1 taking a bit of a risk here. Carrier spotted.
Yeah, DK really needs to get some vision in there. They get the control ward. They see, okay, it's not really close to going down just yet.
Oh.
Zeus and Owner so low already, and it looks like T1 will abandon the dreams of an early Baron this time. Although we are 26.5 minutes in, so it's not Omega early like game one.
I was very worried that DK was just going to start this objective. Just
take the inner.
Take the dragon.
Oh yeah, there's the dragon.
There is the dragon. The dragon is still up, Valdez.
Wait, why?
They're doing it. They're doing the thing.
Okay, but
it's great. It's great. It's great, Valdez. They're getting the dragon. Baron is still available, but there is TP available for Showmaker. So I am. Oh no, they're TPing. They're just doing Baron again. Okay.
I think this is a little bit too slow though.
And this time, DK does really know this is going on, so I do agree. And they actually invested double TP, so maybe T1 feel a little bit prized into this.
They're just going to start it. Okay. They have an insane amount of damage with Jack, Sivir, and Corki. And there's no vision on the objective right now. Here comes Boham. TP coming in, but the Maokai is just going to zone everybody away. So there it is. Boham in the front line. Just going to be burst to smithereens, but we've got Kingen in the back line. Boham's still alive, actually, to catch on a Showmaker as he hops over the wall. First kill goes to Zeus. Kingen in a lot of trouble. And one more leap strike will do it. It's a double. And Showmaker, he can't carry all by his lonesome. Another shield comes in, but he will go down. It's a triple for Zeus, plus the Baron for T1.
At least they get the dragon this time. DK in front of our very eyes, but what a win for T1. Goes back to this, Moam doesn't hit the hook. Guma was going for spell shield anyway, so these engages definitely need some recalibration. Was caught off with Zeus TPing behind him. And then here, them getting the objective is one thing, but Moam then flashing out immediately ends up getting taken very, very low. But crucially, Showmaker is in a bouncy house, gets knocked up, gets knocked back, and that takes so much of the damage away. Guma ends up staying alive for a lot longer than was expected. And then even with the Ivern attempting to keep him safe. Showmaker has already taken so much damage at the beginning of that. Guma, even though he did end up going down, still stalls for a good amount, and there you see in the longer fights the Jax actually does get a ton of value. I also think T1's Siege should be a lot better this time around than it was in the last game, so we'll see how much they can do with this Red Bull Baron power play, but because of how messy the fight was, it looks like it is going to be pretty muted. I imagine they will be able to get an inner or two, but beyond that, I don't know if that's going to be enough, which means that we are, again, on the trajectory for a 45-minute banger. Banger used literally in this context.
Yeah. You know, I'm not sure if we're going to get an Elder Flip this time around, especially because both teams have two Drakes.
Should be greedy.
Oh, I'm getting in there. A big engage on an Owner, but he's just so tanky. Do they have the damage to take him out? Very nice satchel once again. Naming will eventually get the kill. So they take out Owner. No Nature's Grasp to be used, and it should take a lot of power out of their siege. And just like that, the Rebel Baron power play might just be stopped there. Although Guma continuing to put on pressure with the Sivir.
We did also see Lucid already take a good amount of damage. Just the Ricochet, even on Daisy, is actually going to be a pretty sizable threat. It's not as bad as the small they're queuing a Zyra plan and then taking you down. Moham has definitely had some lackluster engages. I actually want to recommend that they go for these. Engaging onto a Sivir, especially when she has Spell Shield up, is just not going to work. Even if you get the hook, she's not CC'd. She can just walk it off, can ult out. And you have so much damage available here on DK with Showmaker and Aiming both being very, very well fed. Crypt Bloom's done. You got Lord Doms. So the tankiness doesn't actually mean that much in the grand scheme of things. So engaging onto Owner in particular, even onto Zeus, if his Counter-Strike is down, I think it's going to feel a lot more fruitful than trying to keep getting the Guma. On the flip side, if Guma just sits in the fight and gets enough autos off, that is also going to be a pretty big problem. Has IE done now? I imagine going for Rapid Fire next as more the reminder. So the front line of DK definitely not going to be feeling as safe as they did in some of the earlier fights. And there it is.
There it is, indeed. And they're just going to be shredding through that front line. It's going to be pretty insane, the damage that they do have, especially with the Jax in a really good spot. Did pick up the Zhonya's. Just a little bit more staying power. Especially if you get a bit wombo comboed, you can avoid a bit of Ziggs damage with that. Feels pretty decent, but kind of hitting 2 items and then going for that means he's going to basically be unkillable unless he puts himself a little bit too far forward. And T1 just playing things safe after their Baron power play. They're trying to just control the vision around the Drake, farm up, as you see Guma very far ahead of everybody else in the game, including Faker there in second place. And T1 just slowly looking to stack up some Mountain Drakes. We'll see if DK will have any kind of angle into this fight.
Infinity Edge done for Showmaker. That's an insane spike of damage. Main thing is going to be his positioning. There is a lot of threats on T1 that can lock him down. Owner, Keria, Zeus can even threaten to just straight up murder him as they're trying to get into this objective. Will they be able to? Daisy is doing some scouting here. Zeus is on the flank.
Yeah, I mean, Zeus on the flank plus the Maokai makes things very difficult, but Zeus is getting pushed away. The Drake does go to T1, though, so they might have to sacrifice their top laner for it. Zeus looking to turn this one around, goes into Zhonya's, and now just trying to hop away, has to flash the hook. Kingen once more, but okay, there's the all-out onto Keria, just going to get the headbutt in. It doesn't look like T1 wants to fight this one. That's a double knockup, though, from Kingen, but he's just getting shredded. Look at that damage from T1's comp. Down will go the tank, and in goes Keria again, just to, well, die.
The hook?
There's the hook. Very nice from Moham. That might just catch Faker here, as he is all alone. The rest of the team just on the run, but the resets are coming in for Showmaker.
Flash!
He's got the flash. That's another kill, another hop, another one on the cards. He takes down Guma, and now he's looking for Owner.
I think it ends!
Might just be the...
They have a wave.
Okay, they're going to try to go bot. Let's see how it goes.
You have Ziggs and Tristana, like we're very close to the base. Is that how it ends? Really?
Well, they did Mountain Drake, and that was just a bit too much. They couldn't get away. And Owner, he's trying to clear the wave, but it's just kind of sad for the Maokai. He is actually getting a lot of focus here from DK, and that's going to be also the Alistair, but at the end of the day,
seconds, there's no way.
yeah, the TP comes in for Kingen, and they just clear out the wave, and their turret shredding is just so big. Down it'll go, and DK, they take game number 2 off of a chase after a single Mountain Drake, and they get the resets from the Tristana. The disengage from T1 is very lackluster, and D plus Kia are on the board. We've got a series on our hands.
DK bouncing back after that rough game number 1. That final fight was still like Moem was hooking people while Showmaker was jumping over walls, auto attack other people, and it was definitely very chaotic. Crucial though, this time around, none of the hesitation. Showmaker just pulling the trigger, and all the damage that they put into Zaze, even though they didn't immediately kill him, ended up, I think, being the difference maker. Because even with the stalling, Jax wasn't a factor in that game. And again, Sivir needs to be very careful. Corki ended up getting hooked, ended up getting taken down. And in these type of fights, I think Ivern just offers so much, right? The continuous shielding, the amount of confusion you create with the brushes, the continuous roots, and the catch from Kingen to start it all off.
We're still here in the first best of 5 of the regional qualifiers for Worlds 2024, and it is still chaotic. We're going to take a break. It's 1-1. We'll be right back.
나 천천히 해도 돼. 철거 아껴봐, 철거 아껴봐. 얘나 딜러. 나 끝내야 돼, 이번 끝내야 돼, 무조건 해야 돼. 나텔 10초. 괜찮아, 무조건 나 천천히. 마부터 잡아 돼, 마부터. 야 위에 거, 양파해. 마부 잡자, 마부. 얘 딜러 없어. 나텔 2초. 이거 잡아, 이거. 아니. 이겼어. 끝났어, 나이스. 웨이브. 나 만화 없다, 얘들아. 나 쳐봐. 얘네 없어. 괜찮아. 나이스. 나이스. 잘해보자. 마지막에 잘했다, 오세요. 아저씨.
All right, we're all tied up here after 2, 1-1, as it's D+ that battle back with just a string of kills into the base, into the victory for game number 2 over T1. Degon here alongside Ox and Wolf to break it all down. And we see a unique pick coming out here on the side of T1. Sivir, the answer to the Ziggs in the second half of the ban phase.
I think the Sivir pick makes sense. You know, you have the spell shield, which is really good if Ziggs is just trying to ult you. Also, with these Ivern comps, they're often clumped together. You can ricochet off Daisy as well. I do say that the D+ composition, you got the Triss Ziggs combo. We've seen them get like so many plates, so much gold. D+ really lent into that, and that's important because if Trist isn't fed, if Ziggs falls behind, this composition's really going to lack damage, especially into how much the T1 composition can stall out. But I think both teams have, you know, decent power to take late game team fights, and overall, I felt like this was one where it come down to those team fights, and, you know, it kind of did.
I mean, there were some big takeaways for me here in terms of the champion pools. Like, Owner picking up the Maokai again, he's been heavily criticized on this pick, bold enough to pull it out in game 2. Also, Lucid's evolution of his jungle evolution as a player. Got that out eventually. Ivern being picked up by him, so incredibly strong with Ziggs and Tristana. Ended up being a huge boon in that last team fight. Tristana operating around those resets means if you can keep her alive just a little bit longer, give her those shields, it becomes incredibly oppressive. But I think for T1, when you see the Ziggs here and Tristana's up, I think you got to take that one away. Taking the Corki instead here, really worrying, I feel like, for the extended best of 5 we see here, because if you keep giving this pick over, it's just shown, we've seen it time and time again, blows up turrets, gives you map control, and a ton of gold.
Yeah, we'll see what the evolution of the draft is going to be, because on red side, remember, D+ let the Rumble through, and we got a very different draft. This one looks a little bit more familiar to us throughout that we've seen throughout the LCK. Now let's take a look at some of the highlights. Early scraps early on, one big team fight around 15 minutes, then a Baron call as D+ were going for Drake, give T1 position.
Yeah, and T1 once again finding a good angle to go for that Baron, but the big thing here is how Keria finds an angle to punish the Tristana. I feel like the D+ comp is so focused around the Tristana, even though Showmaker can jump out, he's now low, and them crushing team fights is kind of relying on him being able to clean up. Both comps are good at stalling them out. You have the Ivern shields, a lot of tanks, the Jax Counter-Strike. So in those cleanup scenarios, if Showmaker's low already, you can see T1 just run over them.
In big picture, I feel like for D+, you have to be a lot more diligent with your Baron control, your vision for Baron, your wave setups, because T1 can't be sneaking these like 3 times in a row into 2 games where they actually just catch you off guard. You're in no position to challenge. And that's a way that you might actually end up losing some of these games, especially if T1 on their side ends up having the really strong turret destruction comp.
Yeah, T1's macro plays haven't been the greatest lately, but their Baron calls, very, very good. And you're thinking, at this point, we're like, oh, 2-0 for T1, that's it. Let's go ahead and see how it closes on out. Not so fast, my friends, as, again, one of those macro plays, Zayu's trying to TP and wrap around, and he gets caught out, and the rest of the team not able to collapse.
Yeah, and the reason this is so big is the Jax loses basically all of his health and his Zhonya's and his flash. Keria's got the ult burned, and at this point, Showmaker's been untouched. You know, D+ are still confident to keep taking this fight, and this is where things get really scattered. Even though we see King go in and get bursted down, it's very broken up, but it allows for Showmaker just to jump from target to target with very little resistance.
Yeah, and Faker, unfortunately, just sticking around a little bit too long here. Had flash, didn't use it in this situation. Ends up being another reset here. And that pick, unfortunately, for T1 is what allows these resets to come through. Showmaker's able to get the turret here, and it ends up being enough to actually end the game with the damage that they have. One of the big picture things for this fight, too, as well, is that we saw the Maokai ult come out to secure the dragon, was not available in that fight, and there's just no way to stop the train from rolling. If you're that far out of position on the map and they start to get those resets, you need the Maokai to actually get out. They had no chance.
Yeah, the power of the Tristan on full display could have been even more if he didn't run out of mana. No mana there for Showmaker, but it still worked out for D+. All right, guys, 1-1. This is now basically a de facto best of 3. When we think about T1 and D+ in the year of 2024, what do you want to see from them go back to now that both of them have found success and also struggled?
I think it's really tricky for T1 because we know what meta they'd love to be, and it isn't that meta right now. We're seeing lane swap still. We know they'd love to take like strong bot lane or even like a counter pick for Zeus, but the constant swaps make that hard to do. I do think the Baron setups have been pretty good, but the team fight, there's been some question marks. So just refining that and picking compositions that are pretty easy to operate when it gets to those 5v5s.
The main pick I'm looking for is Faker's Tristana. I think he definitely can pick that one up. I think they should be prioritizing that, especially when Ziggs is going over. Guma isn't the best Ziggs player, right? So they can let that through, but then they need to have some sort of answer back. You cannot be giving both of those away. Maybe even banning the Ziggs could be an option.
All right, well, we'll find out here in game number 3 which way it'll go for both these squads, T1 and D+ 1-1.
Thanks, Spacers. We're all tied up here moving into game number 3, as T1 will have the blue side here once again after that unfortunate way the game played out. Showmaker just had all the room in the world to just bounce and bounce and bounce from target to target and win the game, as we've seen a lot of success out of that Tristana and Ziggs. As the guys on the space we're talking about don't think we're going to see that combo, and I think these two teams will begin to iterate on the drafts here as we move deeper into the best of 5.
What have we learned so far, Valdez? That's always one of the things that, particularly when it comes to these best of 5s, you kind of keep yourself asking. And it's something that in the LCK finals we saw at a very high level, right? There were a ton of gambits being taken. The final game ending with them, with Hanwha Life, ended up getting the Ziggs for Viper, and GNG was like, what if he doesn't pick it, right? I think it was really, really a wonderful series that had a lot going on. This really does feel more like these two teams want to go to Worlds so desperately, right? T1, defending world champion. DK have never failed to make it ever since they promoted to the LCK. But I think even both teams could agree that what we've seen here so far, somewhat mechanically, but I feel like mostly in terms of decision making, is not what we saw from them in the regular split, as apparently a bit of a headset issue should hopefully be resolved soon. And there are multiple interpretations, right? You can be like, okay, there's a lot of pressure on this team. They haven't played for a while. The meta doesn't suit them. But it does feel to me like whichever team is able to kind of work through these issues and just be consistent is going to end up winning this series. Because, like, even in game number 1, DK was very close to winning it. I thought after game number 1 they want to go full mental boom like they have done countless times before. But you can also look at it from a different perspective and say, hey, if that flip goes the other way, DK is up 2-0 right now, and T1 is just fighting from a deficit. Because I think, whereas the macro from T1, the Baron calls have been better, DK, when they're fighting, I do think they look a lot more like a unit. I think T1 still looks disjointed, and we'll see what is going to be the big deciding factor in this third game.
Yeah, we don't know exactly where we're going to go with this series, but at the end of the day, I think it's a good look for DK to get back on the horse. Gives us a chance to have a closer and more interesting series, because otherwise, as you were mentioning, maybe DK just fall apart and T1 once again take another match in a row against DK, as they have been doing many a time. So far, the draft here a little bit different. The Smolder, okay, just mixing the order up. So the same bans here for T1.
Do we ban Rumble or do we ban Tristana? Question we got to ask ourselves here. It is Tristana again, so the Rumble most likely going to go over to T1. Funnily enough, the fact that Rumble was up like 50 CS in lane didn't end up mattering to how the game played out, which still feels quite weird, as the Corki hasn't won a game yet in this series but remains extremely high prio. And the Sejuani, I think that's a great adaptation. I think Faker Yone still not where it needs to be, especially not compared to some of our other Yones. Although Showmaker also didn't have the greatest performance on it in their previous series. But owner on Sejuani is going to feel a whole lot better. That said, I do think Maokai kind of stomps in the matchup. I think Lucid's Maokai actually looked great in game number 1. Again, slowly we see him become stronger and stronger. But I do think Lucid has enough champions in his pool. The fact that they instead go for the Cassante, though, is really interesting to me. I think the Cassante in the previous game was fine, but we've seen this attempted many times. And again, I imagine they're going to lane swap, and that's why they picked the Cassante. Cassante in lane swap scenario is a little bit more stable than a lot of the other options.
But what about Maokai?
Yeah, I know, Val. That's definitely going to get banned away.
Where's Maokai?
Maokai's definitely going to get it banned away, Velda, so it's fine. Surely.
They're just playing with your mind.
Definitely going to get banned.
Definitely going to ban Maokai here, 5th.
They're going to like get away with like an R5. I'm telling you, if they are for Leona here and they somehow get Maokai on 5...
That's a problem. That's a big problem if that is allowed. I don't think it will be allowed.
I hope not. Oh, I was thinking Braum, but the Rakan makes sense as well. A lot of follow-up with that.
So it starts with M. Well, it's a different tree. I can understand how you get confused. But Ivern is not Maokai.
Okay, but why, no. DK's like, guys, we lost the Maokai game 1. Let's play something else. I'm telling you, that's what they're thinking. No, they're not. I think this is the right choice. Maokai, to me, is still the absolute best at setting up objectives in the game. And I think it also just plays really nicely into specifically the Sejuani, being able to tank Sejuani ultimates and just throw out an ultimate to counter. The head-to-head, absolutely stellar. As T1, I imagine going to go towards the MF again and just try and play, and then MF Leona, most likely, which would allow Moam to go for Braum, which means that you are very low on engage. We have a good amount of poke. And it does make your composition extremely hard to approach for the very short range here on T1.
Let's see that final pick. If we do see the Braum or the... Well, not the Bard. The Bard's banned. Let's see what Harriet does want to play here. A lot of discussion going into this.
Just Alistar again.
Alistar. I mean, he made some plays. And Blitzcrank, I've been asking for this all day with the Maokai. And
it'd be a show of faith for Moham.
It's not hard to hook a target that is rooted by Maokai.
I would agree with you, Elvis, but I've seen stuff today that makes me question everything.
Yeah.
Moham, we've really only seen him on the Engaged Champions, but the Blitz does come through. Blitz Maokai, popularized by Gen G, is going to come through. And I was actually saying this to you backstage. I don't know if Moam is going to be able to fix a lot of the issues he has now in lane, right? Getting caught out on the map. But I do think, especially, I recently watched back 2020 DK and how they just need a guy that goes. Even back then, when he was in his best year, Barrel would sometimes just go and he would just die.
Just go do things. And make your team follow you as a whole.
And even in the previous game, I think we saw a lot of that. It was the hook on Faker that did end up being really big. And did he die a bunch of times? Yes. But maybe that's what DK needs. As this game, I think, going to be really big. Both these teams are under an immense amount of pressure. There is still an extra life if they end up losing this best of 5. But DK have not been able to really step up to T1 in such a long time. So even just getting the win here would be big. And for T1 on the flip side, if they are not able to make it here, could be possible that we get most likely a telecom war for the final World Cup. And if that isn't...
Hey, don't count out my guys BNK.
Well, hey, it wouldn't be the craziest story.
Still got a chance.
Wouldn't be the craziest story that we've had in the regional qualifier, Veldas. This is the place where a lot of weird stuff goes down and a lot of magic.
A 6th place team rising up from the ashes.
You know it.
Well, we'll get to talk about that a little bit later on, but today we're going to talk about Game 3 between T1 and D+ Kia. We got Maokai and Blitz once again. Let's hop onto the Rift.
미니언 생성까지 30초 남았습니다.
Here we go, game number 3. And Moham thought maybe he was going to get a little frisky with the hook, but just looking to pressure.
Has already hooked, so he's activating his mana regen. Very good. You'll love to see it. Aiming. A lot of diversity in the skins.
미니언들이
This is,
생성되었습니다.
I think, the best one. Look at the little flippers. For all
I
this.
don't generally play this one, but I do acknowledge that it is quite good, if not the best. But I don't personally play with it. I do play a lot of Ziggs. This is the skin that Lehens often plays with. So maybe trying to channel a little bit of good old Lehens.
Will not be having any lane swaps this time around. We also have Kingman with the Grasp. What we've often seen is Kazantes just go for the Aftershock in an attempt to mitigate some of the damage if you do get a short trade, and I think also kind of cope with the fact that you're not nearly as big of a threat because you are losing lane. Both junglers starting on opposite sides here, so Lucid will be pathing towards the bot half, which you have a fairly strong lane, and also obviously level 1 for the Alistar lane is always going to feel a bit weak as we are fighting.
Yeah, level 2 here. The combo goes in on a Moham. He knocks up the ranged minion and gets the hook down. Ignite as well, but this is his Ziggs at level 2, which doesn't really do anything. Combo coming up for Keria. He's got his headbutt again. Just trying to do some extra damage in onto Aiming. Do they have kill pressure? Doesn't look like it. Aiming does have TP as well if he wants to back, but yeah, not the greatest start for Moham's Blitz here. And a good combo from Keria.
Yeah, that's not ideal in terms of what you want to see. Might be on me. I was giving Mohan some praise for his hook in the last game. Immediately ends up backfiring. Actually really big. If he gets that auto onto Keria, that could be the difference between Keria going down, the TP coming through, you trade 1 for 1. Instead, Keria gets an early Vamp Scepter. As we take a look, the calculation of them being able to actually get to level 2 at about the same time ends up working out. But then, yeah, just a misclick. I think the extra damage could have been the difference maker, especially because he's still with the hook available as well. Just those 2 skills landing. Maybe trade. Aiming gets a kill. That could be enough. The one mitigating factor here is that Aiming obviously can just TP back, so I don't think that in terms of lane, he's going to suffer too much, but Guma's still accelerated and is going to be feeling great. We do have Lucid still towards the bottom half of the map, but T1 going to be feeling a whole lot better about the start of that early laning phase here towards bot.
Yep, definitely going to be feeling pretty good. Mid lane, a lot less action with no lane swap as well. Just got the 2 of them going head-to-head, although Lucid is stopping by to say hello. Just walked past mid. Now he's going to his Raptors. And at the end of the day, trying to make another play here onto the bottom side. Keria, I believe that was his real flash. Because I think he was
would
running.
have to be, yeah. We heard the flash sound, and I'm pretty sure it didn't use the last one because I think both him and Guma still had his only had the ignite used. Does mean that that summoner will go down and DK won't get punished for it, but you can still see obviously laning phase is looking really good here. Don't forget Faker in the last time laning phase also got punished really hard early on. Doesn't seem to be the case this time around. And DK are very happy to just let this go to late. Double tier, call for Showmaker as well. So they are not looking to get aggressive early on here. Does mean that Zeus, as you would expect, is building up a very healthy CS lead here, right from the get-go. Like we want with the Rumble, and it also beckons the question whether DK shouldn't have gone for another lane swap. I do think that the early levels are very, very rough, because you also don't really have the CDR yet to use your skills and try and have that help out with the CSing, as Lucid is here, but the hook doesn't land.
It's a very interesting strategy to just give Zeus the strongest top laner on the patch. Well, top lane champion, I should say. You know, had a big impact in game 1. He wasn't the main reason why they won, as you mentioned, but I still feel like giving it over has been kind of a consistent risk that DK have been taking and trying to get a lot of value out of. Showmaker just kind of ignoring Faker for most of that, killing the minions, and then getting a decent trade there at the end. Has this cult built up, or building up at the moment, as both teams trying to make a play here for the grubs. early on. Owner already over here.
Aiming's on his way, though. Very early with the swap. Owner will be able to get 1. Don't think he should be able to get more than that. Although Zeus does have 6. And Kingen is nowhere near. So yeah, I think DK actually good choice to back off here. With Keria also in the area. And Gumayushi, Kingen not yet back towards this turret. Also is going to be sitting on a Spectre Scout and playing into the MF. So going to be a little bit unfortunate in that regard. And we already see a lane swap come through. And T1 can actually just TP Guma towards the top half of the map. So DK, I think making the right call as well by not fast pushing that lane and just letting Guma get back there, keeping aiming very, very safe.
Yeah, definitely feels like the right call at this point in time. We do have an Infernal Drake to start off, so our rift has been unbroken. We have different Drakes this time around.
Very nice.
Lucid did press the smite button there, which a lot of people were very impressed by. Able to steal away the crab. And we'll see how much pressure gets put onto that Drake. But here's Kingen in a bit of trouble. Just going to flash away. And he's Cassante, so Owner doesn't even bother to throw the ult. But they do get the flash out of Kingen to begin with. Aiming getting slowed up and eats nearly a full ultimate of damage.
I'm going to guess that he used his package. He used the satchel there. And
probably, yeah.
Because you can obviously otherwise not use it if you're Guma, because it will just get interrupted immediately, or he can knock himself away. Neither of those things ended up coming true. Kingen still going to take a bit of a beating here. But we are slowly getting to the point. Once you have your first item done, you're still not going to be able to contest Prio, but you should be able to sustain once that Koenig comes in, which is what I imagine will be the first item. And also want to highlight that, particularly with the Maokai, I do feel like the Blitz kind of changes. When we go way back, Blitz really was one of the champions where if you don't snowball the lane, and if you don't get a really high level of early map impact, the champion just kind of falls apart. Should be a lot better this time around. There are actually a lot of good targets, I think. If you can get Zeus, right, he is gonna be forced to flash. Guma obviously is a great one. Even Faker in the right scenario, if you have enough CC to ensure that he can't get an ultimate off to either turn it or end up taking you down. There is a lot, and there's a really good setup with the Maokai, which is the main reason why I think we've seen Faker come back, even as a blind, when it comes to Genji.
Yeah, it depends on the player sometimes. I feel like DK in this spot, they were like, yeah, I mean, the Alistar, we're not really scared about that. We can pick the Blitz into it for the lane, and then eventually we're not going to be hooking the Alistar ideally anyway. And it's just going to get a lot of value alongside of the Maokai. So feeling pretty good about that. We haven't seen the combo just yet, but we definitely will. It does require a decent amount of control to, try to set up and to be on the aggressive side of the fights and stuff like that. And this series so far hasn't been very, balanced and
yes,
hasn't been very calm and collected. As Maham trying to get in and punish Faker, the flash does not stop the knockup, and they just are able to block that one. But Faker, he gets the shield and he gets away. Because the damage not quite there for the side of DK.
And Showmaker, if he hits that rocket, that's a guaranteed kill. Faker himself was in a very similar scenario against Zeka, where him and Ona tried to gank, didn't actually get it. And that should have been a wasted flash from Faker, because Moam already got the wind up on the auto, meaning that it does go through, guarantees the setup. So that should have been a really big punish there. In mid, doesn't end up making it happen. T1 now looking for counterplay or possible dive onto King, and Moam's on his way, but...
You mentioned he has Spectre's Cowl, but with this TP coming in, they're trying to keep Owner around. He's eating a full couple of ults. Aiming nearly dies with the flash on in. He's going to find Keria into the satchel, but that is, of course, Alistar, and he will just walk that one off. Guma still basically full health. Still going to be hitting that one. Meanwhile, Lucid just doing the grubs. Not half bad. Maybe even trying to get Zeus down here with a little bit of a surprise.
Oh, the speed boost there.
Yeah.
It's going to be enough to dissuade. And I don't think there's anything that Zeus can really do.
Oh, he's going to drop that down. Yeah, he's got Faker nearby, but...
Yeah. Phase rush. He's just running away.
Maokai.
Yup.
And to think that wasn't banned.
It's the worst part is like, right now it's still kind of okay, but you just know that eventually your objective setup is going to become such a nightmare. As we take another look, that flash shouldn't have worked out. Moam blocks it as well.
샀어.
That
미드
rocket
컵 한번 해주라.
ends up being the difference maker. The extra shield there from Faker means that he stays alive, but Showmaker hits that big one. Could have been a kill, and the Corki getting accelerated again. He was 8-0, and it unfortunately was enough for DK to win the previous game. As we have a possible set. Again, very, very slow on the Drakes here. We have had a lot of action around the rest of the map, but Drakes so far not been looked at this game. Is it a water spill? I'm seeing seeing some paper.
The stack of tissue and towels and yeah. As the whole stadium figures out why and what happened.
Very sheepish face, as you do when you spill something. I say as someone with a lot of experience of
Yes.
spilling stuff.
Not
looks
going to
like
name
water.
any names, but we have some water spillers on keyboards on our team as well. Well, that looks like he did save his keyboard, so that's useful. And now I would assume maybe they get him a new mouse pad, or maybe if that's his and he just wants to use it, might just stick with it. It's probably like, yeah, it's a little wet. Oh. The keys are a little wet. Okay.
At least it was water. You know, if that's coffee or tea or a soda, life will be very, very rough.
That looks very clean.
Looks nice.
The water did its job. Good work, Lucid.
They're probably going to check, see if everything's still working, all the inputs are good, and then we should be able to get back quickly. Wasn't a particularly crazy point in the game, so as far as pauses go, not going to be feeling too rough, but I wish I could have heard what Showmaker said to him, because you know if there's any player that won't let you get away with this, it'd be him.
Yeah, maybe eventually we will. He does have quite a lot of cups.
You got to stay hydrated, Vel.
Like, how many cups of water has he drank so far? Looks like maybe 3. You know, makes you wonder. Maybe you could just use the same cup for all 3 cups of water.
I don't know, maybe
What do you think, Chronicler?
So once tea, once coffee, once water. That was the one he spilled.
He's
I don't
really
know, what
bringing
else do-
Bro and Brew to the next level.
Yeah, what else? What else do people drink? Sodas, I guess. Red Bull, yeah.
He's trying to manifest the Red Bull Baron power play, isn't he?
By spilling his cup.
Yeah.
I don't know if we've leaned that heavily into superstition just yet, Valdez.
Well, let's see what happens after this spill.
Spill the cup into
Yeah.
free triple Baron hack.
All right, new keyboard. Now, this is something that could potentially affect. And most of the players, they'll bring like a backup keyboard. So you would assume that Lucid's got one of his own. Or at least, you know, they don't bring it with them, but they keep one here just in case. Just checking it, making sure it all feels good. And Faker's asleep again.
Yeah, it's doing a reboot. As you do. You gotta make sure your firmware's updated, Valdez.
Yeah. You gotta get that that Windows update.
Well, it's consistently, right? You can't. Sometimes you click that no, I don't want to do it right now button for like weeks,
Yeah.
and then you just know that you probably should.
Eventually it'll just happen, regardless of if you want it or not.
Yeah, but you can put it off for as long as you want, and then eventually, like, okay, it's fine. Update.
Mm-hmm.
We can make it happen. All right, that's another cup.
Yeah, no, that's his third one. I think that's the same one that spilled. Because the top is on the other side. You can't. Yeah, there it is. You see?
Yep.
top,
Yep.
yep,
Yeah.
yep. All right. Well, Lucid spilling his third cup of water, and it looks like we're ready to get back into the game. This is Game 3 of the first best of 5 of the regional qualifiers here. The winner of this best of 5 goes directly to Worlds as our 3rd seed. And T1's just going to start out this Dragon, as they did have control of the bottom side river. DK did just get the majority of the grubs. They got 4 in total, giving them a bit of a buff. And the first Drake will go to T1, and it's Chemtech Drake up next.
We still are spared a Chemtech Rift, which obviously makes us very happy. As we can see, Showmaker could have really used that kill, because right now he doesn't really have a whole lot of combat stats. Guma does not have his flash available right now. You can see is playing it quite safe. Owner and Carrier are somewhat in the area, but with Lucid's ultimate... Okay, I was about to say, like, they should be aware that on this crash there is an opportunity. And Carrier makes his way over, and the play does not come to fruition. Right now, pretty solid lead here for T1. Nothing crazy, just the CS in top lane, I think, is the biggest contributor. Some blades, and then that first blood. But especially after how the series has played out, Valdez, I'm not putting full faith in either team until the Nexus falls.
You never know what you're going to get.
You just
That's
don't
part
know.
of the fun. It's like one of those mystery boxes, you know. You don't know what's inside until you open it. And we're here in Game 3. We don't really know what's inside this game just yet.
Diving Faker. Snow TP available. Zeus is up soon, but not here just yet.
It's going to be a dash used, and now Lucid could just, he's just going to try to do it with the W, and they just block the ult. And this time, it looks like they should be able to get him, but 3-man knockup comes in. Faker dodges the 1Q, but eventually does go down. And yeah, not much you could do to get out of that one, except to see it coming ahead of time.
Yeah, they didn't use that much.
And they have the ult. So now, Rooted, Ziggs ult on top, there's the grab, there's the combo. Guma not respecting it, thinks he can ult the wave, but now DK have stuck around for a very long time. TP's coming in, Zay's trying to get more, as should be Moham to go down, and only Moham, and it's to carry.
Yeah, no, that's, you take that 100%. You get free push on top wave. You trade flashes, but who cares? Aiming's still going to be able to catch this one. And you trade 2 for 1, and the only one that ends up going down, as you're pointing out, is it's Moham. Okay, so Faker Faker dying here. That's obviously it's unfortunate, but that I feel like it's just a good play from DK, right? Catches him off guard. They don't know that there's this many people. But look at the cooldowns that are being used, or rather, look at the lack of cooldowns that are being used. They're like, this MF doesn't have flash. You can't walk up to that turret. Very straightforward. And then they have to invest the TP, and like, yes, you get the kill on Moham, but outside of that, Lucid's able to walk it off. Yeah. Thanks to the Nimbus Cloak. Aiming is completely fine, and they get the shove on top as well.
Looks like Owner took the Rift Heralds while we were in the replay.
So
that's how I interpret
that's the counter punch then.
those zoom-ins.
There you go. Thank you very much. Thank you, Jonah Strong.
Yeah.
The gang.
Base Jonah Strong.
Keystone here is today as well.
Yeah. Our observer team, pretty good at their jobs.
They really are.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And at the end of the day, Lucid sets up a lot on the bottom side. We're going to be seeing a lot more of that combo, understandably.
And now we're even again, which is nice. This is where we should be in this series, Valdez.
Yeah.
No team is allowed to pull too far ahead of the other.
See Guma try to step in front of that, knows he has the BT shield, just trying to deny the bomb kill onto the cannon. And I believe he did. So nicely done. You can always build up that BT shield again. Sometimes it's the little things to keep this little Yordle behind. Ziggs is quite the menace in the meta nowadays.
You see as well, Moham just continuously running around the map, looking for dives to set up and people to hook. Guma, though, has a lot of safety towards the top half of the map, has a lot of vision there, so wasn't feeling too threatened. Obviously also can rotate quite quickly due to the fact that he is a MF. Can just strut around the rift. Also has TP back up now, so a lot of summoners in general available on either side, really. Only Lucid doesn't have his flash, and Zeus on the other side. Next Dragon is going to come up. I wouldn't fault either team for just letting this one go. But DK actually, I think, pretty solid spikes here. We do have Showmaker now with the Triforce available. So we'll see if they put any importance on, because thus far I feel like DK have given up the first 2 Drakes every single time. Might be looking to do that here as well, Veldes.
I think in game 2 it went 1 apiece. And then T1 got the first
Oh,
mountain,
yeah,
and
you're
then
right.
DK got the second.
You're right.
And then the third Mountain Drake ended the game.
That did
As
happen.
it normally does. Very normal state of affairs in that second game.
It's kind of the T1 special, right? Win 1 team fight, game is done.
Yeah.
So it's very funny to see that flipped around.
Happened against them.
Showmaker, couple of long swords. Looks like DK do heavily want to contest this. Amy should be able to clear out this wave without too many issues. And this is where the power of that Maokai Blitz, I think, really is felt.
Well, they're just going to try to do it on the Zeus. Flash forward isn't great, and Kingen is going very deep for this. Might actually have to pay the price, but Locket not even able to save him, and Zeus takes a while to go down, but they do take him down. And now T1 going to use this to try to push into mid. Ult's coming down, and now Moham may be in a little bit of trouble as so many CCs come in. And he's just going to be forced to flash at the end of the day. Now looking to turn this one around. The Maokai ult in, it comes, and you cannot avoid it. Down goes Keria. You love to see the lack of counterplay. Meanwhile, Faker was just in the top lane. Got a turret.
There's a lot of forced plays going on here, Veldes. I think Kingen probably should have waited a little bit so that some of his damage was there before just diving a Rumble with the equalizer available, particularly because he did go for the Andries into first strike as well, right? And then the short pen boots. And then also trying the hard force in mid. Definitely questionable. Kingen, unfortunately, he misses the Q. Is like, you know what? Might as well. Feels very tanky. And if he had flash, he actually lives there. And I imagine the calculation was with Locket, I'll be able to make it through. Isn't actually the case, but the play still ends up working out because they get the kill, they get the turret. And then here in mid, against Ziggs, you just need to be aware of the fact that your wave's always going to get cleared very, very quickly. And then Lucid, the moment that play on bot side ended, just speeds his way to the mid lane, ends up making it there in time, and that's going to be the second Dragon going over, and it is a Cloud Drake here. Cloud Soul to come through.
Yeah, I mean, honestly feels really fantastic, especially for DK's comp. I think, I mean, even for T1's, right? You got a lot of ultimates you throw in, and it is just good. I mean, if you can stack up 3, you're going to be zooming around the map. The Cloud Rift as well, really going to open up some possibilities to set up some plays, as we have a completed Morellonomicon second item here for aiming.
Yes.
I think the Oblivion Orb itself probably
that was great,
pretty good value, but the Morellonomicon pretty interesting. Looks like he wants some immediate value.
Yeah, it's good it's Yone. You know, MF obviously has a BT.
Yeah.
But I don't think, as you're saying, that it really warrants actual finishing. You can get most of the value there. If they want to play for Baron on this back, then it makes a little bit more sense, you know, trying to go for the most immediate power. We do have some very aggressive play here.
Yeah, really sending it in to try to kill Owner, and he just dies. I really don't know what the idea was there. Just kind of hoping that the rest of T1 would not be there, and well, they were there. Oh boy, this series is really delivering.
What is it delivering, Veldes? That's my question.
Joy. As an observer,
I think it's really easy to, you know, see this and go, man, what is happening? But it's really, I think, a great commentary of these two teams, of what it means to be human. You know, we're not perfect. Sometimes the pressure gets to us, Veldes. Sometimes we just try to do something and it doesn't work. And just walking up face first to punch the Sejuani in the face is definitely a good example of that. They get a teleport, so that's nice. That's something, at least, here. They don't use any other ultimates, which I think is good. Could have opened the window up for T1, and Moen was definitely dead nonetheless. We just take this for what it is, which is the qualifier for our third seed. One of the two teams is going to be our third seed, and it'll be a completely different meta. You know, the Worlds patch has come out, really revamping everything that's happening, and I imagine that will change how our teams look. I hope.
Yeah, could help. It could also hurt, depending on, you know,
now,
what the match looks
why
like.
would you say that? That's not what I want.
Just trying to be realistic here.
That's not what I want to hear right now, Veldes. I'm not in a solutions-oriented mode, okay? I just want to express my emotions, please.
Well, you're always able to open up to us here at the LCK Global Chat.
Thank you, Veldes.
And here on the cast.
I really appreciate that.
Yeah.
That's very nice.
Well, I think we're also seeing a little bit of Moham just kind of being thrown onto a pick that he's probably not extremely practiced on.
That's for sure.
I would say that a lot of players aren't, and he's probably like, oh, I get the extended range. You know, I can probably hit this guy, and then he's just kind of like, oh, well, I'm committed now, in I go. And, you know, a little bit of Moham, a little bit of inexperience on the pick. Just trying to give him the benefit of the doubt. It was a very funny play at the end of the day. And it doesn't really change all that much. It doesn't really seem like either team has made some big strides in either direction. We do have the first Cloud Drake coming up here in 30 seconds. But they did give the kill over to Guma, I believe. So feeling pretty good about that, at least on the side of T1.
Kingen really wants to try and finish his Randuins if he can before the next fight comes through. If Zayas can hit level 16 as well, that would be absolutely used. Level 3 on the ultimate could be the difference maker, because it looks like both teams are posturing to try and play very aggressively for this Dragon. Lucid just trying to get that Celestial opposition. Won't be the case. Obviously, Keria, if you do hook him, just ults and probably will be able to get away with it as...
Okay, they're trying to go in this time onto the Sejuani again. Lucid in a lot of trouble, and he's getting so low. It takes him quite a while to take down, and Faker's going to be traded. And now we get the root coming down. Everybody on the side of T1 just trying to run away. Kingen thinking about going in, as neither team really committing to anything. Showmaker goes over the wall, takes out Keria. The all-out gets used on Zeus, who is pulled in. Has to go into stasis, and Guma desperate to try to save his buddy. It's not going to work out, as the shutdown does go to Amy.
And crucial there, Lucid ends up going down, but they use so many resources, and he still gets his ult off, and that's the key thing. If he doesn't ult, T1 just walks it off, and that's the end of the play. But instead, the ultimate does actually come through. They don't have the damage to 100 to 0 him. And now, DK is going to get that mid turret, going to be able to get additional map control. They're going to start up this Dragon. I don't know if they can actually get it.
Trying to maybe kill Aiming here. He does have Satchel, and he does have Flash. He's just going to hold on to both of those. Faker is going pretty deep for that. Disengage Cone will deny anything. And, okay, they really want to take down this turret, but that's a hook on Owner. He's just tanking the turret right now, taking a million turret shots, and he's not going to go down. And we got another TP in here from Showmaker. He's going to be there anyway.
It's fine. Owner as Warmox. Doesn't matter, Veldes. It's okay. He's sustaining back up, as is Lucid.
Calculated.
They can do this. This is fine.
I mean, he still has his Flash.
We still haven't gotten the actual fight. Oh, DK. They're pulling a reverse T1. They're posturing.
They want the inner, though,
well,
instead of the Baron.
Yeah, I actually thought they were going to go to Baron. There is still vision in this, so T1 also knows guaranteed that this isn't happening.
Yeah.
Still, this is only a second tier, or a second Dragon. Unfortunately, there is a... oh, okay. Wow.
Yeah, don't underestimate Ziggs.
I actually did, yeah. I thought that with the wave clear that they weren't going to get it, but
no, I did too.
Oh, okay, I feel less bad about it. I'm just going to go...
Yeah, this is just 3 turrets. in trade of a Cloud Drake. And yes, T1 do get one back. But now, a little bit of pressure here onto the Baron, perhaps, although there's still that vision. So yeah, they're not going to do that. So 3 turrets in trade of 1 and a Cloud Drake. Let's take a look at this team fight here once again.
So, if you actually kill the Maokai here, this is completely fine. But they invest Owner's ult, Carrier's ult, Faker's ult, and Guma's ult. All of this to kill a Maokai that still ults you back. So, like, that gives the time for Kingen to arrive, right? That gives the time for Showmaker to have a truly peak Valkyrie over the wall. Ends up working out, flashes away this time around. Doesn't have to stay on the equalizer. And now, that ends up being a really big win. There is Owner is just completely fine, I say, as he does take a good amount of poke, but could have definitely been a big issue. Would have, I imagine, at least forced the flash, but he holds onto it. Ice cold. And it's still only a 2k gold lead, right? So it doesn't mean as much in the grand scheme of things. Zeus has TP available. Will not be heading towards the bot lane to try and shove in, and we see Kingen back. And I don't think DK really want to take too big of a gamble because T1's dive and engage is obviously still absolutely immense. Also, we haven't talked about this yet, but who would you rather be here if you go late game? I imagine it's DK just from the fact that Ziggs exists and you have Maokai, you have Cassante.
Yeah.
So much free damage and setup that eventually I think T1 just isn't going to be able to take.
I would agree. I mean, there's a lot of champs on the T1 side as well that are just going to be running straight at a Ziggs.
Yeah.
And
lack of range as well.
You don't quite have the dive that you had in Game 1 either. Like, you still have elements of it, right? But you don't have the Nocturne. You don't have the Bard for setup, right? Just stuff like this that gives you that little bit of extra range to potentially punish a Ziggs. You don't have stuff like that. Now you have other tools, obviously. But, yeah, I mean, if the Ziggs just continues to get fed, Showmaker also quite fed himself, and very far ahead of Faker, you're kind of just sitting back and you've got a lot of protection with the Maokai, which is why I was just so surprised that the Maokai didn't get looked at all.
Back comes through. We'll see if they can use this to maybe force a summoner. And DK, they don't want to risk it. Getting a TP out of Zeus alone, for example, would actually, I think, be very advantageous as Moam taking some chances there.
He's really got the Blitzcrank energy,
he does,
doesn't he?
And he needs to.
He's really just staring in the face of T1's entire comp and saying, yeah, I dare you to do something. And, well, the dare is going to work out. The hook is not going to hit anything, and they just engage on Elucid, who flashes away, gets his ult off again, but the equalizer's ticking away, and the ult from the Maokai is not followed up on, as he should have Warmogs as well. Moham looking for another hook here, as DK will look to extend very deep into the jungle. The Blast Cone will be denied, and Lucid is healing up as we speak. As the hook, once again, Moham just cannot seem to hit those. And, you know, the combo's still there with the Maokai.
You just got to hit one, Valdez.
You just got to hit one.
Goes both ways. Moham, you really got to hit one, and you just got to hit the one. If you end up hooking Zeus or Guma or Faker, that can be a fight one. Right from the get-go, we do see Lucid getting a ton of value again out of this Warmogs. There's a reason why this item has been rushed by junglers and supports across as T1 was the one that obviously got that previous dragon. Did have to pay a pretty hefty price for it, but still, they were the ones that got it. Now vision control fully here for DK. Are they actually going to pull the trigger? Or T1, do they call the bluff? Because they don't know. I don't think they're doing it.
There it is. There's the one hook. That's all you needed, and you didn't even need the Maokai. Follow-up here from T1. Pretty decent. Moham nearly gets punished. Zeus trying to get that kill, but it's not going to happen. And yeah, they get the kill and they get out, so DK will be happy with that.
Can they use this? Definitely going to have to get some backs in. And this should be second Drake. They're going to get that second Drake real good.
Yeah.
Valdez, as we take another look. And they do have...
He did it!
He did it. He did get the hook this time around. Actually, nice enough by Carrier. And then the extension from Faker to force the flash out of Moam, so at least DK have to pay with something. And now, well, they can also just do this. This is the more high risk, but there are still a lot of ultimates down. They need to actually do it. Okay, they're not doing it. They're not doing the thing. Well, this is a good zoning ult, guys. Okay, just do this. Just do Dragon. It's fine. Because
This is why they need someone to shot call, okay?
need someone to just be like, guys.
If somebody was calling the shots.
Because they didn't have Owner and they didn't have their big team fight ultimates, Valdez. Well, back to this.
Oh, wow. That was pretty interesting, but that's an Alistair. And
Still takes a lot of damage, though.
also a Cassandra. Oh, Baker. Oh, man, that was a huge pick on a Showmaker. And now Amy's going to go down as well. What a super play there to pick him off. And now T1, they've got an angle for Baron.
That's the 2 damage dealers done. And now T1. Yes, the health bars are low, but there's no damage available here for DK. Carrias playing spoiler. I don't think Lucid's going to get to the pit. And I've seen this one a bunch of times before, Valdez. They get Nash. I don't even think this time around, though, that you will get the Dragon, although with the backs, it's not a lot of damage, but it looks like they're not going to be looking to contest with the health bars low. And you just need to hit one hook. Well, never mind, yeah. I figured if you have either Showmaker or aiming, you can do this. So that's Soul Point. And it is what looks like initially not too bad of a setup. A lot of damage onto Carrier.
Baker's got it stacked, and boom.
Gets the Corki immediately, and then aiming just gets completely roasted by the Equalizer, plus the flank from Zeus. And without the 2 damage dealers, this composition just doesn't have a whole lot to offer. Soul Point now here for T1. Baron taken by T1. Rebel Baron power play already at 2.3k. You gotta imagine this time around they can do a little bit more with it, Valdez. Right? Surely.
Surely. Yeah, that's the energy we need for this series. Yeah, I mean, it's very true. I think that they're still dealing with a lot of wave clear, and they're really going to have to commit to one lane probably, especially because, you know, the top lane's being pushed in actually by DK. So they're just going to try to go bot with this Baron buff. They still have 2 minutes on the Rebel Baron power play.
I'm pretty sure if you take the gold grab of this series, it just keeps going.
Yeah.
Just perpetually up and down.
That already happened.
I know.
Saw that
I mean, like
times.
throughout every single game.
Yeah, so the issue here for T1, I would say, on the push is that not only is there the wave clear, but there's also the threat of the combo still. As they're just going to try to get ahead of it and try to engage on a Lucid and Kingin. That's a ton of damage coming out, and the ult comes in from Baker to keep him around. And you see Lucid just desperately throw out his Nature's Grasp, and it's just not going to do much. So now there's not much threat of a combo either.
Oh, Faker. They don't always get hooked. Doesn't actually come through. Crucially, though, they get the kill, but they're not able to get the turret. Still have to invest a lot of resources there. Crucially, I think they actually get the CC on Kingin while he's on top of the Equalizer, meaning that with Void Staff, Riftmaker, and Sork Pen Boots, that's not a tank. That's just a toasted Cassante.
Yeah.
As this starts off with an attempt to get a pick onto Carrier, actually gets the Q behind him, but then, yeah, take a look at this. Standing on top of an Equalizer and an MF ult, but there is still a lot of damage that gets thrown back into them, and they also use all 5 ultimates. So they kill Kingin, but the gold lane is still very even. And what if we just get
another Elder Flip?
Another Elder Flip game.
I mean,
that would be something.
It really does seem quite difficult for these teams to figure out a way.
That's a good
in the game.
Good angle for Lucid.
Yeah.
If he can get it, and I think T1 realized the Red Bull, or the Baron rather, is about to time out. That's going to be it gone. And that was, what, 3k?
Yep.
In total.
I mean, it still feels good, but it's not game-breaking.
All inners are still up, though, Vez.
Yeah. So it feels good in general, but not relatively good. Yeah.
No, I get it.
Yeah. So surge into the lead. You get a second Cloud Drake. You're on Cloud Soul points. And, you know, T1 with this, they can get some map control.
You're probably thinking, why didn't I just ban Ziggs? So that I didn't have to deal with infinite wave clear on that annoying Yordle.
Yeah.
Can't reach.
I mean, it's kind of difficult because when you see the Jhin again, the second ban, and you're saying, okay, well, we could ban Ziggs here, but then Smolder's up.
Yeah, oh, Kingin.
Yeah, there are a lot of people here in the box, and Kingin didn't seem to know that. He is quite tanky, actually, this time.
Doesn't even have to flash.
Yeah.
Ice cold.
That Kanik Rookhorn man is putting in some extra time today. It's getting some overtime pay.
Okay, Veldas, gonna ask you a question right now. Is Moham gonna hit the hook?
The
Is it
hook.
happening? The hook. You know
I thought the hook on our owner was the hook.
Yeah, well, and then they didn't do anything with it. That's not his fault, but is it gonna happen?
Can DK utilize the hook? Do they know how to get the hook and then do something with it?
I really think unless they actually hook Guma or Zeus, they will, but they won't. Like they will be able to, but they will just hesitate too much, and then it won't happen.
Zeus really is. He is kind of the guy right now. I mean, you look at Guma; he is full build actually, so he's probably the guy.
Yeah, both.
I take it back.
And him.
Yeah, but
Both level 18.
I wonder what's going to happen to that Merlin Amakon. Is he just going to stay on that? Maybe. It still does have a lot of value.
Oh, you can feel Moham wants to flash. But he shouldn't.
Yeah,
He
you
will get
remember
turned on and die.
before you were like, oh, they got the flash out of Moham. I'm like, I don't know if he's ever going to use that aggressively anyway. But could use it defensively. There it goes. Equalizer comes down. They get the combo win. Keria going to catch him as Faker coming in on the flank. Not going to hit the target, though. He's going to get extremely low this time around. But now Kingin all alone against the entirety of T1. And even the flash is not going to save him. Down he goes. And that was the fight right before Cloud Soul. And T1 should be able to take it down.
Showmaker was backing. What happened there for DK? It felt like when aiming got all the damage down onto Faker, there was an opportunity to turn. But it looks like it is again Elder Flip or bust this time around. As T1 get the objective. Showmaker is now full build as well. Actually has 6 items.
Look at how fast they are! What is happening? They're just sprinting at them, Lucid. Oh, it's a lot of damage actually put into T1, and now people are getting rooted up. Carry a little bit of trouble up against that wall. The poke is coming in, and they're just trying to back very desperately here.
Oh, Veldas, if they didn't have that Cloud Soul, that could have been very dicey. I really
ain't over
feel
yet.
for every fan that has a heavy emotional investment into this series, because I don't know what's gonna happen, Veldas. Are they gonna start up? You double TP'd! Start up the Baron, please!
New objective.
No, not
Nope.
happening.
How about we all walk over the Rift Scuttle Vision and show them we're not doing.
Okay, Veldas, what if an
All right,
an
well,
unmovable force meets and doesn't
What?
meet an immovable object? I just...
okay, well, Showmaker's going to show Bit that he was attacking something there.
No.
Now they're in mid. And
We gotta pull the trigger at some point just to keep them sharp. Like, T1 are not falling for these bluffs. You can see the complete lack of response. Like, you're not doing Nash.
T1 invented this. Like, come on.
There's no way.
It's just a bit too obvious. A little bit too obvious there, DK. And
Still, this gold lead at this point in the game, it's not really that big a deal, right? Looking at what T1 have as well, for Keria, Owner, and even Zeus, I think the Cloud Soul is a lot of value, but for Faker and Guma, it's kind of whatever, because they're both stationary, more or less, when the ultimates come out.
yeah, I mean, triple Cloud's Drake is going to feel good at least.
It's still great, but it's not. If it was Hextech, you'd be feeling
Yeah.
like the game would be in a very different state, right?
Especially feeling good because you would have denied it against DK, who, if they got Hextech, the game would already have ended. Let's take a look at this again.
So, what's crucial here to me is that this is happening, and I think here there's actually a turn opportunity with Faker getting taken this low, but they don't have the necessary damage, right? It's a 3 versus 5. Showmaker was on the top wave, and that's like, if he TPs without getting the item finish, it probably feels really bad. And like, I don't know if on the Corki you really have a great angle to find a TP, but still it feels like DK a little disjointed as T1 might be looking to start this. There is a Blitzcrank and a Maokai on the enemy team. But the turn for T1 obviously is absolutely incredible as long as no one gets hooked.
Yeah.
Do have eyes on Moham.
And DK, I mean, they have the combo. They haven't really been utilizing it aggressively. It can be difficult from behind, especially because T1 have been very proactive about forcing fights on their terms.
Side lanes aren't real, Veldes. Just going to keep
I don't
everyone in
recognize the
mid.
first word you mentioned.
There's only mid lane.
Well, there's the Baron, too. A little offshoot of the mid lane. Look at the damage to this Baron. I mean, it's already pretty much gone. As Lucid goes in, he's not going to get the steal. It's secured by T1. Yeah, he got his ultimate off, but there's zero follow-up from DK. T1, they take another Baron down. And let's see what they can get done with this one.
As T1 has found out, you can actually take Baron. Just gotta attack it. And it feels again as if T1, the team that is actually pulling the triggers on these plays, is just getting further and further ahead. And it feels earned, right? Guma's sitting at literal 6 items, sold his boots, Mercurial Scimitar on the table. But it's also just it feels like DK is paralyzed, and it's not from the pace of the game, but it's from the pressure and the lack of knowing what to do. It feels like there's so many scenarios where they had the opportunity to do so. And you see T1, they are aware of that. They know how much damage they have available. Really nice ultimate here from Owner, because the only one that really is a threat is Lucid. And even though he smites, just not in time, ends up getting taken down. And particularly with this Baron pit, like, you can't approach. The ultimate does all the zoning you need, and now this Rebel Baron power play, the gold is a lot more relevant, but more importantly, lines up perfectly for you to set up this Elder. And I don't think we're going to get an Elder flip. I think T1 is going to take it and go up to that match point, unless DK find an absolutely crazy catch. But now, look at the defensive itemization as well, right? Obviously, you can't really go for Owner or Carrier. Zeus now has a stopwatch available. Flash for him, flash for Guma, flash for Faker.
Yeah. Guma has the cleanse, and I mean, there's just a lot of ways to get away from it. And DK, even when the game state was relatively even, they weren't even able to put 2 and 2 together at that point.
We're still going to try. We're still going to, and I really hope T1 don't opt into this. Just keep Faker in the side lane. Just push. You have Baron buff still for another 50 seconds.
Mid lane and the objectives are the only thing that are real.
I can see you back, Veldes. Oh, Zeus.
Oh, look at this. Yeah. Trying to get an angle on a Showmaker.
This is great. No, yeah, just push.
No.
We are not just pushing. And to be fair, DK is starting up the objective now. There will be Yone on a flank.
They know he's there. They're trying to get the turn. The flash on in. The hook comes in. Faker in a bit of trouble as he is going to ult away. He is fine, but now here comes T1 trying to engage onto them. Lucid getting pretty low, and he is going to survive.
Do they have the damage?
It's pretty huge equalizer, though. Hits 3. It is massive from Zeus. It's going to burn them to a crisp. He goes in to the back line and takes down Showmaker, as he will go down to his GA and eventually die. Double kill comes in for Zeus, as the Rumble should not be let through in the next game, as we have the freeze coming in. And Lucid is just on the run, knowing that it is pretty doomed, as T1 will look to push and end the game.
And T1 going up to match point, the defending world champions, looking better, and it's starting to feel like it will be a repeat of that first series. The order in which the games were won, very different compared to last time. As T1 gonna take down the Nexus here. Another 45-minute game, Veldes. And match point now here for them, with the Zeus Rumble getting some extra highlights from production.
Absolutely. I think that Zeus there at the end, big equalizer, really seals the deal, as it was once again looking to get very dicey. You could see in that last fight around the Elder Drake. Didn't necessarily have to, but that's kind of the way things have been going here in the series. And Zeus just says, you know, I've had enough. They're all grouped up. Just going to equalize to them. I'm on full builds. And he just does way too much damage. And there you have it. DK, their desperate attempt at trying to flip an Elder doesn't pay off. And their attempt at Maokai Blitz also does not work. And so T1 in the driver's seat at this point.
These are the moments where you ask yourself, what did we learn? And I don't know. I do know that Rumble probably should go back on that ban list. That feels like a safe bet. Zig still hasn't won a game in this series. and this is something we saw in the games between Genji and Hanwha. So I feel like these compositions where we just go for the tank and try to 5-0, I think we need a third threat, a triple threat composition, something where King can actually have an impact instead of a Cassante that just gets roasted every single time. Might be an angle. Otherwise, I think we're going back to another 3-1 for T1 here and sending in the worlds that way, Valdez.
Might just happen. We'll have to find out after a short break.
나 뛸거야. 나 지금 3타거든. 지금 3타거든. 여기 와볼래? 천천히 여기 싹 보자. 여기 천천히. 요리 문제네. 나 일단 죽을 수 있어. 하긴 했어. 나 기다려. 천천히 길게만 좋아. 천천히. 잡고 천천히. 한 빼자. 야, 나 뒤태 탈 수 있거든. 뒤태 천천히. 아, 이거 좋아. 이겼어. 썸보 여기.
나 봐줘야 돼.
너 버릴게.
나 괜찮아.
콜키만 쳐. 상이가 콜키.
나 이거 갈만해.
맞을. 아래 좋아. 가져왔어. 밑에 할게. 밑에. 야, 미프가 한 명. 나 지금 미프 미드가. 이거 그냥 오면 끝나. 미프 미드가. 나머지 가. 내가 막을게. 끝났어.
And to the joy of T1 fans all across the world, they are just one game away from making it to Worlds 2024 after that victory here in game number 3 over D+, currently 2-1. Welcome back to the space. Degon alongside Ox and Wolf to break it all down. And I think, unfortunately, you got to look over on the opposite side for D+. Moham trying to do his Lahen's impression and not doing so well.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of the D+ draft. This is the sort of thing which sometimes see Gen G play, and I think a big reason why it works for them is because Lahen's is so proficient on the pick. Moham has been having a rough series, and you could see even from early on, like, there were some issues. I also think into the comp that T1 have, it's this very dive-focused composition. Clearly the goal of T1 is getting on top of these backline carries. Blitzcrank doesn't provide good peel against that. He's definitely more about his pick. And also, a lot of the time you're grabbing either like an Alistair or Sejuani, they're not actually dying, and sometimes just getting away and get a Warmog. So I think there was just too much weight on Moham, who's been having a rough series. And the composition, you know, both Ziggs and Corki quite burst focused. I just felt like it was going to get to the point where into 2 tanks with Warmogs, a Bruiser Rumble, and 2 carries with Bloodthirster, the poke and burst just isn't going to do enough.
It's not going to do enough, and it was Moham's first ever professional game of Blitzcrank in a really high stakes series like this. I just think it probably wasn't the right call. The combo with the Maokai was popularized by Gen G. Feels great if you have a comp that really leans into that, but they don't. On the other side of things, though, I will say, I think, especially considering the lead that T1 had early, the fact they don't have someone to escort the Ziggs around and take out turrets, T1 really played a close game. And that, I think, if you're D+, probably feeling pretty good about this, considering that you almost won this game when it felt very unplayable. The draft absolutely didn't work out. Maybe we flip over to blue side, D+ gets some extra edges. It feels like this series is going to 5.
Yeah, it absolutely does. Let's take a look at some of the highlights here, because this game was back and forth early on, but our first highlight comes 31 minutes on in. Moham does finally land a hook, but it's on the wrong target.
Yeah, and the Alistair just has to walk it off. And then this angle from Zeus, the snap engage from Faker, and the equalizer. One end is on the Corki, the other on the Ziggs. Just a flawless engage, and T1 making the comp work. Didn't get it all the time, but this time they definitely did.
Yeah, I mean, there have been a few moments where T1 have almost landed these engages, have almost set them up, and this is one of those fights where you really do feel like, okay, the coordination for this team is still there. If they can pull off plays like this team could definitely 3-1 this series and go to Worlds. It just hasn't happened all that often, but you do see those flashes of brilliance again.
And even then, when it does happen, the game stalls on out like it did here in game number 3. That last highlight we showed, 31 minutes. The next one, 10 minutes later. Again, we're at 41 minutes, but that's where it takes us to the Baron.
Yeah, and they do a decent job of trying to stall Lucid from getting in. He does get pretty close. They then turn on him, manage to secure it, and I feel like T1's Baron control has generally been good, but also D+ just really not respecting T1's just confidence to start up the Baron consistently, and it feels like that's been a big failing of D+ in this series.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we keep talking about it game after game, but you have to have those Barons covered, and your composition absolutely can contest Baron. You have a Ziggs, right? You have a Maokai in the situation, but blocked out by Owner's ultimate there. There's only one path to approach. He's shut down. And T1, once again, just have the right setup. They know this is basically unlosable if they get there on time and there's enough space before D+ can get there. And D+ really need to figure out how to stop this from happening.
Yeah, I mean, the 3 core plays that T1 have had is fighting up mid lane, taking Baron, and these flanks that get really dicey, but this time it works out for them at Elder Dragon.
It's a cute idea trying to find Faker on the flank, but the problem is you trade his health for your junglers, and Lucid knows he needs to get his health back if he's going to contest a dragon. He's waiting for Warmogs, and that's when that beautiful equalizer comes in, the TP to follow, and everything just falls apart.
And you could see between the equalizer and the bullet time, you just can't really be in the river in this situation. Like, every single angle is covered. Faker obviously returning to the fight, very healthy. It's just, it's one of those situations where, yeah, you want to try to stop the flank, but I think the main thing was D+ knew there was no straight-up, legit way they were ever going to, with T1's control again on the objective, we're going to be able to wrestle that one away, so they try to catch Faker, they try to go for the collapse play instead.
All right, well, there you have it, the breakdown of game number 3. T1 on the cusp of making it to Worlds, but D+ have blue side. Will they be able to take it back? Let's find out as we send it on over to Valdez and Chronicler.
Thank you guys for that breakdown as we were getting ready for game number 4. As the boarding pass to Worlds, not awarded to either of these teams just yet. T1 1 game away, DK 2 games away. They will have side selection here in game 4. And, you know, the series is not over until it's over, but T1 definitely look like the cleaner team from what we've seen so far.
I wanna agree.
Maybe that was the wrong word choice.
Well, no. I feel like the team that does stuff wins. And I think DK, they need to find a way. Much rather, and I think this goes for many people watching it, I'd rather see them throw at Baron, which they have done a lot in the past, which is probably why they're not doing it. But see them throw at Baron than TP in twice in the game, have like 2 and 3 TP invested, and then not start the objective. When the enemy jungler is dead, when there is a window, if you're not going to take those opportunities, you are not going to be the 3rd seed that the LCK is going to send. They will go over the blue side, should be able to get a better draft. And they also took a gamble on the Blitzcrank. I think we can collectively say that it was not worth it, and we would much rather have seen Moham on something like the Leona. But I do hope, regardless, that we get to a game number 5 Valdez. And clearly the mood for DK is still good. As a reminder, the team that loses here will be knocked down to the next match, where they will be taking on the winner of KT versus BNK Fear X. So the team that loses here is not knocked out. They will have another opportunity. They will be facing off. But at that point, that's the last chance you get. If you don't make that, you end up losing your shot at making it to Worlds. And everything on the line, best of 5 against Beryl in an even year. I've seen the memes, Valdez. That's not something that you want to deal with.
Yeah, the memes, they are powerful most of the time, as we're looking to try to get the 3rd seed here. You got some people in the audience that skipped class to come down and watch the games, and they're like, you're gonna make it to Worlds, right? I skipped class. Well, you know, some people believe they have that power. Well, I came down and I watched, and they won every time. See if it works out for that fan, as we are waiting to just make sure everything is good and ready to go. G2 and LCK fighting at the World's Cups. And, you know, we'll see how that goes. We'll see how that goes. I have a lot of faith in How Life Esports and Genji. I think they're great. T1, maybe. We'll see if they get through in the 3rd seed. And I have no clue who's going to be 4th seed. No clue.
No, I don't think we should. It obviously is going to be a good amount of time in between, as we saw.
Look at how handsome Gumayusi is.
Yeah, fair enough. You know, I'm so used to people just, and then the immediate zoom in on Guma. I'm so used to those fan signs just being like, please, we need to win. I need to win more than anything.
Just wait until Saturday. Then we're going to see some some real desperation.
Yeah.
Last chance. Yeah. Oh, it's Innovation. That's Gumayusi's older brother. Very famous, very dominant Terran player in StarCraft 2 with a fantastic career of his own. So coming down to support his younger brother. And so far it's going pretty well. It's 1 game away. Cool to see him down here. Maybe Guma just figured it out. He's like, where?
Huh?
Seems like he didn't know.
You don't often
based on this reaction.
Don't often see, and now he's like looking. You don't often see Guma perplexed. He's generally pretty, you know, in control of how he's looking, what's going on around him. So fun to see him caught a little off guard. And aiming has mostly just been on the Ziggs. And I'm kind of wondering if there is a point in the series where DK say, you know what, to hell with it. We're locking this man Kaisa. We're letting them pick the Ziggs. Lucid, get that Lee in. I feel like if you do want to make it, even if it's not the meta, you got to try something like
Hey,
that.
LeBlanc enjoyers.
Well, that could be an answer as well. I think that there is definitely an opening in that mid jungle, but if the series continues going as it's gone so far, it will just be blue side wins all the way down, Valdez. We'll see if that's going to be the case here as well.
Yeah, we'll see if it works out. Sejuani, same bans here from game 2 so far, which is, you know, same sides for the teams that were in game 2. Let's see if it does continue. We had Jin here and then Rumble. So Jin,
Rumble,
Pick
Ziggs.
please Rumble. As you mentioned before, I think we've seen enough of the Rumble to know why it's perma-banned.
Ziggs, Corki Maokai. Yeah, okay.
Ziggs, okay.
Corki Maokai. Maybe Tristana Maokai if we're feeling crazy.
Oh, Maokai's bad now.
Wing and a miss.
MF comes through here. And this is what T1 did play into Ziggs in game 1. In Italy, a lot more fun than Maokai. But is not Maokai. Tristana, Ziggs, Maokai, very strong. Exactly what we saw. Well, actually, not exactly what we saw. It was Ivern, actually, in game 2. This time it's Maokai. But now the Lilia will be brought in here by Owner.
Is going to come through. Solid in the Maokai can outpace him. Also has a incredible amount of power with BMF. Really good setup for those fights. And now no top lane this time around picked on either side. Most likely there's obviously still some crazy flex potential, but I think that's what we're going to see. And I imagine T1 is just going to pick Alistar or Rel here on R4 and then give counter pick over to Zeus. Maybe you ban Cassante as well, like Jax Cassante. Maybe Renekton. I know Renekton hasn't really been high priority in the series, but it does feel like one of those picks where at least you can make your way through most matchups.
Yeah.
You do get ahead, you can snowball quite nicely.
Gnar.
So maybe they were either thinking that they're just going to R4 Leona or Rel, and then they want to take away the Gnar. Also, T1 could very well just pick the Gnar themselves as a blind pick if they do want to give Carrier a little bit more agency.
Yeah. But that is now banned, so no chance of that. Let's see what this final ban will be. A lot of focus in on the top lane. Will we see yet another top lane ban to be dug into? Or do they try to target the Leona? There is the Leona. So still a lot of stuff left open in the bottom lane. Nautilus.
I thought it was going to be Rel. It's going to be Nautilus instead. A bit more snappy on the engaging guaranteed, obviously, is the big thing.
Yeah, and we already saw Mohan play it. He died a lot, but he looked pretty comfortable on it, so...
So we Braum Cassante?
Braum doesn't exist in this series.
Renata Cassante?
Mohan was brought in here
like also,
for one reason, to engage.
Also, Renata and Ziggs sounds pretty miserable. I just really like Renata. As King is just like, hey, am I doing it? Yeah! Another game of Cassante. To be fair, Showmaker did have a really good Tristana game last time around, so I don't think it should come as too much of a surprise. I really wished it would have gone Braum, but nope, as you're saying...
Engage.
Engage.
Smart. Let's see what this final pick is here for the side of... Ooh, Zeus pulling out the Gwen for game number 4. And...
Whenever Kingen makes that face, you know he's about to have a really bad time. That's the face he made when they got Nasus.
Generally not
he got
happy
Nasus.
laughs.
No.
Which is weird to say.
If you missed the game, he got dove, what, like 4 times?
Yeah, and he looked exactly like that. And Zeus is a player that can actually utilize R5 counter pick and can potentially carry games. And you were talking about triple threat comps. This is kind of like a... It feels like a triple threat comp. Maybe it's like 3.5? We've got a Lilia in there.
I think it's 4.
Mostly for
Lilia's
setups.
Lilia's quite spooky. I don't know, Veldas. Based on draft, I like what DK have. I think there's a lot of power in this draft. You have really solid front to back, a lot of team fighting. But in modern League of Legends, so much of your ability to team fight is only how well can you team fight so that you can then get an objective. And that part, I haven't quite figured out. In game number 2, they got the fight and then ended the game. Maybe that's what they're looking for here.
Yeah, Tristana and Ziggs, an incredibly powerful duo in terms of the carries. They get it again alongside a Maokai, which they do opt into taking as it was left up this time. Let's see, though, as we have the Gwen, big focus here for the side of T1. Can Zeus get some work done in the top lane? It definitely remains to be seen. Let's hop into the Rift for game number 4.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
Off we go, game number 4. T1 on the doorstep of making it into Worlds. Hasn't been their most dominant summer season by any means. Definitely some struggles, some big hiccups, but could still potentially make it right here, right now, unless DK have something to say about it.
We'll be able to get this early award, placed by Showmaker. Lane swap coming through. Do like this. As mentioned, lane swap with the Ziggs always feels kind of free. Triple TP for DK, only 2 TPs for T1 here. Gumayushi did feel forced to go for the cleanse. It's a Maokai ult that is always going to feel pretty nicely, as we do have the invade. And no opportunity here for Lucid to get a little bit of a steal off, as lane swap is going to be red as soon as Mohan shows here on the mid wave. This is love to see if Owner can actually find an opportunity. Could maybe go like for an early attempt at getting the Raptors, like do a bot side clear and then try and look. We'll see if that's going to be enough. There's some early damage going in to both Faker and Moham here. Moham definitely taking the worst end of that trade.
Yeah, for sure. Ignite is used by Carrion. Help push that little advantage and push Moham out of the lane, who is going to back here at level 1. Carrion going for a little scout. And is trying to take the... He's going to smite it at 87 health. And now with Faker coming up, Lucid's in a bit of trouble, as it'll take a extremely long amount of time for Carrier to actually get the kill, but he's significantly delaying the clear of Lucid as well.
And this is snowball from what happened earlier, right? Moham getting a really bad trade. This is probably going to mean that Owner is going to be able to just clear to his heart's content. Now Showmaker is benefiting from the fact that Carrier did dip, and Showmaker was not sharing XP for nearly as long. So did get the early level up. Guma has been fine in a bit of a wonky situation with this lane swap. Biggest winner definitely going to be Owner, who now will be able to get the good old triple buff and basically get free quadrants of his, or of the jungle rather.
Yeah, the entirely, the all-inclusive entire jungle. Another hook comes in here from Carrier. It was a quote from Carrier in one of his interviews that he doesn't want to play all the weird stuff. He would just like to play Nautilus every game. And, well, he gets to play Nautilus in this game at least. Nautilus is not very meta at the moment, but you see him every once in a while. But it was funny that even with all of the bans going towards the top lane outside of Leona, we still got to see him prioritized here by Carrier.
Nautilus will just always remain, like, at least somewhat viable just because of the way his kit works. The amount of CC you have between your hook, your auto attack passive, and then the ultimate is kind of insane, as this is actually a pretty big deal. Lucid really wants this. And Moham is here, but they're down a member, and I don't think they can really do anything.
Yeah, another hook going to come in here on a Showmaker. Doesn't quite buff for that. And then he jumps away, and Owner got all the Raptors. Got the smite down as well. Not going to hit that bowling ball, but yeah. You were calling for Owner to play Lilia in game number 1. So Not too surprising that he eventually does pull it out here. I was just wondering when it was going to happen.
Yeah, but again, and this is something we see pretty often, right? Is King and definitely going to have to eat some cookies. As we often see, these early laning trades can make such a big difference in how the game plays out. Because if Moam doesn't take that trade and he's just there, Carriac can't then go and invade his own jungle. But obviously, because the lane swap is based on the opponent's jungle, and bully the way that he did, doesn't look like King actually did eat any of these cookies. So still is plenty. Has his TP available as well, and should be able to use it here. Zeus did use his earlier on to get back to the lane as Lucid on a level 4 here. And the Lilia, this is not going to get better. Once you finish your first item, you are going to be able to heavily outpace your opponent.
Yeah, and Owner just fantastic at getting ahead in these matchups, but also at setting up some of the team fights as well. So definitely feels like it's in the right hands, and T1 should be very happy with the way this early game has played out. We'll see, where the grubs go. As Mom, level 3, on Vision, and Carria's here. So now he's going to flash away. Carria tries to flash in and deny the jump over the wall. Will not be able to do that. But Moham really flirting with danger here in this game. And now a little engage from Showmaker. Bunch of damage goes in on an Owner, and he doesn't need to get the kill just to deny him access to the grub pit.
Yeah, actually a big deal. Because I imagine Lucid would have always gotten the 1 and then maybe would have had to dip after that. But you probably, if you're Lucid, make the read that Showmaker's helping out. Showmaker, very aggressive play, but ends up working out quite nicely as Aiming did just use the package aggressively. And
the satchel.
Oh, sorry, the satchel, yeah.
But yes.
Yeah, Corky obviously doesn't have his package anymore. But that's because of using the satchel to harass.
Yep.
Because otherwise, you
all of
can't
that.
ult. And DK, okay, Showmaker.
Oh, trying to get in behind, and Showmaker, the auto's gonna get him! And Faker eventually does go down. Here's Owner, though. Might be able to do a number here to Lucid, honestly, but he's not gonna push his luck. But still, first blood does go to Faker. Showmaker, not the first time he's tried to pull off a play like that. And he doesn't quite work out for him. Had Lucid nearby, and so thought he'd just be able to make it work.
Early plays here, definitely favoring T1. Haven't looked at top in a while, as Moam does actually crucially get the Q on Daguma, so there isn't that much damage follow-up. So ends up working out nicely. Kingen also is going to get a good amount of value of buying some MR here towards the top half of the map. As we take another look at this play, Showmaker ends up still taking a good amount of damage there from that Valkyrie. And ends up going down. I imagine was trying to flash, but he wouldn't take damage from the E.
Yeah.
As
yeah, pulled over the wall here. The Glenn in a bit of trouble, does get rooted up, and now looking for a little bit more. But not quite going to have anything else happen, but they do get that pick onto Zeus.
So the downside is that all this gold is going into Lucid, who is going to be an extremely low resource Maokai. Does kind of help with the fact that obviously his jungle farm is gonna, already is and is not gonna get better in terms of gold advantage that Owner is gonna be able to generate. But if that goes to Showmaker, you're gonna be feeling a lot better about some of these plays. Nicely done there though, good turn by Kingen. Always something that I feel like we've gotten a lot better at playing around Cassante, but every now and then he still gets you.
Yeah.
This initially looks like Kingen doesn't find the Q free. Yep. It's very straightforward. Aiming also going for the TP, which doesn't end up being necessary, but could have, of course, maybe made the read that there was going to be more of a fight and Owner was going to commit further. Very straightforward there from Kingen. And nicely done. Turns that situation on its head. Yeah.
This is kind of funny because Zeus, he's like, oh, I'm safe now. And then he dashes back in just to get immediately Cassante'd in the face. Yeah, could have played it smarter. It does get punished for that play.
It is hard, to be fair, to actually get the ultimate of Lily Alpha on Owner because there's such a clear wind-up, right? So we can R and then get the W reset, but still wouldn't be that bad as we're just throwing out hooks and throwing out Qs and it's going to wistfully miss each other.
Carrier trying to show Moham how it's done. You know, Moham, they just need somebody to make plays, to make stuff happen. I like that they do go back to extreme comfort for him on the rel. I think the rel makes sense in this composition as well. So they just need someone to be reliable and to get good engages off and to really pull the trigger so the rest of the team can kind of fall in line behind him. Yeah, especially after game number 3, which had not very much of that. Here comes Moham, by the way. Level 6 now, but it's going to be scouted out by Keria, who is unsure.
Are they still going to go for this?
Oh, Satchel comes on in, denies the ult. This wave's still here. The Maokai ultimate as well on top of it. Moham over the top grabs 2, but he might go down to the turret. Does get traded back, and now it's just a 1-for-1, and Lucid getting extremely low. And nearly does go down himself, but he's very fed. Meanwhile,
not going to be feeling too great about that, funnily enough, if you're DK. Like, yes, you get the kill, but this is just Zeus now completely unchecked. Going to be able to get this... I don't know if he gets the top of that turret, but at least gets a bunch of plates. Yeah, down to 2 plates now, plus a good amount of these minions into the tower. And then also, because you're playing towards bot side, you're going to give up the grubs. And particularly with Tristana and the Ziggs, really want to try and stack those. Now, if they are able to get the plates for aiming, and they end up being able to punish the Flash and Cleanse combo, which they might very well be able to do now. Nope, never mind.
No, just kidding. We're still doing that. I mean, in this case, it does make sense. And Guba does get pretty low, but we'll take another look here at the dive.
So Satchel was solid. I think the problem is just there's just not that much damage. The ult also goes completely wide. I think Aiden definitely could have held onto that because you have a lot of setup. And then Moham with the Ignite ends up going down, even with it just being the turret doing the damage. And that could have been a lot cleaner. Like if you get 2 kills there and the turret, if Moham doesn't end up going down, but instead this ends up being a pretty rough trade for DK.
Yeah. Aiming very good at using his abilities pretty freely, farming out waves and you know, getting a bunch of gold. But I feel like sometimes it leaks into some of his team fighting, where he's just like, I gotta use everything all at once as fast as possible and just throw it in and do my job as a damage dealer. And as you were saying in that fight, I think if you hold the ult, you're probably gonna get some more consistent overlaying damage.
If it's you and Tristana whiffing an ultimate like that is fine, but it's Rel and all Maokai and Cassante.
Especially with Maokai, it's like, well, he
someone will hit.
You know, that's the way the champ works. So, yeah, it's fine. But not the cleanest dive, and T1's still feeling very happy. I think the grubs you mentioned also very important in this one, as DK will not be able to hit that 4 benchmark.
Oh, and it takes some drive-by damage there. The explosive shot goes off. Do see Kingen, as expected, going very heavily into the MR.
Does aiming build Morel and Omicron again? There's a Gwen on the team this time.
Well, maybe.
And still MF with BT.
Maybe.
Do we run it back?
Oh, I love this.
Speaking of running it back, Guma is literally running it back.
Oh, he had a
into the lane.
suspicion. Yeah.
And he just farms out the whole wave. Does have to ult, as Keria going to deny the crash down. Now he's throwing an ult into Lucid, thinking about setting up a fight here, but Lucid is Maokai, so throws out the Nature's Grasp and does say no to that. Trying to get in onto Showmaker, but he is Tristana, and he's just going to walk it off.
A lot of disengaging power here, Veldas. On either side. Well, on T1 side, it's mostly just running away. DK side is pretty obvious. And unfortunately for Kingen, this is one of those situations where the matchup doesn't really get better. I think into Rumble, you do eventually reach a point where, like, he can get for you, but it takes a lot of time. Gwen, with her Q sweet spot, and her ultimate really does just kind of make you feel like paper, which is not something you want to do. It does have Koenig working now, though.
Oh, I get it, because she's scissors, right?
Yeah, that's
really funny.
Well, I wouldn't say that, but thank you, Veldas.
I did like it, actually. It wasn't one of the laugh out loud moments, but it was very enjoyable as a joke.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
But, yeah, I mean, it's true. I think that Kingen has oftentimes kind of just been the guy who's like, okay, well, you're just going to sit there in top lane and try not to die. And it's not very fun, and it can be very grating on you as a player.
That's fine.
Try to deal with that.
We've seen him laugh after getting dove like 4 times as Nasus. He's a top laner, through and through. Well, I do wish, and this is more of a DK in general thing, but again, that proactivity is there as...
Wow, Owner really trying to set this up. He is going to eat a bit of the damage. The saving is getting low. The smite also coming in, and they're going to get the TP out of Showmaker, but Owner might not be long for this one, as down he goes. Showmaker with the drive-by once again. And he does use his TP to get it, but picks up the kill.
Actually, so nicely done as well, because I do think they actually have an opportunity to kill him if Gwen gets to use his passive, or use her passive as well as the ultimate. Not going to be the case. It's going to be, I think, still a good enough trade, but DK should be able to get the turret in mid here as a trade. So first turret blood is going to go to T1, but now especially, yeah, exactly. Especially with the Ziggs available, this is 100% going to go down. Might even look for a second one.
Yeah, you can deny the crap. Okay, never mind. If he just autoed again and satcheled, it wouldn't have mattered. But down will go Moham here in the bottom lane. Not sure exactly how that happened.
Yeah, I think he was reinforcements for Showmaker, but then the reinforcements were not enough. It's Kingen. Sees this TP, but not going to be too friendly. Kill did go over to, I think it was Keria there? Was a faker, not 100% sure, but didn't go over to Gwen. That would obviously have been a best case scenario. Now, Dragon, again, very low pace on the Dragons. We are back to game 1 and 2 where it's Cloud and Ocean. As we take a look at this, Owner really trying to force this play, but Ziggs has a lot of damage, as we can see, even with the sweet spot, not quite enough. And then Ziggs making sure that he's safe. And then Showmaker actually doing a really good job here with the aggressive flash to make sure that his vision in the brush actually gets the autos off. And then we take another look here, and okay, very straightforward. Try to look for a collapse into Zeus, and then the TP comes in, and Faker ends up picking this one up with the, I think the rocket it was, with the splash damage. And now the Corki getting slowly more fed. Corki has still not won a game in the series, by the way. We'll see if that changes, as now 2 turrets to 1. The Showmaker should be able to equalize that fairly quickly. Imagine if he had 6 grubs.
Yeah, it would feel pretty good. One thing that DK does have is a couple of Drakes. I don't think they got it like once in game 2, I think. Right, they got the second mountain and then they eventually won the game. But now it's going to be them starting off with the first 2 Drakes, and it's Infernal Soul. So
it really helps with the fact that you're a 2-carry team, right?
Yeah.
And not only does it make your carries feel a lot more threatening, but it also means that champions like Cassante can actually, with that Infernal Soul proc, have enough damage to carry team fights, even if you do miss out. And that's one of the things that I do really wonder about with T1, is how does the late game actually play out? Because I think they're really good at finding someone and blowing them up, right? A lot of damage available here, so you can even hook frontline and just chew through them. Or getting a big sleep. Outside of that, though, it does feel like this composition might be hard to execute into again, and I keep saying this, but in theory, a composition with Cassante and Maokai should really be able to 5v5 very well. It's just that that hasn't been happening a lot. Lucid is going to get slowed down. Takes a little bit of damage. Still has Locket, so I don't think he was too worried there.
And you mentioned it before. I mean, T1 has so many threats on their side that, especially from ahead.
There's no turret Showmaker. Moam's there.
And if they could stack some Drakes, ooh, you see Faker trying to pretend like he's in a rough spot just to bait Moham a little bit closer. Nearly hits with the hook, as bit of Ziggs damage over the top. Now we're trying to get a fight on in, but Lucid going very close to the sun. The knockup comes in, and the MF ult gets it done. As Keria will be able to walk this one off, but T1, they bait them into a fight once again, and they come out ahead once again.
I'm pretty sure that Gwen wasn't seen yet when that happened, so thought that they maybe had a numbers advantage. Does kind of answer our questions as to why DK somewhat seems hesitant to do stuff. As this is something we haven't seen in this series just yet, which is Lucid trying to be the one to engage, but ends up backfiring pretty heavily there.
It just felt like the call was, even from the beginning, from aiming's damage, it was like, okay, they're...
I want to go in.
Yeah, they're caught out. We're trying to get an engage here. And it was, you know, as we had all the vision, it was just obviously not a very good idea. Showmaker trying to chip away at this one, has some help, and Moham goes over the wall. So down will go the turret. DK finally get in there and take that objective down. Who's going to deal with the Gwen?
No one. No, that's the neat thing. And
Well-
maybe with 2 people, that should be enough. She's very speedy, though.
Yeah. Showmaker could hop in. We do have Lucid coming up here as well. And Owner around, and the second Owner, and the TP comes in. You see that Owner's trying to set this one up, has the potential to sleep 2 down, but Faker's going to be taken out first. And now the front line of only Gwen. Not going to be able to do too much. He is trying to trade here on the Kingin, but there are 4 members of DK who eventually do punish us. Now the turn comes in from T1. They catch out Lucid, who just goes it alone, but now it's just a bait as Moham gets 3 on the engage, and they're able to trade the support back at least. No dragon just yet. We're just fighting fisticuffs in the bottom lane.
Everyone's fighting. We're fighting for cooldowns, Valdez. So let's take a look. We have, what, 2 TPs used? As we go back to this, I just don't think they have the damage at this point in time. And I do actually think that the play wouldn't have, like, Gwen being there doesn't actually matter, right? It's just an attempt at hard force. And then this is where the summoner advantage actually ends up being huge, because now all of a sudden it's a 3v3, but then with that TP coming in, it just isn't enough. Kingin also gets the W on the sleep, and then in the end, ends up being, what, like a 3-for-2 trade, as they do actually get Zeus. This is actually really cute here from T1, and they are lucky that there isn't more of a follow-up here as Mom gets that Freeman Magnet Storm, crash down Magnet Storm. Otherwise, it could have been quite rough. But there's no dragon. There's not really a whole lot that gets taken as a result. So when looking, who actually have their summoners available still? And no flash on Showmaker. Obviously, no flash on Moham. And a lot of TPs used by DK, so their silent pressure is going to be worse. What if the solution to the Baron problem is just have Showmaker solo it? That's Soul Point for Infernal Soul, Velda.
Yeah.
Wait, now
And
DK is just going to get it for free?
I mean,
Yeah.
yeah, I guess so. Yeah. Okay.
They're learning! They're learning in front of our eyes, Velda!
Just take the dragon, and T1 won't do anything about it, and they won't be able to take the Baron because the rest of the team is not doing the dragon. And Tristana very good at doing that. So you could just do it again, potentially, in 5 minutes, depending on how T1 handled the situation at that time.
I don't know what my takeaway is from this whole
Series.
series, this whole sequence of events.
Does the winner of this best of 5 go to quarterfinals?
Well, this is the thing. Like, I don't think that the performance of these teams right now is going to be indicative of where they're going to be at Worlds.
Yeah,
It'll be a different
of
meta.
course, yeah.
It'll be a very different scenario.
And teams
but I
prep
also
entirely
think,
differently for Worlds and
Well,
stuff.
yeah,
They have a lot of
obviously.
time. And
Yeah, we need to be fair. Obviously, it's always going to be like, oh, but what about DRX was, by all accounts, an insane outlier, right? Which is why it's generally considered to be the best Worlds one ever, for many other reasons, narratively as well, but just in terms of the fact that DRX was able to get it together. So I don't really want to put my eggs in the, it's fine, they'll be solid at Worlds basket. I really don't know what the takeaways are. I think both teams are very clearly going through a lot of stuff right now. And what's most interesting to me is that mechanically, like, I think decision-making, these are a lot of issues we've seen for both these two teams, but mechanically, like Showmaker not hitting a flash over the wall, some re-engages that were done by T1, kind of make you wonder as, oh my god.
they're just
oh
gonna
my
start
god.
it. Wait,
Veldus.
there's no vision.
Veldus.
Yeah?
Veldus!
Yes?
They're doing it! They're doing it, Veldus!
Oh, they're doing it! T1 has no idea, but now they have an inkling.
It's gone.
And they can't get in here on time. It snuck away, smited at exactly 1200. And T1 are like, oh, well, I guess they can do that too, huh?
I never thought I was going to see the day, Veldus. They did it!
They did make a very good Baron call after clearing out all the vision.
Didn't even need to use Maokai. This is also FYI, why teams like Gen.G and Hanwha are not allowed to have Maokai.
Yeah.
Because they do this, but then better and quicker. And they actually... Oh man, alright, cool. Immediate TP towards top side to try and get as much out of this as possible. The one downside is that I do think DK, outside of Showmaker, like the 1-3-1 isn't really looking too hard. You can mostly go 1-4 with ideally Tristan and sideline. Showmaker is still very big and should be able to... I think he might even have the burst to deal with Zeus. I think that gets a little bit dicey. That is definitely riskier. Obviously would completely blow up the Corki given the 2-level lead, given the fact that he's sitting on an IE already. But we're going to have to see how much DK actually gets with this, because before we get too excited, we are currently 1 minute into the Red Bull Baron power play, and it's 1,000 gold.
Yeah, you remember T1 was getting Barons and nothing was happening as well.
Yeah, I do remember.
So
it happened recently.
Both the teams definitely aren't like. It doesn't feel like everything's happening according to plan 100% of the time.
You just don't want to go to that next match. You don't want to go to the second best of 5 against BNK or KT.
No.
You want to stay as far away from that as you can. That's where Hanwha Life-esque runs are born.
Yeah, it's true.
That's where DRX their run was born.
King a bit alone here.
There is a TP available for Showmaker, but none for aiming.
Trying to collapse here on a Kingin, who is not yet level 16, as he'll deny the hook, but that is a Nautilus. He's got more where that's coming from, as now in goes the Gwen, and the MF damage is finally, he will be taken down. Gonna just kind of get that last shot. The rest of DK, everyone backed. Every single person backed to try to get to bot lane and save him, and nobody got bot lane and saved him.
Hey, Veldas, get that negative out. Oh, the collapse.
Oh.
Remember up.
Oh no.
They did use 2 ultimates here. I don't know if that's enough.
Yeah, the flanking teleport from Faker as now the engage comes in from Moham. He presses his buttons, but it's Showmaker hooked at him mid-air by the side of Carrier. He's in a lot of trouble. Guma just flashes in onto him. So now it's all up to aiming to get the damage done, as Lucid will be able to frontline. And you're not letting this Gwen out of here. And T1...
No, I think they get out.
Okay, they're going to get out, but this Dragon spawning in 10 seconds.
Hey, 600 gold Red Bull Baron power play, Veldas. And now the reverse.
Okay, which reverse are we on? I lost track. Oh, there's a double up there on a Lucid. Some extra damage.
I think he should have Warmogs at this point. Yeah, it does look... Oh, does he? Yeah. Does have it now. Faker's on his way, but so is Moham.
Is it just a flip?
It's a flip.
Oh no, they're gonna turn on to Lucid. Bunch of damage, bunch into Owner too, but he lives! And they can't take him out, and he flashes out of the Mega Bomb from the Ziggs. It's just the Infernal taken away by T1. Super clean. Nothing to see here.
Did we? Okay, so it's fine. T1 did deny the soul point. That's what matters. As we take another look here. Initially, looks like Kingin might be able to reunite with his team. And this is one of those scenarios where you're saying, Veldas, if they're on the map, if they're in mid lane, they just get at least a turret. They have Baron buff when this is happening. But Gwen in particular just shreds through tanks, even with the Omar being bought. And then, crucially, look at that ward. That ward not being spotted ends up being huge, because otherwise, I don't know if they really go for this play. The flanking Corki is definitely a bit of a crazy one, but the cancel on the hook, aiming's ult, not finding the target, means that it looks like the fight should be a complete blowout. And we take another look at the fight here.
I think you're saying to keep Maokai out of the pit. I lived. And, well, everything said kind of came true. He picks up the Drake, and he is a real threat in this game. Has an arm guard, 2 items, trying to follow in the footsteps of the Gwen items, the Riftmaker and the Leandries, 2 heavy AP threats in this game. Total gold, though, will go towards the 80 carries in this game. Guma, Showmaker, aiming as well.
Zeus now, 3rd item done. Same for Faker. The big thing with this T1 composition is that there is such an insane amount of damage output that anyone stepping a little bit too far forward, we saw there with King, and just ends up getting blown up in a very short amount of time. Does have the Ghost back up. Should be able to get Rens relatively quickly, and that's kind of the tragedy for him, is that he's playing into double Leandries, double Riftmaker, and Gwen with her true damage, and he still needs to itemize because he's also playing as well as MF. The big thing though for T1, or for a DK rather, and we've seen this a bunch of times already, is that I do think that if they're the one pulling the trigger, if they get 2 out of the 4, they can blow them up in seconds. And thus far, they've been a lot more proactive, Valdez, and I'm just hoping that that continues, even with the fact that the Baron didn't really lead to much. I would love to see game number 5 here, to see who makes it to Worlds as our 3rd seed. Looks like DK, they are actually... Oh my god. So previously they didn't. To put them in a false sense of security. They don't have the damage.
They see everything.
Yeah, they know. They also didn't have aiming there, so that's a lot of the damage not there, but they get the TP.
It was really hyped there for like a split second.
I just wanted to start it.
Yeah.
That's all. And they're doing that. And they're getting the cooldown. And then now you can continue to...
And you have Maokai with Warmogs.
Yeah.
So you can do this infinitely if you'd like.
You can.
But, yeah. You gotta clean out the waves, and I think T1, you know, beginning to see what DK are trying to do. They're trying to pressure some of the lanes here, especially mid and top. And now it's them that are trying to get control of this area around the Baron.
Want to highlight as well some of the itemization here. Obviously, we already have Owner with a... Ooh, a lot of vision being found there. We have Owner with a stopwatch, and then we also have Showmaker already picking up the QSS. So both of these players trying to avoid the exact scenario we were talking about earlier. As are they?
There's vision, by the way.
Oh, they're doing it. They're trying to get the TP out of Faker.
Yeah. So we'll see if
T1 calls the bluff. This is 100% a flip. Owner doesn't have flash just yet, though.
Ooh.
It's close, but I don't know if it's going to be in time. Lucid still has his ult. I don't think he can get into the pits.
Do they know the timing of this? It would be actually perfect right before Owner's flash, and they get the Baron. And they just get away with it. They're going to take it down. We got an Infernal Drake in 30 seconds. But now DK with Baron buff might be able to use this pressure to fight for it.
And Soul Point is still there, going all the way back to when Showmaker just kind of got that. So T1, they don't really have an opportunity to say, hey, we're going to let this fight go. You cannot give over. That objective is Banshees here for aiming. Just trying desperately to stay alive. We saw how much damage output he had in the last fight. Moham, I imagine, looking for an engage. This could be what brings us to Silver Scrapes, or it could be the end of DK in this series, Valdez.
It's all in this moment. Let's see what happens. DK, they're trying to push forward with the Baron in mid. They take out the inner, but T1 know where the real prize is, and it's on that Infernal Drake, so...
Aiming doesn't have TP, crucially. Can get Prio really easily as he zigs, but should be making his way over after that. I wouldn't mind, send Showmaker mid, because you can still give this up if you are DK, if you can trade it for enough of an objective.
I'm trying to find the angle for the Maokai ult. It might just end up being a flip as well. This is going down so incredibly fast. T1, they get zoned away, and it just goes the way of DK again. Infernal Soul for D plus Kia. And now they're looking to find Keria, who is going to get flashed on. Doesn't have the flash of his own. Throws an ult into Showmaker, but the reset's already there. The hook comes in, and he's dead. Guma, he's over here by himself. Couldn't get away. And he should be going down here shortly as Kingen pulls him out of the bomb. But more importantly, the Infernal Soul and the Baron buff still up here for DK. They will look to push.
And the Rebel Burn Power Play this time feels a lot better, Valdez. As DK looking to bring us to a 5th game
Owner
to see who is going to be the final LCK seed.
Well,
the Owner did pull the wave. This is fairly low here.
It's a pretty small wave. There is a tree in the sapling, to deny his back as the flash on a Faker, but he just flashes away, and Lucid doesn't really do much at all. He's trying to frontline here, but eventually Keria does go down. And the wave, the one cannon.
Look at him!
The one cannon!
He's shooting!
Oh, but it can't quite get close enough and eventually just get cleared out. Zeus here on the run. And now it's a big Gwen throwing in the lives, and that's going to be the kill. The shutdown onto Ziggs. And they hold on in this game number 4.
T1 not done just yet. Yes, Infernal Soul is there, but that alone not going to be enough. Crucially, though, there is no objective on the map. No Baron, no Elder. As we take another look, it's the Maokai setup. Like, Owner, I think, was looking for a flash over the wall, but they don't actually have the vision to make that play work. And now T1 looking for a punch back.
We got an
We're
engage
going
live.
in.
Moham catches 2, but I don't know who's catching who at this point in time. Owner goes in, but just trying to zone, I guess, for the team as the MF ult's going to hit that front line and do insane damage, and now King is in trouble as well. The ult will come through. He doesn't have a cancel, and King and will go down.
They got Zeus and Owner, but if that engage backfires, they can just lose the game. They don't. Six's aiming is up as well. There's no Baron buff. But DK is definitely looking aggressive here, as so he attempts to go for this big play, but it's Gwen. So Showmaker basically needs to be in melee range. Then Owner goes in with the flash and the sleep. And then again, Showmaker just on the edge. There's just enough damage available. That bot lane is still up, but definitely feels like now DK has gone completely to the other side, where we take every engage.
Yep.
And you know what?
Why?
It's better. I take it. I imagine Zephyr when these guys, I don't care if we have another series, but if you guys don't do anything again, I'll be very sad and disappointed.
Yeah.
And we don't want Zephyr to be disappointed.
And, you said, you know what? This is better. That's true. Also, you know why? Moham is playing Rel. It's comfort. He engages. He finds a lot of engages. He's also being a little troll here.
Yeah, that said, Valdez, I feel like DK should have been able to win the game. But the inhibitor is bot lane inhibitor, so a bit annoying, but both Zeus and Faker do FTP. This is not one yet. Like, T1 can still just close this out with a free one if DK overstep. Infernal Soul, as good as it is, does require you to, again, keep Showmaker and aiming alive, because they're the ones that are going to get the most value out of it. I don't know how much AP aiming is sitting on, but I imagine it's going to be an absolutely disgusting amount.
Huge number, and he really needs magic penetration as well. I mean, at this point in the game, he's got Sork boots, but, tanky members are getting tankier, and he has a lot of AP, but...
You'd be basically doing true damage, right? Because there's not that much MR being bought, but it's just so... He just finishes Seraphs.
Yeah.
Yeah, don't love that. That definitely should have just sold that, and...
I mean, there's not a lot of tanks on the side of T1,
no, but
at least.
Again, even with just base MR, once we're getting to later levels, you will actually just do, I don't know how much is old this Ox would at this point.
I feel like the math would work out in that direction.
It always does. I feel like...
Maybe he decided he needs that shield instead of more damage.
Die. Well, to be fair, if he doesn't die, it probably doesn't matter which items he has as long as they give him AP. What I was saying, though, is that there is definitely one fight for T1. They are aware this is happening, but they should get that.
Oh, my. Well.
Wait, Zeus. He will get spotted here.
Yep, Zeus going to be spotted. And, they get the catch, but aiming, he's got Banshees, and Zeus, he's gotten so low. He is going 1v2. Meanwhile, Download does not even look at the damage that is being done to the guys on T1. Faker, Gooba, Keria on the run. Keria goes in, but they're still here. They don't quite have the damage, and he's not a front lane anymore. Faker goes down. It's only Gooba who is very desperate. He's going to get flashed on and eventually taken out by Showmaker as the GA is buying some time, and the timing is there. Aiming gets it down, and it's looking good for a game number 5.
DK have not been able to stand up to T1 in a very long time, Valdez. They're going to go to red side. I think T1 still should be favored, given how these games have played out. But man, the regional gauntlet kicking off with... I don't know if I would call it good, but understand if it's not entertaining, Valdez.
Exactly. It's a lot of fun. Carriot alone, of course, not able to stop it. And we will have Silver Scrapes in the first best of 5 of the regional qualifiers to see who will be our 3rd seed at Worlds. And DK, they do it again. They say, we're doing Baron, come at us. And they run straight into a Ziggs. The build doesn't matter. The damage is there. And T1 were not able to figure it out. So game number 5 is going to get very spicy.
Really is. A single game going to be deciding who is going to get that 3rd seed at Worlds.
If you're a fan of one of these teams,
this is a lot. This is a lot.
It's a bit overwhelming, isn't it? Yeah. We're not even at game 5 yet. And it's already getting a bit crazy.
Very happy to see that our usual gold graph still in action there.
Yeah.
A little bit of up and down, dipping. Corki still looking for a win in this series. We'll see if it keeps getting the priority that it's gotten so far. And Valdez, I was hoping that this would happen because I feel like both of these two teams, they're very clearly very closely matched.
They really are, and we will have our Silver Scrapes for game number 5 between T1 and D Plus Kia. Who will make it to Worlds tonight? We'll find out in just a bit, and we'll see you after the break.
바로 걸렸다. 얘네 각 걸리면서 나와야 돼. 렐 조심. 얘네 픽 개많이 갈렸어. 개많이 갈았어. 그웬 위치 안 보이고. 존나 빨라. 나 봐줘야 돼. 야, 그웬 왼쪽. 야, 그웬 보자. 그웬 보자. 그웬 보자. 그웬 보자. 나 죽었어. 잡았어. 일단 가자. SP 다 할까요? 기다려. 나 가져. 나. 정화는 헬로. 밑번 오공. 야, 얘 빨렸다. 밑번 오공. 야, 앞라인 봐줘. 코르키. 그렇게 잡았다. 천천히. 나 바텀 가자. 풀도 밖에. 내 노공이야. 나 바텀 갈게. 잡았어 바텀 텔. 캐리.
We are just a couple of weeks away from Worlds, and what better way to get into it with a Silver Scrapes here in the first round of the LCK Regional Qualifier. It's 2-2, D+ tied up against T1. We're going all the way to number 5. It's Digon here alongside Ox and Wolf. And guys, these have been long games, they've been stressful games. It's your opportunity to qualify. Is it time to start panicking for either fan base here?
I mean, if they lose the series, they do have another opportunity to qualify. So I wouldn't panic yet, but this is definitely a good win for D+, getting the hands on the Tristana Ziggs again. I think a big difference between having the Tristana Ziggs and the Corki Ziggs, you're allowed to push that momentum earlier with the tower taken, but also you have the Tristana who not only has the reset cleanup in fights, but that DPS that I feel like the composition sorely lacked in the last one.
I think with all these fights have been looking as well, they have often been very one-sided and based on picks and catches. And so as a result, Tristana is going to be favored in those types of moments because she gets resets. I just don't know why we're giving Tristana when they have Ziggs, like, every time. You can't do that. Like, I think this is a huge mistake for T1. It gave a lot of options and opportunities to the side of D+ here that they should not have been able to have. Like, Faker should have just picked the Tristana away, and I'm very puzzled by this draft decision.
Yeah, Tristana 2-0 so far, Ziggs 2-2. As we take a look at some of the highlights here. Early on, it's D+ getting a catch here on the bottom side of the map, but then wait, the TP comes in.
It ends up being a bit of an overcommit for T1, and I feel like so many plays in this game where one team thinking they have the edge, commit to a play, maybe it backfires because of TPs or mis-execution. This has been a scrappy game in a very scrappy series, and once again, they're looking to find a bit more here, and this beautiful engage from Moham, well, a bit of a redemption arc on this Rel game, able to find one more kill.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of mind games going on. It feels like with how teams are setting up traps. We're seeing T1 often waiting, waiting and lurk. Oh, we re-engage, but then sometimes D+ also doing the same. Sometimes D+ realizing that they're trying to be, they're trying to set up a play like that and actually having the turn there. Moham having the wherewithal to know that he could actually get that 3-man.
Yeah, well, D+ then were able to stack Drakes here and had multiple Drakes stacked up. They were on Soul Point, and then Kingen gets caught here. D+ have an opportunity, but they all recall and try to save this play.
This is another one of those map moments for D+ where I get frustrated with the way that they feel like they have the control over this moment. They're like, oh yeah, we lost Kingen, however, they used a lot for that, so perhaps we can win this. But you have to remember that there is a teleport on the Corki, and they chase really deep trying to make a play here and find themselves trapped on the wrong side of the map. It's just a very bizarre call here. If this happens later in the game, like, they just lose the game over it and they drop down to that final match on Saturday. I mean, moments like this feel desperate and wholly unnecessary. So while we're seeing some better drafts from D+, sometimes the reads on the map have been really questionable.
I also just find it kind of hilarious that our first clip was in this exact same spot, and it's just both teams thinking they have the edge on this part of the map, trying to punish people who are out of position, and this time obviously going in favor of T1, and it just feels like a lot of back and forth seen in the game in these moments.
Yeah, Lucid had a pretty good opportunity as D+ had Baron at that time. They did get shoved, and it gave him a very close chance to steal it away, but it doesn't come down to it. It was, what, like 3 HP or something like that on this first deal.
It was super close. You can kind of understand D+ looking for the opportunity here with how close it ended up being. And I feel like, even game 1 came down to a really close contest over a dragon. It has been tooth and nail, I feel like, a lot of these circumstances.
So then, there you have it, right? That's it. We're calling it. It's 3-1. The Soul has been stopped. That's going to be all she wrote. But of course, that's not the case in this series because it has just been non-stop action. D+ then able to take the Soul, try to force the Baron here, turn and catch the fight.
It's not the first time in this fourth game where we actually see D+ do the T1, group on Baron, play around Vision. I mean, this is just a fantastic position to do massive damage in a choke point with your Ziggs, with Infernal Soul. T1 a little bit late to the party here. We're in a super desperate situation in this game and are just absolutely obliterated. I just wanted to showcase like what this comp can do with Infernal Soul in the right position.
And it's clear that the composition for T1 was a lot squishier. You don't have nearly as much of a durable front line with things like Cassante or the Rel when she's got Aftershock up. And you really have to be precise on the engages. They weren't able to get on top of aiming partially because of the Banshees. And then on top of that, the MF ult quickly interrupted. And how quickly it kind of fell apart after that. Just immediately D+ smelled blood in the water and punished.
So during regionals, we don't have POGs, but who is the player that needs to step up for either side? Ox, I want you to choose here for D+. You'll go ahead and pick for T1, Wolf.
I think for D+, honestly, I think Kingen hasn't had the best series overall, and Moham, this game was better from him. But I think if those two can really shore it up, and maybe Showmaker off Tristana. Tristana's been really good on, but I think maybe if you can have a better performance of the picks, because I don't think they'll let him get it in this game.
Yeah, for me, it's Faker and Keria. I think Faker has had some good moments in this series, but champion pool feels really pinched here. Keria, on the other hand, has definitely overextended into a few really rough spots, so needs to tighten that up.
Well, if you take a look at some of these game timers that we've had throughout the series, they have gone late, both partially intentionally and also because sometimes it looks like the teams aren't 100% sure on when they want to pull the trigger to start closing the game or make those win moments, and it comes in the form of the Elder Dragon.
It's been so back and forth constantly, and it feels like both teams have struggled to lock down and hold on to a significant advantage. All our clips have just been back and forth, and it comes down to those clutch moments in the end, and I think this game's going to be similar.
Spring to summer to regional finals. It is the best time of the League of Legends calendar year, and now we have ourselves a Game 5 with the world spot on the line. T1 and D+. Game 5. What gets better than that? On the call, Chronicler and Valdez.
Thank you, Spacers, for that wonderful breakdown. We are here at Wall Park, the LCK Arena, for game number 5. The winner of one game of League of Legends will go to the World Cup of League of Legends. And who's going to do it here? It's hard to say. I think we're favoring T1 because they moved to the blue side. but it really is anybody's game at this point. So many people coming down, including Delight, who, you know, just won a simple
He's just looking, going like this.
LCK final, and
This is my competition. I am not impressed. I imagine.
I'm sure
I don't
he's
know.
not.
Actually, I'm not. He's a Giga Chat. He's like, man, I'm glad to be here. This is fun. Enjoying himself. And we joke a lot, but I do truly believe that these type of situations where the pressure is on can really make even the most experienced players make some pretty subpar decisions. And I'm hoping in this game number 5 we can kind of clean it up. I think that DK has already kind of leveled up as Hoya, Birdle, and Dokdam cheering on their old teammates. The draft also going to be another big one, Valdez. The desk already, the Space Rider already talks about it in great detail. I want to see the Corki Prio dropped. I think Tristana Prio needs to be sky high. And maybe, just maybe, we don't leave open Rumble this time, DK. That's probably...
if they do that in
a
Game
safe
5 and they leave
call.
it open, I'm going to lose my mind. There's no way. I mean, especially the way that Zay's played in game number 3.
Because I think it's happening.
No.
I think they're doing it again.
No.
No, I think they are.
No, there's no way. They're not. No. You know, it gets a big cheer from the crowd as well. I think that Zeus deserves the respect.
He does.
Stop giving him Rumble. The guy's a madman. Don't let him play the best champ on the patch for the last bunch of patches. So, Rumble's off the board, which means that Jin is available, which was one of the previous bans in the slot. Here's the Maokai ban.
A blue side Maokai ban. Testament to Lucid and how much he's improved on the pick. Still, obviously, having a pretty messy series, but as I think looked consistently solid. Ziggs taken away as well.
Tristana available.
Tristana and Corki are both up. Sejuani's there as well.
Yeah, maybe they just take Sedge and then take one of the ones that isn't left of Corki and Trist. Owner is just so good on it, but they're going to go Ashe instead. So a different look, and especially with Ziggs off the board, it kind of does open up that bottom lane.
Really does. Ashe has really fallen out of favor because of the fact that Ziggs makes life very, very tough. We'll see what DK wants to go for in that bot lane matchup. He can still go for the MF. Kind of reach a stalemate as the pick away from Owner really does feel that way. I think Lucid's fine, but not necessarily as much of a standout on this pick, I think, as Owner was. But I think Owner also had a relatively weak game last time around, even with some good early setup that was there for him. I think this should be Tristana. I think Corki, this series just hasn't really seemed to be of necessary power level. Clearly, Lucid and Showmaker having a bit of a good time, and I think the MF makes sense. Lilia MF remains to be a very strong combo. Zyra here for Owner could be what they go towards, and yeah, the setup and the slows definitely quite strong, as there is that Corki. It's Tristana.
Yeah, Tristana's still available, so seems like kind of the go-to in terms of the tier list, unless Showmaker wanted to do something crazy. Do see he's still talking, he's got a sly grin on.
Is it time?
So they might just pick something else.
Are we saving counter pick for Showmaker? We've, depending on which era of DK/Dom when it's been, that's been very different experiences, obviously. I think most recent was the one we saw last was the Silas, which didn't, unfortunately, inspire a lot of confidence. Well, I'm gonna get banned away here.
He's playing Lilia mid.
Oh my god. This, if anything, it'd be King. You know? King, and it's like, this free core unit, insanely strong here for DK. I think for T1 as well, is a little bit more on the squishy side though. And I imagine that Zeus was going to be playing a carry because that's kind of how this series has felt. There is the Tristana ban. Should come as a no-brainer. And that kind of makes me believe that they're just going to slam like R4 Jax or Cassante if it's not banned, and save counter pick for Showmaker. Although you don't need to, because you know you're playing into the Corki. Is it just Nasus? I'm like...
Unless you pick a mid laner and they flex the Corki top.
Could happen. But then you know,
but,
right?
Yeah.
Is it?
I don't know why you would do that
Nessus?
anyway.
Like, Nessus did get banned in game 1, if I remember correctly.
Yes. First rotation
Yeah.
by T1.
So could be that. But I don't like the Nessus as much into this amount of kite back.
It kind of looks like he's saying Nasus.
I mean, I wouldn't mind the Nessus ban. I do think Nessus just kind of an obnoxious champion to play into.
GP. Not the first time it's been banned. What is happening here? Where is Showmaker going? He's sinking into his seat.
I think he wants to, Valdez.
There's
Oh, the single shot.
no.
One game to decide whether they make it to Worlds.
Astro.
Is he locking it in?
LeBlanc.
LeBlanc.
There it is. Showmaker's LeBlanc. So feared it was getting banned very often against DK until higher tier stuff in the meta took it over.
As a mid-jungle 2v2 is going to make itemization very easy here for T1. But Showmaker specifically was the only player that got LeBlanc banned basically every single game.
Unless it's Lilia top as well. You go AD
Oh
jungle.
my god. Wait, into
Yeah, Lilia top and a Cassante. You could do it. I mean,
and
you
then
don't have to.
lock in the Lee?
Imagine. And then DK make it to World's 3rd seed with LeBlanc Lee.
All right, I think we got to kill Valdez.
I feel like we're writing like the most hype script, but it's just not going to happen, and it's just Lilia jungle. All right.
Poppy would be really, really solid here. Into LeBlanc, into Leona, getting an incredible amount of value. Poppy Sport does come through. Okay, well, I think we got excited over nothing.
I mean, hey, Gnar into Cassante. It's a match we've seen many times, and Kingen pretty confident in his Gnar as well.
Shouldn't come as a surprise. You also have
Still
Leona.
a bit of discussion going on.
Yeah, you still have
But
the
he's saying
Leona,
Gnar.
so I'm pretty sure that the prerequisite setup is going to be there. And I do think Leona and LeBlanc as a duo do have a ton of power. The Poppy, though, does kind of throw in a big curveball, and T1 in particular, like trying to get on top of Zyra, trying to get on top of Ashe, and Poppy definitely going to be really, really tough. And when everything is said and done, I think the teamfight comp here for T1 actually looks extremely solid. I know the core key has really been lackluster, but you have great front line, a lot of ways to set up fights in your favor. With Cassante, you can get people out. You have Poppy, you can knock people away. I think the only thing is that your engage is pretty lackluster. Outside of Ashe Arrow or Poppy Stun, if you're not first to an objective, you're really relying on hitting that ultimate from the Poppy. But it does feel a lot more even than many of the drafts that we've had. There's not a lot of stuff that makes me go, oh, how did this happen? Like with the Rumble,
Yeah.
or with the Ziggs being given over repeatedly.
That sign said, "Don't give up. We haven't given up on you." And yeah, this is just, you know, Qualifier Showmaker, Qualifiers D+. We'll see if it works out for them, or if T1 are just going to go as the expected, as the favored team coming into this best of 5. But now we've kind of thrown the script out the window. And we are here in Game 5. We're here in Silver Scrapes. Only one team makes it to Worlds tonight. The loser has a second chance on Saturday. Who's going to do it? Let's find out in Game 5.
수환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
Here we go, Game 5 of our first best of 5 of the regional qualifiers.
And you could hear it, Valdez, in the screams of the DK fans. This team, 15 match losing streak, I want to say, against a fakerless T1. So
Yeah.
they did beat them when Poby was in, but have not been able to outside of that. It's been a really, really long time, because this team is both consistently, ever since 2021, been a solid team, but never been able to actually make it happen. And on the flip side, T1, the defending world champions, were still our representatives at MSI, obviously won EWC, and in the minds of many, were still expected to just somehow make it happen again when we got to that Hanwha versus T1 match.
Well.
As well, I
speak for yourself.
It was like 4 people.
Okay.
I should have known.
Sure.
But I don't think it was and it shouldn't have been the majority opinion. As I think Carrier got a bit, but this
is he okay?
No, I don't.
Not the disengage cone.
Okay, well that actually was I would have loved some more action there. That would have been fun.
Yeah, if he was playing around having that, then.
Well, he is, right? Because you know that that's going to be there. And now both junglers are... Actually, it's kind of interesting here because Owner has also started in top. So... Or in his own top side jungle. So I have to see if Lucid can somehow recontrol as... They're level 1.
He has really... Like, it's almost like someone told him, or he told himself, I need to calm down at the beginning of the series, and slowly, game by game, he's just getting more unhinged and crazy.
Yeah.
With his engages. And now we're in game 5, so we're just cranked up to 11 now.
Again, there is Owner actually is, again, looking to be able to get this 3-quadrant start off. Aiming and Moham going to try and catch this wave. Do note, Kingen has his flash his TP rather available, and might be stacking up a Mega in our bar. I don't think that T1 should be looking to dive this, and it's going to be preemptive actually. So Zeus can now just TP to top, catch that wave. Setup was not the best. I don't think he's going to be able to get the cancel. That is going to be Kingen maybe looking for more, but I don't think that you really have an opportunity to. And this also really delays your back.
Meganar comes in, but he's just punished by Guba Carrier. And King, and he's got that unfortunate grin on once again.
Just flash.
Well, it happened so quickly. Poppy engages can sometimes come out of nowhere. I mean, he knows that Poppy can do that, but he just didn't respect it.
Yeah, so TPing over to deny... This is actually such a good little piece. Like, this is a metaphor for this series. TPing bot to deny the 4-man dive so that your bot laners can catch the stacked wave. Great. Immediately donating a kill over to the Ashe and Poppy. Not great. Really kind of... Oh! Owner! Oh, I thought they were going to go for it, but it looks like Lucid is just going to be happy with getting the camp. And he is, as a result, not as far behind as initially seemed the case. And now should be able to clear back towards his top side and go from there. As Faker looks like he might be looking to TP back. Showmaker Duno did not actually have to TP as this is a cannon wave, meaning that he will have that summoner advantage. So Kingen now, yeah, is going to be pretty substantially behind when it comes to the experience. As are they going to go for a dive here? Double sums on aiming.
Oh, he's going to get hit into the wall. Once again, cleanses the first part, but then gets rooted up, but they don't quite stick around. Follow up on that one.
Hook is being eaten. Lucid tries to keep the passive up, but with Valkyrie, can they chase?
If he lands the chains, no, nice dodge from Faker. And aiming does have to back. Moham just alone, trying to live under the turret, but they might have the damage. They barely do. And it will be enough to take down Moham. A second kill goes to Carrier.
And the kill's going to Carrier as the only good thing about that for DK. T1, really good, aggressive, proactive play here. And this is one of the big advantages that you have with the Zyra over the Lilia, is that particularly when you have as good of a setup as the Poppy, Zyra can actually set up these early dives. Lilia doesn't have any CC, her damage is pretty lackluster. You're really looking to get to 6 as soon as humanly possible. At least it's not aiming going down, but it's just still T1 accelerating the game through their bot lane like we've seen them do so many times. Things off to a great start here for them.
Yeah, definitely feels good for their side. And we're trying to fight over the grubs here in a moment. It's no Tristana, no Ziggs. Feels kind of weird, but still definitely a very valuable objective in its own right. Owner and Carrier up here, as is Moham. Moham does have a level on Carrier, funnily enough. And looks like DK are just going to be given all 3 of the grubs. Swap did come in there for a moment on the side of T1, but At the end of the day, they will not commit to the objective.
It's actually quite nice here. They are going to just give up the full wave here towards the bottom half of the map. I wonder if they're looking towards a dive. Aiming is moving to catch mid. I can't imagine you would, right? This is a full health Poppy and an Ashe with sums. Maybe they... Like, someone needs to catch that bot wave, right? We still have... Aiming was actually on his way, but then changed course. Made his way over the mid. I guess that bot wave is just gonna be gone. Zeus is trying to threaten Lucid, crucially. Not 6 just yet.
Yeah, not 6. T1 might just be able to take this dragon if they'd like. Guma's getting a lot of alone time with the top lane. Hope he's up there at the moment. Aiming is strutting his way up there. Lucid, meanwhile, all he's done is farm out the jungle. And Zyra versus Lilia going to be much more even when it does come down to the farm between those two. And now it's just 80 carries in the top side, some roaming supports. Moham up towards the top side, and finally Kingen will revisit the bottom lane.
Lucid now, level 6. Keria.
Uh-oh, another one from Keria! Just sets it up so beautifully. And that is a LeBlanc with flash. He had no idea.
Immaculate snap engage there. Ignite as well. Lucid was in the area. Trying to look for something, even hit the bowling ball, but without LeBlanc, there's not enough damage. And this game quickly snowballing away from DK. T1. Blue side has reigned supreme thus far. And it feels like right now the script just continuing.
오케이. 볼게.
What an incredible amount of burst.
야, 잡네 이게? 나이스.
You got him? Wow. Or we got him? He was very surprised, although that was the whole plan from the beginning. The beginning of Keria's comms also sounded like he was the one kind of listening. He was like, okay, it's almost like Faker's the one calling for the play, but it's just conjecture from me.
And the kill went over to Faker as well. So in the 1v1, the Corki now building an even bigger lead. And one of the big things with LeBlanc is if she starts falling behind, her life already gets a lot harder. Add that to the fact that there is a Poppy in this game, which always is going to make so many of your plays a lot more difficult to find.
Yeah. Keria just finding the angles in this game has been pretty incredible.
Oh yes, the
so far
ult for damage coming through there. Guma not using his sums. Does mean that if Lucid decides to visit this bot lane, it's not going to be nearly as much threat. Could be an angle for the dragon here. Lilia obviously having a good amount of damage for that, and it does look like Aiming and Moham will have prio here. We'll see if they go for more. Guma's health bar is quite low. Does have his sums available, and Owner will get spotted. So they are going to abandon, just get the crash. Maybe Lucid will look for more, but based on the pings, I think he's just going to clear out his jungle. Leave it at that.
Kingen cutting this out very nicely. And yeah, Zeus not quite able to get anything else done, even though he is up a level. We also do have the Drake being taken finally. It seems really not enjoying their fast Drake takes. Probably part of the reason why the games are lasting so long. But DK are still down 2,000 gold. Aiming trying to get some more, the Gold King himself. Down on the bottom side trying to get some plates. It's Chemtech into Ocean Soul. So just very valuable souls left over.
Straight up TPing Kingen down.
Yeah, you don't have the Ziggs on your team anymore.
Away from the Grubs. And I think they weren't going to be able to contest Grubs anyway. Oh, they're going to look for the dive onto Zeus here.
They can even use their Grubs in this exact moment, you know? As in comes Keria, he says, no, I'm here, you can't do anything. And Kingen going to be forced to flash away from that one. Showmaker, meanwhile, Faker getting a huge amount of burst onto him. And all of a sudden, the dive is kind of falling apart at the seams as well. And you take a look at the top lane, although I say that, trying to get another engage here onto the Cassante. Kingen trying to drag, or rather Zeus trying to drag in Moham, but now it's Keria up against the wall against two, just 1v2ing, but down will go Zeus as the dive finally does come to fruition here, and Keria as well. gets baited into it, and finally DK are able to pull off a couple of kills.
And that will slightly reduce the gold lead that is found here. Actually, like this from aiming, not being in a position where he can get dove. They should get the first turret bot here as well. And I gotta say, felt like T1 kind of walked into that one. Felt safe because it was Poppy and Cassante. But if Kingen is TPing towards bot, maybe just go for the cross map. As the initial play doesn't quite end up working out. But then here, Moam actually does a good job of extending this play. Yes, aiming gets taken out, but because Kingen is still here, like this is still a 4 versus 2. Poppy, the burst is really good, but once your cooldowns are down, like that's it. You don't really have a whole lot more to offer. So Lucid in the longer trade easily gets it done. And then King, he's Maganar. He has a LeBlanc with him as well. And now, with that turret going down in bot, to be fair, we didn't mention it, but I kind of did expect that something would happen to bring it back to that equilibrium, Valdez.
Exactly, yeah.
No team is running away with any of these games.
You know, I just wasn't sure. I was kind of buying into it. I thought T1, you know, their early game was very clean.
It was.
DK, you know, in a long series, they've never found an angle against Faker's T1 in very long time, 15 matches.
2021, everyone. That's a long time.
I thought it was just going to happen. But instead, they found a way. That's another chain and a bunch of damage into Faker, who will be pushed away.
It's going to be a plate, I imagine, towards the top half of the map.
Still got a minute up there. So might even be more. And yeah, I mean, this game is definitely in touching distance for the side of DK. Trying to get this on Aguma. It hits exact. Right on top of the ass, forces that cleanse.
I'm just shocked that Moham didn't flash.
Yeah. Where's the engage, Moham? Come on.
It didn't have any vision, so could have definitely flashed to his death there.
Yeah.
We're not criticizing the decision, but given how the series has played out.
And the way Moham has really ramped up his engage.
He really has, yeah.
Levels.
Not going to be the case. Also Guma it is, but he would have traded right if he did have vision, perfect vision, which he obviously did not. Still a 1k lead here for T1. And this is one of those games where I do think that both comps have some parts that will scale very well when it comes to the mid to late, and then not so much as thank you for pointing out, Veldis. The downside of Lucid trying to go for these plays, as Kyria just goes for the drive-by ignite, is that we do see that Owner has been able to get a 2-level lead and farm very aggressively, thus being able to get those Sorpent boots early on. And that's the one thing that I do worry about. Like, I think DK's wombo combo will always be there with the Ashe, the Gnar, or the MF, the Gnar, and the Lilia. That's 2.
Yeah, that's a double. Trying to come in, but the knockaway on the MF means there's no follow-up. And man, Terry wants to go to Worlds tonight.
That's a TP. We'll see what it leads to. They want to try and play for this. Do note, only Lucid used his ultimate, whereas for T1, it was 2 ults invested. I don't know if that alone is going to be enough as Showmaker.
Yeah, he's in a bit of trouble, but he is just going to flash
That's
away.
the root.
Yeah, and now trying to challenge in the river. DK trying to come on in. Moham, though, in a bit of trouble, has to flash away from a lot of CC being taken away, and there it is, the re-engage on Aguma, who will go down. And finally, they will get the kill. Moham will have to pay for it, but look at Taves, he's so low. And a shield, but not gonna happen. Double kill for the Gold King Gaming, who is now very much online, and DK coming back in this game 5.
And the pendulum swings again. Showmaker forced to flash defensively. And T1 attempting to take control. Is Aegis going to kill Owner?
I think so. Owner, nope, he's just going to flash. Okay. Especially with Kyria coming over.
Now have to flash as well. Maybe
Kyria is pretty fast.
It is MF. Available.
Yep, there it is. Yeah, he's fine. Just a, you know, a little bit of wackiness, just to add a little bit on top.
Oh, we're nowhere near the end of the wackiness. Yeah. This series is gonna go on for another.
Just adding to the pile of wackiness. Yeah.
Taking a little look, Owner gets zoned away initially by the ultimate from Moham. His Aftershock falls down. Everything looks dire, and then the re-engage actually works. As I think if Zeus just, I don't know what his cooldowns were at that point, but if that MFL doesn't go off, that alone would have been enough to keep Guma alive.
Hextech in game 5.
Oh my god, Valdez.
And the gold is exactly even.
This game 5. I can't wait to see how we get to Elder.
It was just meant to be. Yeah, somebody's going to get the Hextech soul at some point, and they're still not going to be able to get in the game. It's just the way it is in this series. Our 3rd seed to Worlds.
If they don't, if Carrier doesn't buckle that blast gun, maybe they can look for a collapse of the Faker, but
I swear, he's trying. He like really cranked it up to 11 in this game. I don't know. It feels like Carrier's just doing everything right. That doesn't necessarily mean they're going to win, but you know, Wolf wanted to see a little bit more. Definitely seeing a lot from him.
Is this also the first game where Amy is not playing Ziggs?
Yeah.
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 And I gotta say,
they gave him Ziggs 4 times in a row. Carrier, Wolf Flash. Just unlocking Hex Flash.
Very nice, very nice. And MF to me is really one of those picks where it feels like it's hard to make the same impact the way that you do with things like the Ezreal, the Kai'Sa, the Zeri that we always go to for aiming. But I do remember him actually having a couple of like POG-worthy performances with his timing on the ults, his positioning in the fights, which is crazy because normally when a champion doesn't have escapes, I don't really trust him on it. He's been able to make the MF work before as Faker.
Faker is here and he wants blood, and it's LeBlanc.
So and he doesn't have CC.
Yeah, so Showmaker just dashes away.
But the
it
flash
does push him away though.
The flash is, yeah, but like.
But for what?
For what? Like maybe you get turret, but I don't even know if that's going to be the case, especially with
he also has
Cascades.
TP. I mean,
I also think flash, as long as Lucid has flash, the amount of setup that you can find with this Lilia pick is really scary, and not having flash available is actually a big deal. Because Moham is, as always, looking for an in-game.
That's his job. I feel like they stuck him on the roster. He doesn't really know why he's there. I don't know. Just
he's
my
just
head count.
running around.
Yeah, he's just like running around. He's like, I don't know, like where I am. Who are these guys anyway? I'm gonna look for an engage now. The whole team is backing up. He's like, oh, I guess it's doing
also,
something right.
I gotta say, I think we've, and justifiably so, right? I think support is one of the harder roles to adjust from challengers compared to LCK because
it's a very different game.
It's a very different game. You get punished for so much more. The roam timers, you need to be a lot smarter, a lot more coordinated with the rest of the team. But I can tell you from watching DK that they do really miss DK challengers, that they do really miss Mo. And that his engage sense there ended up working out a lot better. The main question is that enough? As T1, they do actually set up here, and I want to highlight that a little bit. Their zone control is insane, right? With Poppy, with the Zyra plants, with Volley, and just not just Poppy, the W, but also the ultimate. It's actually really hard for DK to approach. As the gold lead basically even, no one is actually going to take the Herald, which means a lot of damage is going to go down. It's a bait.
It's a yes. It's yes.
That's
okay.
That's Showmaker.
It's just a bait. Showmaker TPing in, and
the sleep.
Oh, that's a lot of damage actually. In goes Zeus. Okay, in the face of 4 of them, and he's just gonna die. So down he goes. Not really able to get much. Baron is about to spawn.
No, there's no way, Vel.
There's no way at this point in the game.
I do think Harold did get the charge in, so that's nice.
Okay.
I think. I'm not 100% sure. I got distracted by the team fight happening. Aiming has Infinity Edge. Okay. So, pretty ridiculous amount of damage available as no, it did not, in fact. No, it did.
It did.
Did get a charge up. So the big thing here is that Carrier doesn't get to actually use his ultimate, as I think Showmaker finishes the route. And then this looks kind of weird from Zeus, but there's a good chance Showmaker can go for a collapse if the full channel goes through and they are able to follow through. Ends up being still a win for DK, but T1 not too worried as what they gave up there was, I think, relatively minor. What I do think is big is that Gumayushi doesn't have the flash available, and everyone on DK does. And Hextech Drakes, even single ones, matter a lot.
And Faker still doesn't. You know, we talked about that play on the bottom side.
Yeah.
Trying to punish a LeBlanc.
Oh, they're going to look for the cross map on Showmaker here. This is LeBlanc.
This is, yes. Glad you're paying attention, Chronicler. Still LeBlanc. Gonna throw in an arrow, and Guma is very low. It's a million things. It's like bullet hell. Even a boomerang. Wow. Really just throwing the kitchen sink at him. Meanwhile, all of T1 are just pushing top. Here comes
The
DK.
mega collapse. They have a lot of vision. They definitely know this is coming.
Yeah,
Does
this
that
is-
matter?
Well,
Lucid can flash R.
yeah, Zeus Carrier trying to come in as well. Faker a little bit. Okay, he's gonna get out of there, and the Gnar goes flying. The TP comes in, and that is Zeus Moham. Oh no, he's in the front, and down he'll go. But the sleep is coming in. Not a Zeus who flashes forward and goes all out, but down he will go himself. And he's trying to get back in there. The MF ult doesn't do much. Oh, it's gonna keep him around with the Gnar, and they get the kill up to Owner.
The flash!
And they're going for more. They have so much chase potential. The burn.
Is it enough? Kuma!
Down he'll go. And looking for a bit more. Carrier just wants to sacrifice himself, and he might be able to, but that is Showmaker. And that'll
Are they gonna
do
get
it.
Nash?
I think they can. It's only Faker. He does have TP, but he is just one man.
I thought they had the turnaround. So what happens here, crucially, the teleport comes in onto one of the wards, and then Carrier knocks away one of the members. So Moham just ends up getting dragged back in the team, ends up going down, and I think just let Zeus die. It's fine, you can let him go down, but they don't do that. And then instead, last second transformation, slams Owner into the wall, flashes out, and then in these type of extended trades, right, like Lilia
Playground.
and LeBlanc
Yeah.
are gonna have a field day. Even aiming with the red buff, slowly taking them down. And that's gonna be Hextech Drake as well, but a Baron, as soon as it spawns here for DK and T1, I feel like for them, for DK, it's the decision making. For T1, it's over-investing into plays that you don't need to go for. Just let Zeus die, it's fine. They can never Nash at 20 minutes if it's just him.
Yeah, and composition-wise, you mentioned it already, but LeBlanc and Lilia, that is where they would like to play every single game of League of Legends, every single time. Whereas T1, their comp wants to stay together as a ball and control areas of space, but if you're losing one piece by one piece, it's never going to go well for you. And DK proved that right away. And this isn't a Baron where you're just going to sit around, not really do much with it. They're going to be able to take down some outer turrets. They got that first Hextech Dragon as well. And really beginning to solidify a tangible lead in this game and in this series where we haven't really had a lot of tangible leads. And aiming is 6-0.
That said, Rebel Baron power play, 500 gold. All the gold on aiming with no flash. Drake,
Surely he's fine.
Only one up compared to T1. The Corki's slowly getting fed. Are we fighting over blue buff?
Yes.
Is that what we're doing?
Zeus has had enough. He has declared that he will not be bullied any further.
I don't know if you want to take this against the Lilia and the LeBlanc.
Yeah, remember what we said
like
about
they're-
Playground?
it looks like they're okay. Able to make it out. DK are still looking for the chase. They have the Baron buff. I don't think they can really get on.
It's a bit of a chunk into Lucid, making things awkward. So, yeah, again, I mean, zone control and the fact that T1 are able to stick together this time and not lose the Cassante means that they're fine. And they're also burning more time from the Baron power play.
Ooh, bowling ball would have been eaten by the spell shield, so wouldn't have actually been an issue.
Owner
Get
is
the shove in.
level 14. Remember how he was so far ahead the entire time? One team fight, Lucid's right back in the game, level 14 as well.
Oh, deep TP flank. He's available. That's very. That's core of the earth. Is that what that is? That's some deep sea mining, Vel. I don't think that we can get that to save the turret. That's going to be the inner. So like what, 1500 on the Baron? It's not enough, and we knew it was not going to be enough. It's big.
It feels
Don't get me
big
wrong.
in the scope of this series.
Yes, I
right?
agree.
Because we've had so many Baron power plays that are like, oh, well, they got the Baron and the enemy team got the Drake, and nothing happens.
Look at this gold graph, Val. That's not enough fluctuations.
Yeah.
They're too tiny.
Remember game 2, Gold Graph was kind of losing its mind in that one. But
I still feel like I'm losing my mind. I don't know what's going to happen in this series, Val. This says we do see
it's
aiming.
so wacky.
I know. Actually pulling really far ahead when it comes to the experience. Also has LDR already. Very happy to see that it's LDR.
Oh no. Oh, playing Ashe into this. Yep, chains. And he has to cleanse, and Showmaker, you know what, has to go golden. He is going to hop away.
Probably take that. Guma definitely, without cleanse, going to be a much easier target for someone like Moham.
Showmaker is pretty far away from the Zhonya's, though.
Yeah, Showmaker, so as well as aiming has been doing when it comes to the CS, does come, I think, mostly at the expense of Showmaker. We've seen this before with the LeBlanc, where he generally falls behind, trying to look for plays, trying to look for picks, making these aggressive roams. What is big, though, is that he's still decent when it comes to the experience. On the flip side, though, looking at Faker, has a very solid 10 CS per minute, currently approaching that rapid fire cannon done. And I think that the Corki really hasn't felt very impactful in this series, but it is one of those champions where if he's left alone in the team fight, he can just completely take over. And again, 3k gold. Where is the gold? It's literally all in aiming. So if Keria and or Owner or Zeus get on top of this MF, that's the lead just completely gone.
Yeah. It's not too easy, though. You mentioned it before.
Oh, for sure.
In the draft, it's like, well, you've got all these champs that are great at controlling space, and we saw a lot of early game engages from Keria, but especially from behind, it's like...
It's just Arrow, really.
Yeah.
Outside of Keria getting a
get on
flank.
aiming?
Well, yeah, that's the neat thing. You really shouldn't. But, I don't know. Again, anything in this series is possible. So, as the mid-inner falls, DK, from this position, should be looking good, right? They now have full control of, in theory, have full control of mid-wave, are definitely gonna get the soul point here. I don't know if they're able to, you know, we don't know what the game is gonna look like when we get to the actual soul, but soul point at least looks very attainable. And if you do get Hextech with LeBlanc and MF, and I mean, I feel like with Hextech you can really say any champion and it sounds good. I feel like
Singed, yeah. Teemo. Actually, Teemo sounds pretty good.
No, can you imagine
honestly.
a Teemo shroom? Like one person steps on a Teemo shroom and...
It's like S tier, actually. Hextech Soul, just not.
But T1 can
Legends.
give this up. And guess what? They do have a whole lot of Baron damage. There's the TP.
Zyra jungle.
Is DK, again, they're here. This time around, not going to fall for that one. They don't have a Tristana, though.
Oh, this angle. This angle, Oguma has to flash, and now Keria, he's going in, but they have not touched aiming.
That's 2 flashes. Gone here for Guma and Keria, and Showmaker still happily pushing here towards the bot side of the map. And those TP invested as well. I think T1 thought that DK were going to play more heavily towards the Nash. Or sorry, towards the Dragon, and that they could have an angle.
Instead, they lose some summoners. They lose control of some of the vision. They are going to get it back, but this just gives timing for DK to do the Dragon. Unless T1 are just going to start it on vision.
So Lucid does have his passive stacked up. Kingen has TP, so Kingen should be able to take this as the TP comes in. Can Kingen get Mega?
DK are going to be here. And over the top comes Showmaker through the gate, and he's trying to just take down Guma! He doesn't, and he's dead. But they got the Drake, and now they're looking to get a bit more. They trade carries. And Zeus in a very awkward spot, but Meganard's just going to disappear. Dissipate here.
Are they actually...
time.
So, when all's said and done, they trade 1 for 1. King and TP'd, but you got the Hextech Soul Point. So 100% worth it here for DK.
Uh-oh. Little setup.
Moham, he's looking!
Little Moham engage. The Poppy's good for 1 for keeping him out, but the MF ult is fantastic. Zeus, though, trying to find the angle, gets the knock him on aiming, but the damage is coming in. Keria goes down, and Zeus has no help. The sleep comes in. Faker and his buddy Owner are up against the wall, against the Kingen, and they will not stand. DK, they win the fight, and they're looking to push mid.
Guma, he's standing alone. Have DK really done it after all this time, Valdez? They haven't gotten a win since 2021 when they made it to Worlds, when they were running the LCK.
Look at Showmaker, he knows it's over. D plus Kia, they are going to Worlds, beating T1 in the first best of 5, a regional qualifier. Showmaker will be there no matter what.
And we have not seen that man that happy this entire year. Maybe after the game where they beat Gen G. But DK, we knew coming into the day that anything was possible. But anything being possible and anything actually happening are two very different things. As two world champions make their way back to Worlds. Aiming makes his way back to Worlds. And Lucid and Moham punch their first ticket.
And the fans are distraught with happiness. DK has never lost at regionals since the Dom1 Gaming days. Showmaker has never missed Worlds. Like I said, he will be there no matter what. You cannot deny Showmaker. He will be at Worlds. They didn't have to do it today, but you might as well. And there you go. I think the cameraman has seen enough.
And again, I want to reiterate
Oh, man.
how big of a deal this is for DK and how heartbreaking it is for T1. Because DK, we're still going to be favorites going into the lower bracket, but DK have been unable to beat a team ranked above them for what feels like, like 2-3 years now?
Something like that.
Ever since 2021, just always gotten close.
See Moham living his best life,
but never
engaging.
making it. And as we were just hearing out as well, DK have never lost at regionals ever since the Dom1 Gaming days. But on the flip side, this sets up a universe where it's most likely going to be a telecom war that decides who goes to Worlds. And T1 are our defending world champions, now pushed to, at best, a 4th seed at the World Championship, meaning that...
Might not even make it. They might not even be there.
It's insane to think about, Valdez, but with this series, that's now all of a sudden a possibility that feels like a reality, and like coming into the day again. We didn't do predictions, but I imagine most of us would have gone the same score that we had in play as 3-1 T1.
Just gonna say 3-1 probably.
It's boring, but that's what you'd expect.
Yeah.
Because DK just haven't been able to actually get it over the line for so long. But just like Hanwha, they say, watch us.
You know, this team fight was where you began to believe as well, where it was just so close. Like, this fight was such on a nice edge, but as we talked about many times, this is where DK's comp are going to shine. They just overstep one step, and they think they have Kingen, and they don't. It's in their grasp, the game, potentially, and DK are like, nope, just snatch that right back.
And we hadn't seen Big Game Hunter Kingen for what feels like a while. That moment right there... That was
Glad he's still
game,
with us.
Some big game that he found. Even the draft, right? Like everything kind of came together. Bowen with the engages. Aiming having a really clean MF game. At no point did he ever feel threatened. And then Lucid on the pick away. And then this call from Showmaker. Really, the TP. Not even in the
follow-up.
at that point.
Watch out for the toss. Speak of chaos.
This explains a lot, Fel.
Everybody was getting
This
in on
explains a lot.
LeBlanc pass to Mark Ash. Ash no ult. Aiming, keep that in mind. Ignore him, just push. MF at the tower. Yeah, Aiming's like trying to hit Guma. They're like, no, just hit the turret. And then the celebration moment where they realized that they had done it. Aiming did not die the entire game, by the way. He was 6-0. Protect the aiming works out when there aren't a lot of threats on the side of T1. And in a game 5, DK able to figure out that draft as well, able to just get it over the line. You see Showmaker's LeBlanc as well. You see the Lilia used against T1, against Owner. And they did it. Showmaker and Steve plus Kia, they're going to Worlds.
So now the only thing we need is for KT to win the match that they're favored in, to get
Surely they can beat BNK.
A dream best of 5 between the two teams. Well, a large part of the two teams that were in the 2022 Worlds Finals. What's better than that?
Yeah. What if?
What if they just lose?
What if BNK wins and then beats T1, and then we get none of that?
Yeah,
that also is a
that could
possibility.
also. I love the Gauntlet, Valdez. I know it's not called it's the regional qualifier.
We have a better format now. Yeah.
It's way better, but I still love it just as much.
It's great. And it offers us some great best of 5s like this. This was immensely entertaining. This is one of my favorite casts all year, actually. It was very fun. We are going to have the full team interview with DK after the space, who will break down what happened in the series, if they can manage it.
Good luck.
Throw it over to Deacon, Ox, and Wolf right now.
Thank you very much, guys, and rub his belly. Moham is going to Worlds along with D+, as they take down T1 3-2 in a 5-game banger of a series. Very controlled here at the end for D+. They are the 3rd seed from the LCK. And now we break it on down.
I feel like I don't mean to jump ahead of Ox here, but like if you do see Moham in Europe for the World Championship, like do respect his personal space.
Yeah. Well, there you go. This is, again, the curse of the 3rd place teams, as for the last 3 years hasn't been done. D+ get it done as Nongshim, Live Sandbox, and Hanwha Life Esports all failed to make it to Worlds as the 3rd place seed. So congratulations to D+ for making that one happen.
Yeah, big for them. Especially things have been a bit more shaky towards the end of the season. And I actually think this Game 5 draft was pretty big because, we see aiming back on an 80 carry, not in the Ziggs anymore. He looked really good. In the mid lane, Showmaker on the LeBlanc, putting in a carry performance. Lucy did not carry again. And I think he had a lot of impact in this game. It felt like we saw sort of D+ leaning a bit more on comfort, even though I was a bit concerned about like the Lilia LeBlanc mid-jungle didn't inspire a ton of joy, but I think they were back on comfort, and I think T1 really weren't. Guma struggling to make things happen on the Ashe, and Zeus on Cassante was, a bit rough.
Keria had a really good game, and Keria, gave me hope that maybe T1 actually bring this to some later game team fights, like the Poppy maybe being able to isolate some people. Ultimately, it just didn't happen. And some of the fights that T1 took, the D+ had a big advantage in, and then they hard forced. Zeus had to sacrifice himself so many times, and arguably didn't have to, but decided to in some of those fights, sacrifice himself for his teammates to escape, but they're always giving up map control. And to me, this was the first game where D+ actually made some big macro plays. They actually played the map. They played aggressively, and all it took was Showmaker having this LeBlanc pick so he could set up deep vision, threaten T1 constantly. Then they felt confident to make those plays around the map. And also Kane with this counter pick of the Gnar. It was a bit of a wacky early game, but his Gnar bar management in team fights was really big.
And we're going to see D+ at Worlds. The meta is changing a ton for Worlds. I don't know if anyone's seen the patch notes, perspective notes. It's a ton of changes across the board. And I really hope D+ don't keep trying to chase the meta. I feel like they spent so much in the later half of the split trying to beat Gen G, and they just look so much better when they try and beat D+. So hopefully they do that at Worlds, because if they want to make a splash there, that's the angle they should take.
Well, let's recap how they made it here with game number 5 highlights. First one is on the top side of the map. After T1 have control of this game, they try to force down this top turret, and they get corralled here by D+. It almost looks like the opportunity misses himself, but quick hands and quick moves lead to a team fight win for D+.
Yeah, we see they do turn on a Moham here, who ends up a little bit overextended, but it's a sacrifice D+ are happy to make. And we've seen so many of these side lane scraps where it goes back and forth. Here, Zeus actually tries to use the ult to block the sleep, but ends up a bit overcommitted. And then this is a long turnaround, and Lucid has such a massive impact here, using the movement speed that he has from his passive, and just dodging away from so many skill shots here, dodging all of Faker's damage to keep going.
And T1 just don't know when to quit in this play. I mean, Zeus ends up going back in, like you say, with the ult to try to dodge the sleep, and also trying to sacrifice himself so maybe his teammates can retreat. And then T1 are in a position where maybe they could make it out, but they keep wanting to try to force because Kingen is so low. All these D+ members have taken so much damage. Maybe we can kill Lucid. Maybe we could stop them from taking the Baron. And they kind of happy feeling going forward a little bit in, but realizing they don't quite have the damage, they don't have the tools to engage there, ended up losing too many members. That's the Baron going over to D+.
Yeah, again, 4 down at 21 minutes. You turn, take the Baron. They take control of the game, which hasn't always meant that it's a clean path to victory. But in this case, D+ able to do so. Here's the last fight that qualified themselves to Worlds.
And you know, we've seen a lot of games on Ashe. Ashe was a really high prio pick throughout summer, but there's a lot of games where you just can't really do much damage, and this is a prime example of Guma just getting exploded. I feel like he had a really rough time this game, trying to get anything done, just getting threatened, bidding sums constantly. And obviously it's a trade, losing LeBlanc pretty big, but D+ managed to kind of back off and then bait T1 in and find a re-engage here.
Yeah. This ends up being a really, really tight spot for T1, right? Because they don't have any control here. And look at this, collapse on the Keria. All he could do is try to stop Kingen from getting back in. Lucid has the Zhonyas as well. And look at how they rotate Lucid out. Like the health bar juggling here is super good from the side of D+. And getting that pick onto Guma early just meant there was never going to be enough long-term damage in this fight to actually win it, especially when your Gnar does so much damage at this point in the game as well. T1 got out-team fought here, out-macroed for the first time in this series, and Showmaker hasn't missed a world championship since his debut here in the LCK. Same for the org. He's been with it the whole time. This time he gets to go in as 3rd seed. Such a huge win for them. But on the other hand, it's crazy that T1 might not go to Worlds. They were one series away from going to another finals here in the LCK. They dropped that one. Losing to D+ here is not something that people predicted. And on the other side of things, they've lost to B&K already before this season. And KT seems to have their number a lot of the time. A very hard team to read right now. I think if you're a T1 fan, for the first time, you really feel very worried.
And it's been a situation where, because, you know, they had obviously a good summer, but a great spring, so many series need to be lost in a row for them to not make Worlds. But now it's just one left. They have one last chance to make it. The pressure's really on.
Oh, it's time to push it. The panic button. There's only one series left to go here. If you're a T1 fan, I'm nervous for you right now. Let's shift the focus back to D+, and we'll hear from them very soon as we have the team interview with D+ coming up in just a second. The identity of this squad is adapting to their own play. What does that look like to you, Ox, when you think of D+ at their best?
I think it's when we get strong mid-jungle combos from Lucid and Showmaker. We're seeing things like Viego, Ahri being buffed at Worlds. Maybe we see like Ahri, Vi, Viego, Lissandra. Lissandra got some buffs. And aiming on a pick where he can really clean up fights, take over fights. You know, we saw him dominating on the likes of Kai'Sa and Zeri early in the split. The meta's getting a big shift. Hopefully his picks come into the meta, and they can really make an impact at Worlds if they lean on that.
All right, well, they are the 3rd seed, D+ Kia. Congratulations them. Let's hear from right now with interview translations from Deer.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Deer for the post-match interview translation, joined by D+ Kia, who just secured the 3rd seed of 2024 World Championship in the LCK Regional Qualifiers Round 1 with a 3-2 match score. Let's hear from Kingen, Lucid, Showmaker, Aiming, and Moham. Congratulations! Wow. The fans are so loud, filling up the LOL Park for you guys. Kingen, how do you feel? You really pulled off that big game hunter mode. You know, it was such an exciting game, and I feel like since we weren't able to show everything we got during the playoffs, we really wanted to have an unregrettable and really good match today. So I'm really glad that we're able to have such a good performance. And so all 5 games today went over 30 minutes with a very long game time today. What mindset did you go into game 5 with? You know, for both sides, both teams, going into game 5 gives you a lot of anxiety. So I think I just really tried to just maintain my composure, and that helped. So it looks like you guys kept leaving Rumble open and then banned him in game 5. So what adjustments did you make in terms of strategy?
사실 럼블 이제 역발상으로 그러면 럼블의 연습이 부족 만족할 수 있다. 그만큼
You know,
연습을 그래도 좀
I think
비교적
we
많이
just
하고 있는
left the
직스를
Rumble
먼저
pick
가져와서
open
좀 저희가
because
구도를
we
비틀어서
thought,
게임을
you know,
해보자라는
even if it's like a really big
나왔는데
meta
아쉽게
pick,
결과는 좀 안 나왔지만
there is a
그래도
chance
좀
that
그런
the
시도에서
opponent might not
배우는
have
것들이
enough
있었고
experience or
그리고
practice
제우스
time
선수
with the
럼블이
pick.
좀
So I think
뜨겁더라고요.
we really prioritized
그래서
just on
인정하고
getting,
배웠던 것 같습니다.
securing the Ziggs on our side. But, you know, we realized over time that Zeus is definitely really good with Rumble, so I think that's what happened, and we ended up banning him at the very end. And so, as the glorious finals MVP last Worlds, what can we expect from you in Europe? You know, there were a lot of moments that we were lacking in, even though we did well at times throughout the playoffs and the regional qualifier. And I really want to be able to show a really good performance when we're at Worlds. And I think, you know, being international, overseas, I think it would be a really good experience for us to just kind of enjoy a change in scenery. So I'm really looking forward to it. Next up, Lucid. This is your first World Championship appearance since debut. So how do you feel? You know, I'm just so happy just being alongside such great players. I think I'm so blessed. And I feel so lucky to be able to make it to Worlds. Honestly, you had an incredible gameplay. And you guys actually never defeated T1 this year, but you ended up managing to secure the LCK third seed with today's victory. So what was the factor that got you the win today? You know, T1's a really strong team, and because of the trend, we just kind of came today thinking it was going to be a really tough battle, but I think all of my basically aiming was actually really confident, feeling really rowdy, and actually kept our team spirit up, so I'm very thankful. So what are you looking forward to at your first international match? Honestly, I really want to get a good taste of what it's like playing against other international teams, and I want to be ready for them, and I want to really have a good time. So is there anyone that you want to meet particularly? You know, Wei from LPL is a really good player, so I really want to go up against him. Let's give it up for Lucid. Next up, we have Showmaker. So you broke the consecutive defeat against T1 and have qualified for Worlds 6 times in a row. How do you feel? First of all, going to Worlds 6 times in a row is always a great thing. And throughout the ups and downs, I think it just means a lot that we're able to make it to Worlds. So I really want to do well when we get there. So your former teammates, Dakdam, Hoya, and Bertle came here. So it looks like the former teammate worked on you. Do you want to say anything to them? You know, throughout the regular season, they weren't here to support me that much. And it's just, yeah, they always treated me as if they were just an audience, just sitting there to watch the game. But I'm glad and I'm thankful for them, obviously. And so you broke free of the 15-match losing streak against Baker. How does it feel to win such an important match? You know, I'm incredibly happy that I'm able to break free of that losing streak in such an important match, and I really want to just keep it going. Anything you'd like to say to your teammates? You know, everyone's such skilled players, and that's why we won today. And yesterday, our CL players actually helped us a lot, and they actually helped us a lot regarding practicing the matchups. So I would like to say thank you so much for them.
자, 이어서 에이밍 선수 만나보겠습니다.
And let's talk to Amy. Since LCK was given 4 seeds for Worlds, ever since 2021 summer, every summer season 3rd place team got eliminated from regionals. So you guys are the first one to break the curse and become qualify for Worlds. So how do you feel? I really wanted to qualify for Worlds earlier on. And being able to secure the 3rd seed as the 3rd place team makes me very happy. And from playing Ziggs 4 games in a row to swapping to Misfortune in Game 5, your Misfortune was actually on point, so how confident were you feeling in the bot matchup? You know, we were feeling that all of our gameplays were actually really good, so our confidence actually kept going up throughout the match. The Worlds will be in Europe this year. What goals and resolution do you have? No, I haven't really been overseas that many times, and being able to go so far to Europe, I feel so lucky about it. I want to have a great time in Europe and really just take it home. Please give it up for Amy. Lastly, let's talk to Moham. Since your debut, you have qualified for your first Worlds. How do you feel? First of all, there are a lot of moments where I was a little disappointed, or I can regret. But, you know, my teammates just told me. I mean, Showmaker was the one who told me that he'll actually bring me to Worlds, so I did have faith in him. So I felt pretty comfortable playing today. Were you that confident, Showmaker? Yep, of course I was feeling confident. And Moham, you joined the team in the later half of the summer season, and you got the team the victory in such an important match. So how was preparing for the regional qualifiers? I think we tried our best. We put in a lot of effort, and I feel like there's a lot of moments that I could have done better. So with Worlds being in Europe, what are you looking forward to the most? You know, I was told that the food there isn't very good, but you know, I want to try. And being able to play up against all the other region and internationals, I'm very excited for that. You know, today was a rough match. And I feel like, given that I have even extra time to practice for the international, the most important tournament of the year, is such a grateful thing, and I want to make sure that we win it all. And Showmaker, D plus Kia is qualified for Worlds 6 times in a row. Any shout out to your fans? You know, we have 2 rookies in our team this year, and we made it to Worlds. I feel like every Worlds experience is quite meaningful, and I want us to have the best experience out of it. And for all the fans who came out all the way from everywhere in the world, everywhere in Korea, I just want to make sure that we are able to give you a great performance at Worlds. Thank you so much for your support. And that's the end of the interview from D plus Kia. I'm back to the space. Thank you.
Oh, it's great to hear from the squad right after they qualify for Worlds. Again, D plus Kia, your 3rd seed here, Ox, as we take a look at the match.
Yeah, and it was a battle, and I think both teams will have come out of this with things they weren't happy with, but D+ got the win. They got their ticket to Worlds. The meta's going to be a big shift up before then, so they can adjust, they can practice, and they made it there. So a huge achievement for them. A lot of players on this roster have been there. Obviously, Moham is an example, and Lucid of players who haven't, but excited to see them on that stage.
Yeah, I think no matter how you feel about your individual performance today, it doesn't matter. There's so much time to actually prepare and ready up for Worlds. All that matters is winning on the day. T1 weren't able to do that. And tomorrow, we have a pretty large favorite, I would say, in KT Rolster, but who knows what's going to happen. And as T1, you have to face the winner of this matchup in another best 5. With low prep time, you don't know who the opponent's going to be until after that match tomorrow. T1, might not go to Worlds. It's a crazy world we're living in.
Yeah, well, we had the double elimination portion for this first match. From here on out, you lose, you're out. KT, BNK, FearX, T1, 3 teams, 1 spot left. We'll see who will get it over the next 2 days. Everyone at home, thank you so much for watching here. Congratulations again, D+ Kia, your 3rd seed from the LCK.